To the Towel friends over on the Towel YouTube. My name is France Smith Ellis. I'm a little towel. You can call this stream, as I said, Towel's Theory of Everything. But before we get started on the day, you know what I'm going to say. Roll the intro.
That's it. That's it?
Hold on.
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
I love that. I love that. But we got to start the intro at the beginning. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the little towel. That's the melody to Funky Town. And I'm a little towel. Where am I? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm a little towel. Hello, little towels. I'm a little towel. It's so good to see you all. How have you been? Have you been well? We only took a day off from each other. I feel like so much has happened. Look at me floating around on the little screen like a little towel. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard we can even do this at the beginning of the broadcast. I heard people like, oh, I'm a big towel. Hello! It's so good to see so many of you. Well, we wait for some. Hello, Faith. Hello, Nancy and Jay and Claudia and Dewdrops. And I saw Tatabug. Hello, SM. Now, I have a lot to say. Okay, I want to be a little towel for a little bit. Oh, no, I can't cover up the words. I'm a little towel. Look at me. I'm a big towel. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We have some things to talk about today. All right. I put it all together. The feds are going to get the Democratic Party establishment in Massachusetts. I put it all together. You can call me Genius Towel. Now, you might be saying, Towel, are you finally ready to tell us what's going on? Yes, I figured it out. It took me a long time. I can speak now in very broad generalities. Well, I can be kind of specific on some things. I have figured it out. I know what's going on, and I hate the damn commies. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, the commies haven't been around in a long time. What are you talking about? Well, listen, I don't like the damn commies. I know Tatabug doesn't like the commies. Judy doesn't like the commies. Steph doesn't like the commies. All right, I don't like the Tatabug's here. Oh my goodness, it's Tatabug. Tatabug's a Tatabug. Now, Tatabug, I have put it all together. It was the damn commies. Hello, John O'Keefe's Karma. It's great to see you. Now, listen, I put it together. I have some things to say about the damn commies. Now, I don't actually think they're commies. It's just I have labeled everything I don't like as commies. All right, so first, we have to do something, though. Steph hates the commies. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. Steph hates the damn commies. Is everybody ready for this? I have two things to show you. First, we have a new towel friend. All right, his name is James Gagney Towel. Look at him. Look at that cat. Oh my goodness, it's a cat. Someone sent in a picture of James Gagney Towel. Look at him, ladies and gentlemen. Look, I'd say I am a Bull Moose style progressive Democratic Republican, if you want to be specific. Look at that cat. His name is James Gagney Towel. He would like to say hello. He's a cat. Now, I am not a cat. I'm a towel. But he is a cat. Now, I want you all to just look at the little kitty. His name is James Gagney Towel. He is a kitty. Now, as people send in their pets, I post pictures of people's pets. Look at this little towel. Allie, hello, hello, bro. Allie, look at James Gagney Towel. He has a little suit on. He's a little kitty. Look at him. How can we start our overwhelming day if we did not say hello first to James Gagney Towel? No, I know he is an adorable towel. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I came here to hear hard-hitting information about how the Democratic machine in Massachusetts is going to get taken down by the feds and how that relates to the Cannabis Control Commission and the ongoing federal probe, federal investigation related to the leaks of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, and also Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy and Josh Levy. Well, I have a lot to say. But before we do that, look at this kitty. He's a little kitty. I'm a towel. So that is a kitty in a suit. His name is James Gagney Towel. I am having a morning, all right? Now, I also have other news. Along with James Gagney Towel, I heard we got a picture of Bella. Now, Bella Towel is a model towel, okay? Bella Towel This was sent in by Bossy Texas Chick. Bossy Texas Chick is trying to get Bella on the cover of Vogue. Now, personally, I think Vogue should feature Bella. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, you cannot put a cat on the picture of Vogue, on the cover of Vogue. Yes, you can. Put this damn cat on the cover of Vogue. Oh, no. He's sideways. She's sideways. Bella, what are you doing sideways? That is not appropriate, Bella. Hold on, Bella. No, Bella. No, Bella. This way, Bella. But no, Bella, not that way. Do you know how to rotate on every axis except the correct axis, Bella? All right, this axis. There you go. Look at Bella. Now, somebody call Vogue. All right, look at Bella. She's ready for her cover shot. She is Bella. She's a little towel. Now, you might be saying to yourself, ladies and gentlemen, those are two adorable cats. It is Bella. Okay, what's going on? What's going on? Hold on. I think there was a miscommunication. Hold on. What was said? Hold on. Wait, what? Wait a minute. How? Hold on. I'm going to intervene. I don't think saying the little towel kitty is cute is wrong. Okay. So maybe we should all just pause. I don't know how we have started the day where the cuteness of these kitties has caused a problem. So I think we should all just, I'm looking, Steph. I think we should all just take a breath. I don't think that people liking the kitties is a problem. So we're all just going to look at the little kitties. Yeah, so I don't like that. I would like to know if there was a direct insult levied at Tatabug. We're not gonna insult Tatabug. So we're gonna just jump in right now. And if it was an insult to Tatabug, we either need to see a clarification or some kind of towel reproachment. All right, we can call this a way of living. I understand, but Steph, I still want to hear it. Selena Towel, you're dearly appreciated, but I have to put on my congressman towel, my mock congressman towel robe, and I have to get my gavel. And I shall intervene, Steph. I'm on it. Yeah, no, all right. So Tatabug, I shall bring this to the court of Tatabug. All right. So I don't really understand. Did this come from another channel? Like Selena Towel has always been very friendly to folks here. Tatabug would. Yes, I'm looking, Steph. Tatabug, would you like this addressed with addressed summarily, or should we attribute this to some kind of external forces we don't understand and simply move on? Steph, I understand. Steph, I got it. I'm deferring to Tatabug. Tatabug, should I act unilaterally, or should we extend some towel compassion? That's what I'm saying. Me too, Tatabug. So should we just give it a day? You and I shall make this decision, my dear friend. Okay. Well, that's all right, Selena. It's perfectly fine. You are an appreciated member of Towel Channel. It's totally okay if we just want to talk this out. I'd much rather people, whatever day they're having, talk it out, because we like to have people feel appreciated here. So in that sense, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a towel ruling that we're going to table this. That's fine. I agree, Tatabug. We're going to table this. We're going to move on. There shall be no action taken. All right, Steph? Sunk your grave. Don't worry. I have addressed it. I have, Allie. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on. All right? I'm summarily ruling that we are moving on. Steph, I'm sending you a message. Okay, that's it, folks. We're just going to give it 24 hours, and then we'll revisit. And we hopefully won't see a repeat. That's okay, Selena. Until I figure out exactly what's going on, we're going to table this for 24 hours. All right, little towels, I have things to talk about. We're not going down, Steph, we cannot go down this road. I have a lot to talk about, so we're all just going to move on. Yeah, nope, exactly. We're going to move on. If I see further comments that I find problematic, I will revisit, but I have things to talk about. We're not going to go down this road right now. Tatabug, I do recognize, though, that you are a Tatabug, and obviously, I came to your defense very quickly. Now, what do we have to talk about? Yes, Steph, I have taken unilateral towel action. We are moving on for now. Everybody settled. Now, thank you, Steph. You are appreciated. All right, folks, here we go. So, what do I want to talk about? Well, I want to talk about a few things. One, a little bit later this morning, we're going to watch Ashley Banfield's excellent commentary on the fallout from the Brian Kohberger sentencing. So I don't necessarily love all the questions Ashley Banfield asked Mr. Gonsalves during their interview that we watched 2 days ago. But I want to watch her follow-up coverage because, one, it has really good audio from the courtroom, which no matter what I did, I couldn't get the audio as high as the stream that she had. So other people said the audio was fine on most streams. I just couldn't get the audio very high. She has good audio. The second thing is there's some great analysis that I'm going to comment on in that video. But the first thing we have to talk about is I figured it out. All right? So this morning... Well, yes, Selena Towell, I think that was what Wittgenstein realized when he was writing the Tractatus on the battlefield in World War I. We all know nothing, and therefore we should only speak of that which we understand. And so I know nothing, I'm a towel, and there we go. So if I know nothing and I'm a stupid towel, we all can just, go about our business. All right. Plus, if you look at the Dunning-Kruger effect, you really should, if you're really intelligent, then you're constantly going to question your own intelligence and think you're stupid. So... I'm just saying. All right, here we go. I am already resting. That's very good. We are all resting. Now, here's what we're going to talk about. First of all, we're going to talk about how I'm a little towel. And I have a cough button. See how nice that is for your ears? I hit the cough button, no ear problem. Now, what am I going to do here? All right, I want to grab this. All right, here we go. So, this morning, I was being a little towel. All right? Now, here's how I want to summarize it. All right? This is the lead. And then we're going to read Towel's story. All right? Because I'm a little towel. All right, here we go. Oh, and there's also Lori Daybell sentencing at 12 Eastern, which we will watch if I'm still going, and we'll play some towel trivia. All right, so here we go. Take a look at this, little towels. Now, this morning, I wake up, and I'm a little towel. And, I was getting a little tired yesterday, so I said to myself, I think the best solution here is for me to just sleep. So I slept, and I woke up this morning, and I had an epiphany. All right? Now, it's a little bit long. We have to do some context and background, but I'm going to explain it. Now, this morning, as I'm kind of sitting around, I forget what I was doing. I think I was drinking a coffee. It was the early morning. I was watching as the world went by my little towel window. And I said to myself, you know what? I've put it all together. All right? I've put it all together. And what is going on is thus. Now, if you followed these streams for a while, you know that I've been tracing the latent connections between former U.S. Attorney and Suffolk DA Rachel Rawlins and Aidan Turtleboy Kearney back all the way to the Senate primary in 2020 or 2021, I think it was 2020, between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey. Now, obviously, that was a very high-stakes political election because Joe Kennedy Jr. was trying to go from a house in the federal seat in the federal House of Reps. I think it was the 4th district, which Jake Auchinclosh is now sitting in. But anyway, Kennedy Jr. was trying to go from that seat in the House of Reps to the Senate, not just the Senate, but JFK, I think his uncle's old Senate seat in Massachusetts. Now, obviously, if Joe Kennedy Jr. had won that race against Senator Markey, all right, what would have happened? Markey's the junior senator from Massachusetts right now. Senator Warren's the senior senator. Well, Joe Kennedy Jr. would have got 2 to 3 great years of foreign policy experience in the Senate, and then immediately probably challenged Joe Biden for the primary in 2024, the presidential primary. In hindsight, that probably would have been better for the Democrats than the chaos that was the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden strange split campaign. That was terrible. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't really care. What I do care about, though, is that I figured out what's going on. All right? What the tie-in between all of this is the Sandra Birchmore case, the recent leaks of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed grand jury from March 20, August 2022, August 10th to be specific, through March of 2024. Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, and the ongoing probe of the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission and that chaos, which I've been covering extensively, are all tied together. Now you might be saying, Towel, how? Well, if you've been listening to this stream, I had this theory. It wasn't a theory. It was a postulate. It wasn't a postulate. It was a hypothesis. It was more than a hypothesis. I had the documents. Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, was pretty hyper-liberal, and he's suing President Trump now. So I had this sense that all this rigmarole was probably about, hunting Democrats judicially. And then I said to myself, wait a minute. Didn't Rachel Rollins, when she was U.S. attorney, wasn't she pretty vociferously progressive, and didn't she weaponize that office a little bit? And then I said to myself, wait a minute. And isn't there also a bit of weaponization of the U.S. attorney's office with the leak in 2023 about the federal probe into the CCC? We'll go into it, but isn't this all kind of looking like the larger probe was the liberals, Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy, weaponizing the U.S. attorney's office, maybe even with grand jurors' help, I don't know, for the purposes of targeting political opponents? And I have the document showing Rachel Rollins did this in the context of the 2022 Suffolk DA primary between Ricardo Arroyo and Kevin Hayden. I have the specifics of it, including the DOJ OIG report, which is 163 pages, and we've read it in all on this stream. It was published in May of 2023. And that report indicates that Rachel Rollins had a playbook. All right, it lays it out over 163 pages. All right, it's funny because Levy, Dustin Chow, Bill Abley, and I'm pretty sure the press officer took Rollins out for doing this. But Rollins, in the lead up to the September 6, 2022 primary, but the Suffolk DA primary, which, by the way, Rollins was the Suffolk DA. She kind of interferes in this primary between Joe Kennedy and Jr. and Ed Markey by sending, of all people, Rollins talks to Turtleboy. There's messages. Rollins talks to Turtleboy to send Rayla Campbell, a Republican spoiler candidate, to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to help Markey. Then, right after, Rollins gets appointed to the U.S. attorney position. She leaves her position of Suffolk DA, becomes U.S. attorney, and then immediately tries to help Arroyo. Now, here's why. When Rollins left her position as Suffolk DA, there was a 6-month period until this election where the then governor, Charlie Baker, who was a moderate Republican, basically a Democrat by national standards, appointed a more moderate Democrat to be the Suffolk DA. Rollins was like this very far left, like wouldn't even prosecute like 25 low-level offenses. And by the way, that never was repeated, so that was not very good. But anyway, she was like this hyper progressive DA who like hated cops, in my opinion. And she wanted her legacy to be preserved. So she used the power of the U.S. Attorney's Office to interfere, like literally election interference, in the September 6, 2022 primary between Arroyo and Hayden. Why? Well, on August 21st, 25th, and 29th of 2022, the Globe ran a bunch of stories about Arroyo like being accused of SA in like 2009, being investigated for it, etc. So that was the October surprise. The election wasn't in November, so instead of it being an October surprise, it was an August surprise, but it's better to call it an October surprise. Anyway, so the Globe, like, Rollins really tried to stop the Globe from running this piece. She tried to interfere with the executive editor, or assistant executive editor, who I'm sure was just like, screw off, because obviously Rollins probably pitched it as like, listen, you're going to like end the progressive streak of DAs in Suffolk County. There was only one, but you're going to end it if you run this piece on Arroyo. He's not going to be able to beat Hayden if you run this piece. Well, they ran the piece. So what did Rollins do? Well, she had been ginning up some kind of investigation into Hayden over like a $200 political donation from a transit officer who, while Rollins was DA, like apparently was involved in like a traffic stop that led to like allegations of constitutional rights violations. But the transit police were the only people who supported Rollins for DA. No other police unions did in Suffolk County. So like when Hayden came in and picked up this situation from Rollins, I think Rollins tried to pass the buck by making it look like it was Hayden's issue. Strangely, though, it didn't go anywhere. Okay, so Dustin Chow and Bill Abley didn't go anywhere with the Hayden probe, but Rollins wanted the Hayden probe to be out there to kind of give the appearance that Hayden was going to be federally investigated so that he wouldn't win the DA election. All right. Sound familiar? So, Rollins, in an unusual process, recused herself, like sent a formal recusal memorandum request to like a mid-level staffer in the DOJ in Washington, got it approved, and then leaked the letter to the Herald. Now, the Herald was smart. September 1st, I think they got it, 2022. They didn't run it. Good job, Sean Philip Cotter. I think he was at the Herald at the time. He knew, Brown. He knew. He didn't run it. Not before the primary on September 6th. But then he did run it on September 11th or 13th of 2022. All right. Rollins took a picture of this privileged recusal letter and leaked it to give the impression Hayden was under federal investigation. Now, it never went anywhere. Hayden's still the DA. No one thinks Kevin Hayden's under federal investigation. Rachel Rollins, however, was investigated by the DOJ OIG and then referred for criminal charges under 18 U.S.C. 1001 because she lied in a December 2022 interview with the DOJ OIG about leaking those pictures to Sean Philip Cotter with the Herald. Okay? See where this is all going? All right. Now, let me tie it all together. Spring 2022. Sandra Birchmore. Former Chief of Canton Police, Kenny Berkowitz. Does he potentially go to the DOJ about the cover-up of Sandra's murder? Sandra Birchmore was a woman in Canton who was in an abusive relationship since she was a child. She was being abused sexually since she was a child by multiple Stoughton police officers, probably. At least one. Named Matthew Farwell, at least. All right? Now, Matthew Farwell, on February 1st, 2021, at 9:23 p.m. exactly, went over to Sandra Birchmore's apartment in Canton and killed her. He hung her from a door in her closet because she was pregnant. He thought the baby was his baby because she was saying it was his baby, and he went over and killed her. Then, that murder was investigated starting on February 4th, 2021, by the Canton Police. Between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, according to page 78 through 81 of the Canton Police Department audit done recently, spring of 2025, I think April, by, I forget the intelligence name, two former DEA agents, Matthew Germanowski, I think, was one of them. Anyway, between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the Massachusetts State Police Unit, that also investigated Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's death, by the way, a year later, keep that in mind, they are presented 48 hours worth of evidence from the Canton Police Department. That 48 hours worth of evidence includes 1. Video evidence of Matthew Farwell being at Sandra Birchmore's apartment at 9:23 p.m. on February 1st, 2021. 2. Confirmation that the maintenance man at the building said that the man who was at the apartment at 9:23 p.m. in a mask, though it were a COVID mask, was Matthew Farwell, the same man who moved Sandra into her apartment. Then the Canton Police go over to Sandra's school and they get evidence, direct evidence, that Sandra Birchmore was being sexually abused by Matthew Farwell since she was a child. Then they get evidence that Farwell said if Birchmore didn't choose to end the life of her unborn child, he would do it for her and take care of the problem. Okay, that all gets turned over on February 6, 2021 to the State Police Unit attached to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Now, that unit consists at the time of Unit Commander, then Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. It also consists of John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan. John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan both used to work as Stoughton police officers with Matthew Farwell. It also consists of a man named Nick Garino, who did the data extraction on the on Sandra's phone and the other phones. And then it also consists of Trooper Michael Proctor, as well as, I think, Trooper Paul Allen and Trooper Nick Duane. Okay, I think that's pretty much the unit. I may be missing a few people. Now, what happens is John Fanning gets all this information from the Canton Police Department on February 6, 2021. Somehow, by the end of 2021, John Fanning renders a report absolving Matthew Farwell of responsibility for Sandra Birchmore's murder and ruling the death a result of self-harm. Okay? Now, even more strange, okay? About, as I mentioned, May of 2022, right around when I believe Kenny Berkowitz, the former chief of Canton PD, went to the FBI about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Right around that time, Little Towels, a federal grand jury is impaneled. How do we know that? Because it said it in the document for the Jessica Leslie, the grand juror who was charged. I keep saying Levine, it's Leslie. Jessica Leslie, who was the grand juror that was charged for leaking information, she is going to plead guilty on August 4th at 2:30 p.m. in front of Judge Talwani at Courtroom 9 in the Moakley Courthouse in Boston. It says in her information that she's going to plead guilty to, that she was impaneled on May 25th or so of 2022. That's interesting timing. There was no investigation into John O'Keefe's death in May of 2022. Karen Reed wasn't even indicted until June. She didn't retain Alan Jackson until August of 2022, which is right around when the grand juror started leaking, exactly the same month. Actually, the grand juror started leaking August 10th, 2022, which was almost to the day when Alan Jackson started his discussions with Karen Reed about joining her legal team. How do I know? I have the email about the fee agreement. We've looked at it on the stream before, right? So, it does make you wonder, when that grand juror starts leaking in August of 2022, it can't be about the probe of John O'Keefe's death. That hadn't started yet. It was probably about Birchmore. Okay? And it was probably to Karen Reed and her team, or Aiden. Probably Karen Reed and her team. Ada wasn't really in the picture yet. And it was probably, hey, this unit is being looked at for Sandra Birchmore's murder. Don't you think you should, let him know? Maybe you could get in on this. Okay. So then in November of 2022, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti go to Josh Levy's office. This is right at the end of Rachel Rollins' tenure. She's about to get kicked out of the DOJ by the OIG. And the probe starts up. Now, it doesn't really get going until the summer of 2023. But let's keep in mind, Rachel Rollins didn't like the Norfolk DA, just like she didn't like the Suffolk DA. The Norfolk DA, going back to when Rachel Rollins was Suffolk DA, the Norfolk DA filed an amicus brief, making him a party in some sense to one of the cases that Rollins was involved with, because Rollins wanted to abandon the concept of life terms without parole for youthful offenders under 25. When the Norfolk DA intervened in that case with 4 other DAs, it drove Rachel Rollins off the wall, and she started attacking the Norfolk DA in the press. The Norfolk DA was one of the other DAs who also strongly criticized in the press Rollins' non-prosecution list of 25 low-level offenses. All right? So you have a history of tension there, and Rollins doesn't want to touch it, but maybe she sends it down to Levy. All right? Now, Levy knows he's got something with the Birchmore probe. Come on. He knows he's got something. So, Rollins leaves office around May of 2023. She really is getting forced out starting in December of 2022, but she leaves by May. But Levy keeps up the probe, and then I think Levy says to himself, in my opinion, former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy, also the first assistant when Rachel Rollins was forced out of office. I think Levy says to himself, the state police are a paramilitary intelligence gathering operation. And I think if we just investigate them for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, they're going to know what we're doing, and they're going to be able to hide it. So Karen, Alan, and Aiden, you want to go along with something? What if we create a dual honeypot / limited hangout / diversion? What if, as an op by the DOJ, the old liberal DOJ, what if Karen, Alan, and Aiden, and David Yannetti were allowed to leak stuff about the federal grand jury into John O'Keefe's death? Not because that grand jury was going anywhere, but because the feds wanted the state police and the people in their orbit, like Marty Kraft, the PI, and Kate Peter, to think that and Brian Tully in particular, to think the investigation was about John O'Keefe's death. Now that clusterfucked them, all right? Because the state police were like, what the fuck, that was clean. And they were clusterfucked. How do I know? Because between October and December of 2023, Brian Tully was desperately trying to find out what the federal probe was about. Pretty sure in August of 2024. All right, well, the death penalty's on the table now. It wasn't before. But the death penalty is on the table now, ladies and gentlemen. And what does it mean that the death penalty is on the table? Well, let's think about that a little bit, little towels. You know what it means? It means two things. One, okay, it is a very, very, very big deal because Matthew Farwell cooperating is going to build some blocks for us here to understand the larger story. If Matthew Farwell cooperates against either people he was abusing children with, people who ordered him to murder Sandra Birchmore, or people who covered up the murder of Sandra Birchmore, then all hell is going to break loose in that little corner of the world. But let's snowball it a little bit, because there was another federal probe that was leaked in 2023 in a way that was designed to hurt someone's political ally. Now, this has to do with a federal probe involving the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. Now, this is a little bit of a convoluted story, and I am going to explain it to you from memory, but here's basically how it goes. This is going to introduce a lot of players in the Democratic Party establishment fast and quick in Massachusetts, but if you know what I'm talking about, you're going to see all the links. The Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission was created by statute after the voter passed initiative to legalize adult use cannabis in the fall of 2016. Now, prior to that, Massachusetts had medical cannabis legalized in 2012, but it was under the control of the Department of Public Health. The Cannabis Control Commission was stood up by the voter passed initiative, and then subsequently the legislature amended that proposal over the summer of 2017 in a compromise committee that was led by, I think, Dan Donahue or Mark Cusack on the House side, and then Will Brownsberger and Pat Jalen on the Senate side. And obviously, I forget who the Senate president at the time was. Was it President Topeka? And then I think it was Speaker Mariano on the other side. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Anyway, the Speaker and of the House and the President of the Senate didn't really get along over that bill, but they got it done. The bill was passed. The CCC was stood up in 2018. Now, this regulatory framework brought under the control of a single independent regulatory agency two different elements of the market. The medical use market was taken out of the DPH, put under the CCC. Now, the adult use market was never existed, so it was created and stood up by the CCC. The CCC has 5 commissioners. All 5 of them have to have very specialized experience in things like regulated commodities for one seat, public health for another seat, public safety for another seat, like equity and justice for another seat, and then highly regulated commodities, I think, if I hadn't said that, or business development for the last one. In any event, so those 5 seats are appointed by the treasurer appoints the chair and also gets an appointment of 1 seat, which can be the person that the treasurer appoints, or it can be someone else's appointment in terms of who is chair. The governor gets an appointment, the attorney general gets an appointment, and the other 2 seats are appointed by virtue of majority vote of the other 3 constitutional officers. Now, the CCC in the spring of 2020. Was it 2022? Oh my God, that was a long time ago. The CCC in the spring of 2022, which was the spring of my 1L year, just went to freaking hell in a handbasket. It was freaking chaos. Might have been 2023, spring of 2023. It just went to hell in a handbasket. All right. Now, right around that time, Shannon O'Brien was brought on, the first woman to win statewide office in Massachusetts, the former treasurer. She was brought on by the treasurer to kind of clean up the CCC as chair. Steve Hoffman, the former chair, had left under weird circumstances. I think that was in April and into May, the last week of April, the first week of May of 2022. So Steve Hoffman leaves the commission. He was a really good guy, like really smart. Like, I think he kind of got taken out, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Like, unnecessarily taken out because someone else wanted to be chair, potentially named Nerys Camargo. Anyway, so we'll get to that in a minute. Remember that name. Remember the name Tito Jackson. Remember the name Cedric Sinclair. I'm throwing names out there. This is going to be quite a day. So anyway, I'm a little towel. Now, as Shannon O'Brien comes into the agency, what happens is everything kind of culminates into the spring of 2023 when Little Towel starts looking into this company called Greatest Hits. Now, Greatest Hits on the surface looks like it's this company run by this guy named Joe Vladico and this other guy named Rhett Jordan. But, you know, you start looking into Greatest Hits and you find this lawyer called Nick Adamopoulos. And Nick Adamopoulos is now running a consulting company with wait till you hear this, the man who was the CCC executive director in the spring of 2023, remember this name, Sean Collins. Now, you might say, why would a high-ranking member of the government have such a close connection to this entity? And furthermore, Grant, it sounds like you're saying this entity is a little bit of an entity. Well, you're an entity, first of all. Second of all, yes, it's quite an entity. All right? Now, I'm a little towel, and I'm a little towel. So I start looking into this entity, and I find out all sorts of shit. I'm like, oh, dear God, what have you done to my little regulatory agency? Oh, dear God. And so I write this story in the spring of 2023. You can find it on my Patreon. It's about an investigation into greatest hits by the Cannabis Control Commission. And, it's very serious. Pre-rolls being produced in like an unlicensed basement, not tested, driven interstate, brought back to, so it was in Massachusetts where the rental house was. Pre-rolls produced in a basement, driven through Connecticut, brought back to Massachusetts, and then labeled with regulated operator stickers, greatest hit stickers, and then given out. Now, that was just the tip of the iceberg, okay? But an investigation starts up into greatest hits, okay? Simultaneously, the dude one of the owners, Joe Vladico, starts picking up criminal charges for doing really, really, really screwed up things, okay? Very serious allegations of abuse of vulnerable women, of a vulnerable woman, okay? So you got Sean Collins, this investigation into greatest hits, and Little Towel poking his little nose around, all right? Now, simultaneous to that, this man, Sean Collins, is about to leave the agency, the Cannabis Control Commission. And on his way out, Little Towel is reporting in real time that he's trying to handpick his successor, okay? Now, I'm thinking that's a little weird. I find some meeting minutes. I broadcast all the meetings, so I find some meeting minutes from 2021 where Collins said the post of assistant executive director would be posted on mass.gov. Then you find out he's trying to unilaterally appoint a man named Cedric Sinclair to the position. All right. Now here's where this gets a little wild. All right. Firstly, today's news, if you missed it, was that Sean Collins, prior to that, had tried to appoint none other than Rachel Rollins, unilaterally, Sean did this reportedly, to the position of Chief of Investigations and Enforcement of the CCC before the agency stood up. Now you might be saying, oh, I can see where this is going, Tal. Oh, yeah, you can. Do Rachel Rollins and Sean Collins both have a connection to a certain state official who appoints someone to the Cannabis Control Commission named Deb Goldberg? That is the treasurer? Yeah. So let's take a look at the timeline, right? We are now going to talk about July and August of 2023. Sean Collins is preparing to leave the agency. And he, with 48 hours notice, tells the chair that he's going to move up the date he's going to leave to early August, and that he's going to take maternity leave and then eventually depart in December of 2023, which is exactly what he did. The chair, blindsided by this, brings it up at public meeting. This starts a process whereby multiple high-ranking CCC staff members align with Collins and the treasurer, start a pretextual campaign and investigation to get O'Brien out as chair, so that things like the greatest hits investigation, Collins' role with these operators, some other plots, which I'm going to talk about in a second, and otherwise, did not get exposed. Now, here's where it ties in the feds. Out of all that cacophony of chaos, in the fall of 2023, Shannon O'Brien gets basically fired, suspended and then fired by the treasurer. Right as that happens, there's a leak out of the DOJ, the Levy and Rollins run DOJ, that there was a federal investigation ongoing. Not of the folks who conspired, allegedly, to take out O'Brien with a pretextual probe and corruption to prevent O'Brien from uncovering serious corruption, but of O'Brien. There was no probe of O'Brien. Now let me think about this a little bit more. Did you know that one of those men I mentioned in there, Cedric Sinclair, the man that Sean Collins was trying to appoint as assistant executive director, in December of 2023, you can see this on my Patreon as well, I reported that Cedric Sinclair was subject to a number of serious allegations of abuse and that they were covered up internally by 4 different female staffers. Okay, 4 different allegations of abuse, all covered up internally. What did the CCC do? They published a formal document on the CCC's website calling me a racist for covering the story and insulting my reporting. That was not Mary Alice Curley's best life decision. I have to say, I'm sure it was coming from Sean and Cedric, but pushing publish on that post committed me in a way I've never been committed to anything in my life. And I just want to thank her for that. I owe it all to you, Mary Alice. If not for that single post, I might not have been so committed to this, and in turn ended up in the middle of what could be the biggest story in the past 50 years in Massachusetts. So thanks. And, kind of screwed the Democratic Party establishment, but who cares, right? Who cares? Anyway, so this leak comes out about O'Brien, and it seems to be, very strangely, a result of the fact that Sean Collins has a connection to Rachel Rollins through the treasurer. Sean Collins and Rachel Rollins both had through the treasurer, would have a motive to smear Shannon O'Brien so that what Sean Collins and the rest of the people at that CCC were doing wouldn't come out. So, keep that in mind, right? You got this weird leak about the Hayden and Arroyo primary to try to influence it, the Suffolk DA. You got the weird leak about the Reed probe that, although it might have ex post facto or even in real time been justified by the looking into the Birchmore cover-up, you still got like Josh Levy and a grand juror like leaking ex parte to Karen Reed and her team. Okay, we're going to talk more about that in a minute. And then you got the same office leaking about the Cannabis Control Commission federal probe, not in the spirit of finding out what went on, but to punish Shannon O'Brien for stumbling onto what Sean Collins and the treasurer were doing. That sounds like an abuse of the U.S. Attorney's Office to protect the Democratic political machine in Massachusetts. Now, if you don't know anything about Massachusetts, we are so deep blue that you can't find any red anywhere except for very few specific counties that never have any influence. We have like 39 Democratic senators in the Senate, maybe 38, and like 2 Republican senators. We have like 156 Democratic reps and like 3 Republican reps. The Republican majority leader in each house is just generally the person who can get elected twice in a row. There is no Republican Party in Massachusetts. Outside of winning the governorship from time to time, there is no Republican Party in Massachusetts. The Democratic machine has control over everything. Everything. Absolutely everything. I'm telling you, I've been a delegate to conventions. I know a lot about the Democratic Party. They left me. I'm like a progressive, like populist kind of bull moose style Democratic Republican. Like, I am not a Democrat. I want to make that clear. I'm not a member of the GOP either, but like, they left me. All right. Now this party controls everything: judgeships, prosecutors, the legislature, the governorship, the auditor. Well, the auditor's a freaking boss. She's probably the one independent voice other than the OIG. The OIG and the auditor, bosses in this state. But everybody else part of the Democratic machine. I know Sean Collins was raising money for Maura Healey. Hello, Madam Governor. I'm a towel. They're all part of the Democratic machine, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And the issue here is that U.S. Attorney's Office under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy was leaking information to target their political opponents. And now I think this new DOJ under Leah Foley is onto it. And all these things are connected. And what they have in common is that it was the Democratic machine eating their own alive, targeting people who wouldn't play ball, or going after their political opponents using the U.S. Attorney's Office. Do you understand how apoplectic that is? especially if U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, who I've never talked to, never met, listened to her on Dan Ray once. She was really good. I'd interview her. U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, I believe, is onto this. This is career making. This is also incredibly important. You don't understand, because this unit, this state police, this is how it all ties in. The Democratic machine has all these overlapping concentric social circles of influence. And you really have to understand how they permeate through administrative agencies and law enforcement agencies and prosecutorial offices to understand how people are influence peddling. And what we have here is a situation where, and this is putting it very lightly, prosecutors enable the state police. The legislature and the governor and the treasurer enable the prosecutors and the administrative agencies, which are basically prosecutors. And then the federal DOJ can either enable or check and balance all of this. Okay? So you see how it all lines up? If you get a situation where you have a hyper-liberal DOJ, you will have Massachusetts collapse into corruption, which is exactly what happened, because they weaponized the friggin' DOJ in Boston as an arm of certain wings of the Democratic Party. Okay? That's some serious shit. Now, the reason why it spiders out into everything is that you have these people who are freaking enabled because they know about how all this works, so they just hold it over other people, and then everybody's in this little club. Well, fuck your club and fuck your fucking couch. So when you get people like Brian Tully leaking an unredacted production of Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction because he's being enabled by a complicit DA who's caught up in this proxy war and can't do anything about it, except for resort to using Kate Peter and Brian Tully in very malicious tactics, weaponizing vulnerable humans, the judicial process, and otherwise, then you have my attention. Mary Alice Curley got my attention with that very ill-advised promulgation on the CCC website. And Brian Tully got my attention because he leaked Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, unredacted except for messages removed from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay, under color of law, on April 24th, 2024, by hand. And included in that unredacted production was so many different categories of protected information that you could put them away in federal prison, in my opinion, for 500 years based just off of all those violations. So I don't understand, in some sense, maybe I do, because some of you are dumb, why you would do such dumb things when this system is so precariously perched and all it takes is one maverick U.S. attorney like U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to come in and make a fucking case of a lifetime because you're all so dumb. Now, did it take me, was I very lucky? You know, and in some sense it's a chicken and an egg situation, all right? Like, do you really think it's a coincidence that I'm in the middle of all of this? I was thinking about this morning. I have no information to confirm or deny this, but come on. It is not like I was not just by happenstance in the middle of all of this. Come on. Like, I'm not tooting my own horn. That's fucking absurd. There's no way that, like, spending all my time over those 5 years covering the CCC and then all my time covering the Karen Reed case happened to coalesce into this overwhelming cacophony of chaos. Until you realize, okay, Graham, maybe they're reading and listening to, like, reading what you're writing and listening to what you're saying. Oh. Well, bravo then. Bravo. I don't know it all. I don't want to take credit for everything, but thanks for listening. I appreciate it. I was working hard. I'm a little towel. There's some vulnerable people who got taken advantage of, and you don't weaponize my damn government for personal, political, petty squabbles. And you don't use vulnerable victims, some kind of pawn in proxy wars, and involve some kind of parking clerk who pretends to be a woman online who's known Kate Peter since 2019. Then you have my attention. I won't stop. Well, I'm pretty good now. I feel good. But until you're in federal prison, I won't stop. And maybe you cooperate so you don't go to federal prison. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. I'm a little towel. But I won't stop because it's not right. What happened wasn't right. Some of what you all did, not you in the chat, but some of what you all did was wrong. What happened to Cedric's victims, those named alleged victims, was wrong. What happened to Lindsay Gattani was wrong. What happened to Sandra Birchmore was wrong. What happened to the O'Keefe family was wrong. Everybody else, complicit. I'm not talking about the people in the chat. I'm talking about you and the power structure. You're all complicit. All of you. And there's paper trails. I know there are. It's just a question of who do they want to get. I told you. This connects everything. All the leaks were all designed to benefit certain factions within the Democratic Party in Massachusetts who thought they were untouchable because they controlled the U.S. Attorney's Office. Who do you want to get? The big fish aren't Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, Turtle Boy, or this grand juror. No. Sean Collins is a pretty big fish. Meh. Sorry, Sean. 60% of a big fish. Deb Goldberg's a big fish. Brian Tully's a pretty big fish. Personally, if I had any input, I don't. I'm just a little towel. If I had any input on anything, which I don't, I would be pushing for Brian Tully to be federally indicted for leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction under the color of law, and I'd throw Kate Peter in the indictment for good measure because she's a terrible person, in my opinion. Maybe throw Jason Broyles in there as well, especially if Kate and Jason were being paid by the state of Massachusetts or working as contracted CIs. Throw them both in there. All right, color of law. Tully was the one organizing it. Maybe Kate was directing him. I don't fucking care. Throw them all in there. All right? J-Tal is going to be thrilled. All right? So I don't have any input on anything. You know what I'm saying? But if I did have input, it would be those three people federally indicted for leaking Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction. Now, all of the other people, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm apathetic. I hope they get them. I'm not a Democrat. I think the Democrats took advantage of this state for too long. Sorry. You let me in your little club. Bad mistake. You all are a terrible group of people. Some of you in the Democratic Party establishment. And you should all go to federal prison. That's my opinion. Furthermore, I also think, again, you all have Mary Alice Curley and Brian Tully to thank for me figuring this all out. I would not have been as interested in this if not for Mary Alice Curley and Brian Tully. So thank you, Mary Alice and Brian Tully. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. You don't understand how many news organizations are onto this. You don't understand. It's going to be apoplectic. They sent a sketch artist to the grand jurors' initial appearance the other day. It's going to be apoplectic. I am a little towel. Oh, I'm a little towel. So I want to say thank you. Tanya says, there's something here because why does Rollins keep simping for Turtle still? Was a comment from her in Variety Fair recently. Yeah, absolutely. She made a post on social media as well. Let's read Little Towel's article. I mean, I just want to talk a little bit more. You know, I'm feeling good. The other day, for the first time, my cortisol levels went down in like 7 months, maybe like 18 months, probably like 5 years. I woke up and I said, oh, the world's such a beautiful place. My cortisol levels are down. Everything must be okay. And then I started wearing a pin with the Virgin Mother on my shirt. I just want to show you my Virgin Mother shirt, the Blessed Mother. And ever since that happened, I'll tell you, I don't know what it is about this Blessed Mother pin, but just everything's finally calming down. So I'm going to wear the Blessed Mother on my shirt forevermore. She will be on my chest. Every shirt that I wear every day, I'm going to be wearing the pin with the Blessed Mother. All right? So I don't know what's going on. I'm not asking questions. I am not one to question faith's ways. Okay? And God and the Blessed Mother, you do what you got to do, folks. I'm just a little towel. In turn, however, I just want to gloat a little bit more. Not in a gratuitous way, not in a self-aggrandizing way. I would just like to say a few things. One, always look for the last person standing. They probably didn't do anything wrong. Or the last people standing. Two, I think this is way bigger than even just Brian Tully, Kate Peter, Sandra Birchmore, although it's a very big part of it, the CCC. No. I think this touches a lot. I think the Democratic... I have reason... I don't want to talk too much more about the next part of this. Like, I just want to use the words like redacted, and like just imagine like 7 pages of redacted information. Okay, I don't know anything I shouldn't, wasn't told anything I shouldn't. It's just in my discretion, like through being a little towel, I know what else is going on. Okay, I'm not even going to give you the county. Okay, I'm just going to tell you I know what else is going on. Okay, so here's my analysis. If you were pissed off about a Democratic-controlled state with, like, in the 1st District in particular, the 1st Federal District, you know if you're the DOJ, up at the White House levels, and below, in leadership levels, you know if you're the DOJ, you're going to have a really tough time. What are you going to do, deploy ICE on the streets of Massachusetts? No, that's going to be chaos. You can do targeted pickups, but it's not Los Angeles. So, it's a small state. We have a lot of people. Like, they mobilize. Like, they care about their communities. You can't do it. But you know what you do? And this is genius. This is why it makes me want to be a federal prosecutor, but, like, outside the politics of it all. Like, I want to be, like, a special federal prosecutor. Like, I cannot deal with the partisan politics. I love that U.S. Attorney Leah Foley is, like, navigating it impeccably, in my opinion, but I can't deal with the politics of it all. If you're prosecuting this, you don't go for, if you're going after the Massachusetts liberal establishment, if you're going after the ethos of this state, you don't go for street raids. That's not how you're going to win. First of all, you're not going to win hearts and minds. Second of all, you're going to like cause a backlash. It's just going to be the opposite of what you want. You want to impact deep blue Massachusetts and change the electoral map, and you cut the head off the snake. Because what's going to swing liberal voters' minds, in my opinion, is not like arrests of immigrants. That is a terrible idea to swing liberal voters' minds. It might swing Republican voters' minds, but it's not going to swing liberal voters' minds. What's going to swing liberal voters' minds is if you lay bare what their Democratic establishment was doing. Do you know how I know? Because I'm a liberal, or I was. I'm definitely more of a moderate, Democratic Republican now. I like Teddy Roosevelt. Not everything, but I like Teddy Roosevelt. Thomas Jefferson's good too. You cut the head off the snake. It lines up with every part of the political agenda. You take care, you cannot win hearts and minds by doing street enforcement, but you can win hearts and minds by laying bare what the Democratic establishment was doing in this state. You absolutely can, because I know what I saw. I know what it did to me. It drove me from the Democratic Party. I was like a very stalwart Democrat. I'm telling you, if it drove me away, it will drive a lot of people away. And I think they figured it out. I don't know if they listen to me, and that's where it came from. That's great. Like, I don't need to be in the room. I'm glad you're listening. I don't care about me. It's not about me. But I think that's the right approach. Not because I care about the partisan politics. I don't care who wins this state. It's irrelevant to me. I just care about your ideas. If you have bad ideas, I'm going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is Massachusetts. Don't fuck with Massachusetts. But I don't care about the partisan politics of it. I don't care what party you're in. I don't care if you win or not. As long as you're not like a terrible person. As long as you're not trying to there are certain things you should not do politically, because then I will get upset. Just me. But there might be other people too. All right. But on the whole, I don't care what party you're in. All right. I don't care how it affects elections. But what I care about is the impact on the justice system. And if you have just a stronghold of liberal politics, then the machine will impact every organ of the justice system, and the trickle-down effect will be that the most vulnerable are forsaken in the pursuit of larger ends. I don't like that. I've been talking about this for like 6 months. That's what pisses me off. So that's why I want this to happen. I want there to just be apocalyptic levels of juridical chaos in Massachusetts for the Democratic machine. And this is where it all coalesces. Every single thing we've been talking about coalesces around the Democratic machine, certain elements of it in Massachusetts. Now listen, every element of this is big for the people involved, okay? Like, the people, like Sandra Birchmore and her family deserve justice. Lindsay Gattani deserves justice. Okay, John O'Keefe's family deserves justice. All of them deserve justice in the context of the things that have happened over the past few years. And there is only one organization that can deliver it from among the overlapping concentric social circles of influence that permeate this justice system in Massachusetts and prevent it from actually occurring, and that is the DOJ. And it wouldn't have been a liberal DOJ. First of all, I did not want Kamala Harris or Joe Biden to be president. But I would have been pissed if they won the election, because it would have fucked up some reform that needed to happen. That's why I'm like, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, would you like a statue? Can I build like 6 statues of you? Would you like a courthouse? What can we do, especially if this all comes to fruition? What can we do to honor U.S. Attorney Leah Foley? Because this is so incredibly important. I don't care if you want to get Democrats. I don't care, whatever. It impacts the integrity of the justice system. And we finally have the one domino in the chain that was like, I don't want to use fuck your couch here, but like, okay, time to topple this like precariously perched nonsense. And I can see it coming. I can see it coming. I am an omniscient, omnipresent towel. Not really. I'm just using that as a pun. I know exactly what's coming. It's a democratic machine that they want. That's how you win hearts and minds. That's how you break the state's, like the democratic machine's foothold in the state. Democratic Party is done. I'm telling you right now, it's done. It's not coming back. It's in chaos. It doesn't know what it is. It doesn't have any guiding principles. It's just reactionary, gratuitously for the sense of being reactionary around like some principles people hold sacred. It's not going to be enforced in politics, maybe in the Northeast, but what I think the Republicans are doing, which is smart, is trying to break its last foothold. And if you lost me, if the Democratic Party lost me, they can lose anyone. I'm telling you, I'm not tooting my own horn. I've been educated a lot. Like I'm classically educated in the liberal style. I'm supposed to be like a standard bearer for the Democratic Party, and I'm like, no, never, not happening. So if you lost me, you lost a lot of other people too, and I know you have because I talked to them. So I don't know where the Democratic Party's going. I don't know if it's going to stick around, whatever. But this is just the beginning of the end for it. Like President Trump just got elected. They have 3.5 more years. They're going to decimate the Democratic Party, rightfully so, and expose it for what it is. Yeah, maybe some Republicans are going to get exposed too, but partisan politics. Yeah, I'd like to comment on it. Not as much of a fan of, the swamp. I'll go into it and talk to people, but I'm very direct with them. I'm like, don't even bother. Don't even bother. Just be direct. Either tell me you don't want to tell me something, tell me it's off the record, or don't tell me. Okay? Like, just be very clear, because if you insult my intelligence, I'm going to get pissed and find out why you're lying to me. So just don't. Most people don't. Most people don't even bother. Like, first of all, most people I write about don't even bother. Because if they reach out to me and start trying to get in my head, I'm going to get in their head. It's not going to work. So and then most people I approach about what I'm writing about, they're like, oh no, I'm like, oh no, he found me. So they're just like, okay, like Grant, like here's what happened, and here's the person that actually did it. Sometimes people just approach me sua sponte, and they're like, Grant, you should probably know, I know you're going to stumble onto this, like this happened. I'm like, okay, thank you for telling me. I appreciate your honesty. Sometimes I'm like, why did you bring this to me? I am a towel. I am not the government. And I do my towel thing and make sure it goes, you should go to the people who need to know this. That happens all the time. Do you understand now what I'm trying to say? I was having a protracted discussion with a friend overnight. And they were making a good point. They were like, your reporting style could sometimes be very ambiguous. Like, seductively ambiguous. They didn't use those words, but that was their critique. And I was like, yes, but I'm not doing it because I'm not doing it gratuitously. I'm doing it because when I'm ready to tell you what I want to say, I'll tell you. And the reason why I didn't talk about this until now is I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that the people who know they are being targeted know they're being targeted for investigation. So I can now talk about what I think is going on. I'm not going to continue to cover the details and help anyone. I do not want to do that in terms of the people being looked at. But I will tell you what I think is going on and what I think this sort of larger mosaic is, because that's what I feel was my duty here. I was living it. I saw what happened. I want to talk about what I think is going to come, what is already happening, and what could still be in the pipeline. And I want to do it from an analytical perspective in a way that doesn't compromise the integrity of ongoing investigations. That's very important to me. If you can't tell, that's all I ever talk about. I don't want to do that, but it's very important to me that the public can provide an informed, participatory check and balance on its organs of representative government. So it's a very delicate balance. I recognize that. I understand the role that I'm in. And so I try to say as much as I need to in order to allow the public to check and balance the forces of government in a way that is in the best interest of the republic. Don't always get it right, but I certainly never will take a risk. If I think that it's something that might compromise something in a way that would benefit a bad person, I don't publish it. If I think it's information that was obtained inappropriately, I normally don't publish it. If I think it's information like that was obtained inappropriately but has public value, either refer it, potentially publish it, depending on what the information is. Like, I'm very careful on purpose because it matters to me. The system, the integrity of the system matters, not any one particular story. There are people that matter to me a lot, and the integrity of the system matters to me a lot, but no particular story matters to me more than any other story. And if you come to me, even about something I agree with, in a way that I feel compromises the integrity of the system, I'm going to be like, fuck yourself. And I'm going to be very clear about it, and you're not going to like my response. So don't do it. Ideally, don't compromise the integrity of the system, and if you do it, don't rub it in my face. Even if I agree with you, I might report you. I'm sorry. You should know, so don't do it. I'm a little towel. Thank you, Tanya. So basically, in short, I think it is going to be a sort of rolling thunder review of Reckoning. You can call me Bob Dylan Towel. It's 1975, and I have a concert series to do. But I do think that's happening. And I want to read you my story now in light of all that background, and then we'll play some Towel trivia. Then we'll go on to our Kohberger review. And you might be saying, Towel, that was a lot. I know it was a lot. That was the point. I was trying to make you erudite, informed, cogent little towels. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, I only talked for like an hour and 15 minutes. That's not bad. That's not bad. Could have been worse. How are you all doing? I had my eyes closed for most of that. Steph wants to crawl into a hole. Steph, why are you crawling into a hole? Yes, there will be a quiz. Team Bunny. What are you all talking about? I went on my... So they all know in chat, when I'm on a soliloquy and my eyes are closed, I'm probably not reading their chat. Then sometimes I check in and I'm like, oh, they're talking about bunnies. Towel loves bunnies. Wait a minute. Bunny Towel, are you here? Hold on. Did you all know, amongst this seriousness, I would just like to let you know, I got my mom this bunny towel for Mother's Day like 5 years ago, and then she gave it to me and told me to put it on my bookshelf, and that's what I did. And then we have a new friend named Bunny Towel in the chat, and so I decided to break out the bunny towel, and now he sits on my side table. He is a bunny towel. I am a towel. So amongst this seriousness, I would just like to let you know you are putting bunny emojis in the chat, and this is Bunny Towel. Now, some people think that he is a peep. Now, I just want to let you know you cannot eat him. Rue, he is not food. He is a bunny towel. Okay, you may not eat the bunny towel. You can call him Peep Towel, but you may not eat him. He is a bunny towel. All right, say hello to the bunny towel. He doesn't have anything to say right now. He's not in the mood. I think he's a little bit overwhelmed by my soliloquy. In short, that is Bunny Towel. The mess of American politics and the Separatist Party of Alberta makes me want to crawl into a hole. Oh, Steph, okay, I have a plan. We'll just make you Prime Minister. All in favor of making Steph Prime Minister of Canada with Taterbug as Steph's assistant. Taterbug, you can't be the Prime Minister because you're not Canadian. You are a Taterbug. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, Steph, you're Prime Minister of Canada. Congratulations. Don't tell the Prime Minister. He might get a little bit confused and accuse you of sedition. But just tell him you spoke to a towel and he said that you are the Prime Minister of Canada. Nope, too late, Steph. I have made you the Prime Minister. Your boyfriend can come along as your first boyfriend. What do you call an unmarried partner of the Prime Minister of Canada? The first... partner, the first boyfriend, the first man, whatever you call that, okay? That's what your boyfriend is. They can come to, your boyfriend can come to the Parliamentary Palace. I think it's in Ottawa. It'll be very nice. Vicky was teaching me about the capital of Canada last night. Sometimes people email me and just teach me about Canada. Nope, Steph, too late. You're the prime minister. Figure it out. You're going to have to deal with the Quebec secessionist crisis, and you have to meet with Donald Trump. I'm very sorry about that. You'll figure it out. President Trump's a pretty nice guy. Just talk about Towel Mom. It'll smooth everything over. First mate. You got it, Tater Bug. So, Steph, your boyfriend is known as first mate, and Tater Bug is your first assistant. Now, it's easy to confuse these two positions, so don't do that. Tater Bug is an assistant, and then first mate is the partner of the prime minister. All right? Nope, Steph, you cannot. The only rule is you cannot invade Detroit. If you invade Detroit, I'm going to get pissed off. And look what happened when Mary Alice allowed that article to go up on the CCC website, and look what happened when Brian Tully allowed personally hand-delivered that unredacted phone extraction. They brought down the Democratic Party in Massachusetts. So, Steph, don't invade Detroit. That's all I'm saying. Just stay out of Detroit. If you invade Detroit, I'm inevitably going to bring down your political party. All right? Oh, no. Well, I'm so sorry I couldn't go live yesterday. I needed 24 hours off so I could heal my towel voice, but I'm with you all day today. We're going to get caught up on this crazy situation. We're going to talk about how Tater-Bug's a Tater-Bug and Steph's the Prime Minister of Canada. We're going to play some trivia shortly. I'm going to get my towel lunch. We're going to have a wonderful day, Noel, and we're thrilled you're here. Half the Democratic Party establishment in Massachusetts, you don't understand right now, they are running around like chickens with their head cut off, like, oh, fuck, like, he, totally fucked us. And I'm going to be like, it's not because you're Democrats, it's because you're fucking evil. All right, sorry for cussing. I'm in a mood. I told you I was going to be on one. Taterbug, is it okay if I'm on one? I'll try not to cuss more than 2 times an hour. Do you think the Blessed Mother will forgive me? I will try to go to confession. In short, Noel, we are great to have you with us today, and I will do my best to be an entertaining, also erudite, cogent, and informed little towel. As some of you know, this is a public information service in the style of the BBC. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide, and I can say that all from memory. Also, all those dates and times were from memory and correct. That should concern you. When I had a conversation one time with a very prominent national journalist and did that, they said, oh my God, this person knows all of this by heart. How is this by memory? How is this possible? And I said, I'm a little towel. Also, there's a lot of us. You should be concerned. We're like star children. We're going to come to inherit the earth. Anyway, so I'm a little towel. Thank you, Noel. Taterbug says I can cuss as much as I want. You heard it. Taterbug is the assistant to the Prime Minister of Canada. I can cuss as much as I want. Oh, I'm a happy little towel. The Democratic Party is probably not going to be pleased in Massachusetts, but, fuck your couch. If you really want to blame someone, okay, for why this all came out, blame Kate Peter, and blame Brian Tully, and by extension, Kate Peter. Blame Marty Kraft a little bit. Blame Mary Alice Curley. I think that's it. Well, I guess you could blame Deb Goldberg and Nerys Camargo and Cedric Sinclair a little bit. But if you want to blame anyone, and Sean Collins, blame them. Don't blame me. I'm a towel. Why would you blame a towel? What did I ever do to anyone? I'm just a little towel. Hello, Corey. It's great to see you. You got it, Allie. Listen, Allie, you don't understand. The government called me racist because I stumbled onto this before anyone else, and I'm incredulous about it. Well, I'm more just incredulous that Mary Alice was so disrespectful. What? What do you think? Just because I'm not Dan Adams and you can't go to my editor, that you're just going to smear me after you ban me from the press conferences? Well, you know what? Fuck your couch too, Mary Alice. How dare you? I am a respectable little towel who says fuck your couch from time to time out of incredulity. It's better than calling you a commie, to be fair. You don't ban me from the damn press conferences. That's the government. I was incredulous. They banned me because of the content of my legislative testimony. How dare you? I told you I would seek my juridical revenge. I didn't know I was going to be able to do it. I just said I would. How dare you? You caused this. You and Brian Tully. You two should have a meeting. The people who brought down the Democratic Establishment Club. Brian Tully, Mary Alice Curley, and then all the people around them. And Sean Collins. Don't take it personally. I didn't. I promise. I didn't take it personally. Okay, I took it a little bit personally. I took it personally. You insult... First of all, if you just insulted me, I don't really care, okay? But you insulted the integrity of my government. And then you really made me upset. And then I was like, I don't care if it takes 12 months, 24 months, 26 months, 50 months. I don't care if I'm 80. Didn't take that long. What is it, July of 2025? I've only been working on this since like first semester of law school, second semester, so like 2022. Well earned, little towel. Fuck them all. Well earned. How dare you insult Towel's integrity? And now, Mary Alice was not responsible for leaking Gattani's phone extraction, okay? Mary Alice now probably knows all about that. Now, but I'm not saying she was in any way involved with that. I'm just saying, in terms of things that pissed me off and led me to look into all of this, that governmental promulgation, and banning me from the press conferences, and then Brian Tully leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, I mean, they pissed me off pretty equally, all right? They really pissed me off. You don't understand how upset I was. I would go to bed at night fucking upset about it. And if I go to bed about something and I'm upset about it, not just for a day, not just for a week, not just for a month, but for years and years and years, oh, you're fucked. You're fucked like literally, if I'm remembering and upset about something every single night, then that means every waking moment I'm going to be finding out why this happened and how to stop it. So, anyway, my government and the vulnerable people. Why you got to do that to the vulnerable people? Just being vulnerable people, trying to get along, you're supposed to help. It's one thing if you don't want to help. I can't make you help. But you certainly are going to catch my ire if you hurt. Especially vulnerable people. I wouldn't have even cared that much about the CCC situation if vulnerable people weren't involved. That's where you fucked up. Wouldn't have been a big deal if it was just some kind of regulatory compliance issue. It was about what happened to the people who experienced what Cedric allegedly did. That's where you fucked up, Mary Alice. And Brian Tully, I think, knows why he fucked up because he's Brian Tully. And he knows what he did on April 24th, 2024. So, don't fuck with vulnerable people. What are you, some kind of chess-playing maniac? This is politics. Don't fuck with vulnerable people. Don't fuck with vulnerable people. Even if you get away with it for like a little bit, even if you have like Kate Peter and her trolls out there and Jason Broyles trying to distract people, DOJ will get you. Hope you didn't obstruct justice at all. Just hypothetically. I hope none of you obstructed justice in relation to any processes. Speaking very broadly. That wouldn't be good. Probably a paper trail. 6 degrees of Chewbacca. Block is hot. The block is hot and towel is on one. Would you consider playing the news? Oh, yes, I will play. Now, listen, Bossy Texas Chick, do not take me having missed your song comment as me missing the song comment. I was on one. My eyes were closed. Steph told me you have a song. I saw the comment. It was meant to be. I'll play it. But I also want to read my story first. But before I do that, I just want to continue to be on one because Tatabug said I could be on one. You don't understand. I love, metaphorically, hating the commies. I'm not saying anyone's a commie. Tatabug, as far as I know, no one involved in this is actually a communist. Imagine if I found out that someone involved in this was a communist. Now, Rachel Rollins does have the little red Hamas triangle on her Twitter profile. So I'm kind of a little bit like, that doesn't make her a communist, but it makes me go, like the little red triangle, I know what that is. That's what Hamas puts on their videos when they target Israeli soldiers with RPGs or tank fire and kill them. They put a little red dot to signify the kill. The little upside down red triangle. Do you think I was born yesterday? I am savvy in the internet, Rachel Rollins. Why do you have that on your profile? Do you understand Hamas is a proscribed terrorist organization? You are a former member of the United States government. Why do you have that on your profile? Okay, I'm not saying you're communist, but I'm not saying there's things worse than the damn commies, but that's pretty close. Right? Now, I understand the prescribed terrorist list can be a little ideological, right? We're not going to tell the people in Ireland that, but even they, I feel like would say the IRAs, went a little overboard, right? The new IRA in particular, But Hamas is on the list. So explain to me why you, former Madam U.S. Attorney, have an upside-down red triangle that I screenshotted on your Twitter profile. That's Hamas. Are you sympathetic to Hamas? Do you enjoy that Hamas uses that upside-down red triangle to signify the death of Jewish soldiers? Do you celebrate the death of Jewish soldiers? I'm just trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who put that on their profile are saying they celebrate the death of Jewish soldiers at the hands of Hamas, which is a prescribed terrorist organization. So I'm just a little baffled. You know what I'm saying? That part, if it's not quite communism. Taterbug might not yell at you for being a commie over that, but it's pretty bad. It's up there. It's concerning. It directly involved, like, it's not an aphorism. That red triangle signifies Hamas's propaganda videos where they indicate when Israeli soldiers die. So, I'm just saying that is a little weird. You might wonder, why are the Democrats, especially powerful ones, sympathizing with Hamas? Now, I'm not saying we need to start up another House Un-American Activities Committee. I don't need to get my gavel and be Congressman Towel. But we're getting there. All right? Now, Taterbug, I'm going to have to leave this one to you, dear friend. Should we put supporting Hamas up there with supporting the commies? You know what I'm saying? Now, Taterbug, exactly, Peggy, we don't like the damn commies. Down with the damn commies. I agree, Francesca. But now, Taterbug is the person I trust on this because Taterbug hates the commies. Now, all of you hate the commies, but Taterbug really hates the commies. So, Steph, you can weigh in too. Can we equate the upside-down red triangle, in its context as I've explicated it, with being a commie? It's not actually being a commie, but is it as bad morally as being a commie? I'm going to go with yes. Taterbug has said yes. That's it. That's it. That's it. We have the decision. It is as bad as being a commie. Taterbug, we're going to Congress. Mr. Towel and Mrs. Taterbug go to Washington. We're getting the damn commies and the Hamas supporters. Someone get me a van. Well, I could take a plane. Taterbug, do you fly? We can use a plane. Air Towel is departing. All right, here's my story that I wrote. Because I'm a little towel. You ready to hear my story? No. Per sources, former MA Cannabis Executive Director Sean P. Collins, who untagged himself, or he doesn't have a Twitter anymore. Either way, if you're going to untag yourself, Sean, I mean, come on. I'm a little towel. Either he can't be tagged because it's private, or he untagged himself. I don't care either way. I'm a little towel. You are a former government official. I'm petitioning the government for redress of my grievances. I have grievances. I'm a towel. I'm a towel with grievances. Do you understand? I am a towel. I have grievances, and I want to petition my government for redress of my grievances. Okay? Towel, grievances, petition government, redress of grievances. Towel has grievances. Towel shall petition his government for the redress of his grievances. You are the government, or were. I'm petitioning you for redress of my grievances. I have grievances. I'm a towel. Are we clear? Are we all on the same page? I think it's pretty clear. I have grievances, and I'm a towel. Now, some of you may be saying to yourself, yes, no, it's very clear. All of those things are very clear. You have grievances. You are a towel. You want to petition the government for redress of your grievances. Well, okay, as long as we're all on the same page, all right? Taterbug, thank you for joining me in petitioning the government for redress of my grievances. Per sources, former MA Cannabis Executive Director Sean P. Collins tried to unilaterally hand the position of CCC Investigations and Enforcement Chief to Rachel Rollins before Rollins became Suffolk DA and eventually the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. Rollins and Collins both have, that rhymes. Rollins and Collins both have a little iambic pentameter. Rollins and Collins both have a link to Mass Treasurer Deborah Goldberg. Collins was Goldberg's deputy before heading to the CCC, and Rollins was appointed to at least one state board by Goldberg during that time period. And an out-of-context leak related to a federal probe of the CCC in 2023 may be part of an ongoing federal investigation into the weaponization of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston by Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy from 2022 until 2024. Wow, that's really well written. I wrote that. I'm a little towel. In that context, former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, who was referred for criminal prosecution by the Justice OIG in 2022 for lying about Rollins' weaponization of the DOJ to interfere in a DA primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo, is now subject to a bar discipline proceeding that commenced in June of 2025. Which is a little weird, because I thought Rachel Rollins has been the president of Mass Bay. Am I right about that? Maybe UMass Boston. She's been the head of a university or something for 2 years after getting out of the U.S. Attorney's Office. So what do you mean you got a bar discipline complaint? It started right at when all this stuff about the juror leaks came out. Wonder if the feds referred Rachel Rollins for a bar discipline complaint. Get him, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, if that's the case. David Yannetti, Karen Reed's lawyer, was also a member of Rollins' transition team when Rollins became Suffolk DA. That's true. David Yannetti was on Rachel Rollins' transition team. Who got it? It was Dave Cullinane. Dave Cullinane's a boss. One time, Nurse Kim was making fun of Dave because Dave kind of, I don't know. I don't think Dave flip-flops. I don't think people give Dave Cullinane enough credit. He doesn't flip-flop. He would be a good student of Charles William Wiley. Dave knows how to amalgamate new information into one's perspective, regardless as to what one believes at that moment. And that is why Dave goes back and forth, and Dave tweets a lot of funny things. But Dave Cullinane, throughout all of this, is probably the only person other than Kirk Minahan who has seen the whole picture. Like, Turtle Boy was on Kirk Minahan's podcast in the summer of 2023 denying that the Sandra Birchmore murder was a cover-up. And I saw the interview, and I saw Kirk look at him like, what? And I saw Dave, who had done a good podcast. I think Dave was part of season 2 of Kirk's podcast about the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, which is really, really good. I encourage people to listen to it. I think Dave had a similar reaction. I don't remember. I think that was probably what led Dave to kind of poke around, because Dave Cullinane was the one who found Rachel Rollins and David Yannetti's connection. And I don't think, Dave, that shows, Dave's impartiality in all this, because Dave Cullinane could have just not reported that. He's the one who found that. I didn't find that. Dave Cullinane found the email where Rachel Rollins emailed a bunch of people on her transition team, and David Yannetti's email was on there. If he didn't find that, the big piece of this wouldn't have been put together. So I don't know how people feel, and Nurse Kim, jokes with him a little bit. Nurse Kim will be like, Dave Cullinane changed his perspective again. I'm not sure if he's going to declare himself a towel, like a towel in training by the end of the day, or double down on his pro-Karen Reed stance within 24 hours. But my point is, through that noise, because I don't know, they're very funny. If you watch Nurse Kim or Dave Cullinane interact, or you watch that group of people, they are hilarious. If you can't laugh with them, then something's wrong with you. Because regardless of their views on a given topic, they're all hilarious. And especially the way they do social media, that's what I read sometimes just to laugh because things are so outrageous. That is how I decompress. All right, so they're hilarious. Anyway. David Yannetti, Karen Reed's lawyer, was also a member of Rollins' transition team when Rollins became Suffolk DA, adding further intrigue behind a mysterious November 2022 meeting between Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Rollins' then first assistant, Josh Levy, at the Moakley Courthouse in Boston. That's where the DOJ's offices are. Strangely, Rollins was also talking to infamous blogger Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, dating back to a 2020 Senate primary between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey. Rollins and Kearney communicated directly for the purposes of sending a Republican spoiler candidate, Rayla Campbell, with 3 L's, not I think it only has 2, to Kennedy Jr. events for Markey's benefit. In recent weeks, Rollins has also appeared on social media with posts praising the Outcast blogger. Interestingly, Collins was previously accused of engaging in a similar attempt at nepotism and patronage related to now discharged CCC communications chief Cedric Sinclair. Sinclair was eventually removed from the agency due to alleged abuse of 4 female staff members, per reporting on this feed and WBUR. If Collins was aware of the abuse allegations at the time and attempted to unilaterally hand the position of agency executive director to Sinclair in the lead up to Collins' departure from the CCC in the summer of 2023, remains unclear. Read more about the allegations against Sinclair here from 2023, and then WBUR caught it like 6 months later. I'm going to read you one of my articles about Sinclair. Regarding Nurse Kim, sometimes we just need to laugh. Too true, Tanya. Like I said, sometimes laughing is medicine. All right, so let's take a look at this little story that Little Towel wrote, because I'm Little Towel. All right. So I wrote this story about Cedric Sinclair in the December of 2023. And this is why I hope the feds get onto all of this, because some of this shit is really fucked up. And that's my analytical news towel analysis. It's fucked up shit. I don't know what to tell you. It's one of the most fucked up stories I've ever covered. The only thing that comes close to it in terms of how fucked up all this shit is what happened to Lindsay Gattani. And I'm sympathetic to all the people on all sides of this, but what happened with the CCC was like up there. Like, I think Lindsay Gattani probably experienced the most horrifying treatment by the government and other people, but in particular by the government. But just read what happened to some of these women. So here's how again, this was right like after, probably 6 months after all the shit started going down with Sean Collins and the CCC. This was right in the mix of all that. Breaking news, I said at the time. It was December 12th, 2023. Yes, in the middle of finals at 3:30 p.m. Then I updated it December 12th, the next day at 5 a.m. Breaking news. Abuse, retaliation, broken confidentiality agreements, and cover-ups. A former Cannabis Control Commission staffer goes on the record about currently suspended Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair to allege a long-standing pattern of misconduct. And remember, this is what Collins was alleged to have tried to help cover up. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, time. Editor's note. All parties mentioned are presumed innocent, not responsible, or not liable, as the case may be. The government official quoted in this story was granted anonymity to discuss their experiences within the CCC in light of ongoing concerns about retaliation, CR. Quote, this is how the article starts. I don't understand how someone like Cedric Sinclair can have so many complaints against them by black and brown women specifically, and yet leadership continues to promote him and put him in positions of authority. A former high-ranking Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission CCC staffer told me in an exclusive interview on Monday afternoon. Chief Communications Officer Sinclair, as noted on this feed early last week, was reportedly recently suspended by new CCC interim executive director Debbie Hilton Creek amid serious allegations of misconduct. CCC HR director Justin Schrader was also suspended per my sources and then resigned. That development followed just weeks after I reported that Sinclair threatened to burn the agency to the ground if a newly created position of deputy executive director was posted for public application. Interestingly, the former CCC official I spoke to on Monday said that when Sinclair was promoted to the position of Chief Communications Officer in recent years, they did not see that position posted for either internal or public application. Now, let's take a look at this and then resigned. Actually, no, let's take a look. This was my first ever report on Sinclair. I think this was in, oh goodness, wasn't this September of 2023? When October of 2023, I might have actually, like, once the liberals got out of the DOJ, they may have actually found, the new GOP may have found some of this reporting, because it does tie in. So this is how it all started, folks, okay? New, exclusive. I will burn this agency to the ground. Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission staff, allegedly with the support from State Treasurer Deb Goldberg, threatened to destroy the agency if a newly created position of Deputy Executive Director was posted for public application, say sources. In a tale worthy of a Hollywood screenplay, a series of overlapping concentric socio-political circles have centralized control of one of Massachusetts' most powerful regulatory bodies, according to insiders. So there you go. You can see published October 8th, updated October 9th, 2023. On January 12th, 2023, a relatively innocuous 7-hour meeting of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission concluded with a discussion as to the creation of a new Deputy Executive Director position within the agency. Time stamped 6 hours, 20 minutes, 30 seconds in the linked video. Now, new details are emerging from within the commission which frame that conversation as the epicenter of an effort by CCC staff aligned with State Treasurer Deb Goldberg to maintain their control over the multi-billion-dollar regulatory juggernaut. Over the next several months following that initial discussion, my sources say that 20-minute conversation between CCC Executive Director Sean Collins and the agency's 5 appointed commissioners would become a flashpoint in an all-out internal war now gripping the front pages of newspapers statewide on a weekly basis, albeit with very little clarity for members of the public. In particular, say those sources, current agency Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair issued a threat to colleagues that the agency would, quote, burn down if that position of Deputy Executive Director was posted for public application, despite assurances to commissioners by Collins during the January 2023 public meeting that the position would be posted on mass.gov. In September of 2023, I reported that Executive Director Collins faced pushback internally over his attempts to unilaterally hire Sinclair for the role following at least 2 serious allegations of misconduct. Of note, the agency denies the allegations and alleged this reporter was racist for covering the story. Now, I am able to report that, per sources familiar with the matter, Mr. Sinclair was the subject of at least 4 internal complaints from 4 different CCC staffers, and that, as of publication, 3 of those staffers no longer work with the agency. The identity of a 4th staffer, who alleged extensive suffering as the result of Mr. Sinclair's behavior and remains with the agency, is known to this reporter, but I am withholding that information to protect the individual's safety in light of current ongoing developments. In the wake of those chaotic soft power political battles, many observers have pointed out that lay scattered the reputational remains of an agency once renowned for its interactional prowess with the media and government stakeholders alike. To give some sense as to how far these relations have fallen, a powerful group of lawmakers issued a letter in September calling for a Beacon Hill oversight hearing into the beleaguered commission. Oh, how naive we were to think just an oversight hearing was going to happen all those years ago. The suspension of CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien by State Treasurer Deb Goldberg, a shocking lawsuit filed by O'Brien in Suffolk Superior Court just weeks ago that resulted from that suspension, reports of wide-ranging misconduct by CCC staff towards commissioners, licensees, and agency personnel alike, a request by multiple state lawmakers for an oversight hearing into the regulatory giant, allegations of regulatory staff retaliating against operators and journalists who are critical of the agency in public, and a decision to allow sex offenders to work in the state's regulated market have led to a cacophonous crescendo of concern. I forgot about that! Damn it, Ava! Damn it, Ava! That was all Ava Concepcion. She was like, I want sex offenders to be able to deliver cannabis to people's homes. Well, fuck you too! Sorry. I needed to let that out. It's been a few years. Please forgive me. I'm a little down. From Beacon Hill to the inner sanctums of the Commonwealth's 4th Estate, and everywhere in between, a single discursive theme emerges onto the historical scene. Nice iambic pentameter there. Internal rhyme scheme. What the hell is going on with the Cannabis Control Commission? Now, after speaking with multiple sources in and around state government, some details are beginning to emerge that, in context, may explain the green wall of silence currently enveloping a once promising industry. Now, this is in the form of a question. Why did Assistant Treasurer and former interim CCC Chair Sarah Kim go to Sean Collins' wedding? While the Cannabis Control Commission ostensibly has 3 appointing authorities, the state's governor, attorney general, and treasurer, my sources tell me the treasurer's office particularly has had extensive involvement with Executive Director Collins over the past 5 years. As Treasurer Goldberg controls the appointment of the CCC chairperson, and because the Executive Director has a substantial degree of delegated authority, I'm the one person you must all work through, Collins told commissioners at one public meeting, concerns have echoed within policy circles for years that Goldberg's office was, in effect, running the CCC unilaterally vis-a-vis Executive Director Collins. Of note, the original, it actually was under the governor. it proposed the governor as unitary authority, but the treasurer wanted to be involved. No, you know what it was? It was that the governor was proposed and the treasurer was proposed, and I think they settled on the governor. It's a convoluted political battle over who was going to get the appointment authority. In some sense, Collins' close connection to Goldberg is no secret. When Collins was hired to the position of CCC executive director in October of 2017, the State House News Service reported that Collins was then serving as an assistant treasurer who had been Treasurer Deborah Goldberg's point person on pot for the last 2 years. But, say my sources, Collins is also close to current Assistant Treasurer Sarah Kim. Kim infamously served as the interim chair of the CCC after Steve Hoffman abruptly stepped down in April of 2022. I forgot about that part. Of note, CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien alleged in a recent lawsuit that Collins' executive assistant bragged about taking out Hoffman and that CCC staff have a playbook to remove commissioners who attempt to reform the agency's internal culture. And then, correction, I'm comfortable reporting that Kim did not attend the wedding of Collins, and serves as but she did serve as the primary point of contact between the executive director, the treasurer's office, and commissioners, according to my sources. Further, say those sources, it was Assistant Treasurer Sarah Kim who intervened when the position of Deputy Executive Director was to be posted for public application. My sources describe, but I was never able to confirm, a furious Kim, a direct report to Treasurer Goldberg, and now someone I think nominated for a judgeship. Shows you, sometimes to call it out, you have to just be willing to say, listen, I understand how powerful these people are. Whose intervention followed shortly after Sinclair's reported threat to burn down the agency if the position were to be posted publicly. And then part 2. Attempts to unilaterally hire CCO Cedric Sinclair as Deputy Executive Director, tearing CCC apart, say sources. Fundamentally, say sources close to the situation, the current chaos at the CCC comes down to Mr. Sinclair. Executive Director Collins, per my previously reporting, has been seeking to leave the agency dating back to early 2023. Collins even applied for a job at a high-power industry consulting firm during that time, say my sources, although he did not get the position, and has been planning for a December 2023 departure date since that time, and that's when he left. In the midst of that transition, however, a conflagration engulfed the agency in late July of 2023 when Chair Shannon O'Brien announced to the public that Collins had delayed a request to take family leave in May of 2023, only to then, with as little as 5 days' notice, inform O'Brien that Collins would be taking family leave as soon as August of 2023, with the intention of departing the commission soon thereafter in December of 2023. Interestingly, according to the State House News Service, when Mr. Collins was temporarily out of office in late July and early August of 2023, it was Mr. Sinclair, the Chief Communications Officer, who was one of the 4 individuals that took charge of Mr. Collins' day-to-day authority over the CCC. Said a commission spokesperson at the time, speaking to the news service, the executive director has not resigned and continues to serve in his current role. However, he is temporarily out of the office, and the agency does not discuss personnel matters publicly. Consistent with standard procedures, when the executive director is absent, the chief operations officer, acting chief people officer, chief of IE and investigations of enforcement, and the chief communications officer are delegated to manage the administrative affairs of the agency. Over the month of August, little to no agency comment was provided as to Collins' status, other than a statement provided to the State House News Service. It should be noted that, simultaneous to these developments, this reporter was banned from sending media inquiries to CCC press staff. Then, without warning, Collins suddenly reappeared in public in late August at a Worcester area industry conference. News first reported on this feed and went on to give an interview to the news service indicating his intent to remain at the agency for the time being. I remain the executive director as of today, he told the outlet in early September. It's certainly a job I enjoy quite a bit. It's a very stimulating job, a lot of novel issues. The issues continue to evolve on a pretty regular basis, so sometimes I still get a lot of energy from it, said Collins. When the news service asked Collins about Chair O'Brien's announcement at the July 28th meeting about his plans to leave at the end of calendar 2023 year, he said, that would be something I'd want to talk about with the commission as a whole. Again, I think making sure there's a plan in place for secession is important. It's something that commissioners have raised in public meetings throughout the last year, the executive director said. At this point, there's no concrete plans for the end of the year. Really? He ended up leaving December 2023. That word secession plan also came up at the January 2023 public meeting of the CCC. During a colloquy between Director Collins and commissioners, Collins said of the Deputy Executive Director post, this role also fits with another theme around succession planning and making sure that delegation is possible and that things don't depend on any one specific person. Obviously, the role of Deputy Executive Director would be selfishly helpful to me, said Collins at the January 2023 meeting. Perhaps Mr. Collins let on more than he should have in those moments, and it is now hard to ignore the subtext of a conversation that, in time, has come to take on layers of unspoken tension. I'm loath to keep generating long answers because it might generate additional questions, said a prescient Collins during the conversation. Interestingly, after Collins made that statement at the January 2023 meeting, Commissioner Bruce Stebbins asked the ED about why a proposed role description for the Deputy ED included a heavy emphasis on communicating the Commission's perspective to the public, government officials, and other stakeholders. That, said Stebbins to me, envisions a job that is touching or potentially including the Communications Department and their government policy work. So help me understand that, asked Stebbins sternly. I wish you hadn't used the word intrude, because that is obviously a perspective that might be adopted by some, came the reply from a somewhat shaken Collins, obviously aware that Mr. Sinclair is the agency's chief communications officer. So what do I think is going on here? Analysis. Cedric Sinclair, Sean Collins, Sarah Kim, Deb Goldberg, Grace O'Day. These are names and faces we will all come to know over the coming months as the matter of suspended CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien plays out, and as the confusing departure of former CCC Chair Steve Hoffman becomes more clear. As of now, all we know for sure is that O'Brien agreed to delay a previously scheduled court hearing last week, this from 2023, on a motion to force Goldberg to reinstate O'Brien to her position as CCC Chair. And that eventually led to a 2-year administrative hearing process. We also know that an internal report on O'Brien produced by an outside law firm at the behest of the CCC staff and at least one commissioner is expected to be released at some point soon. That was a smear. The real report that Goldberg ended up doing and what came out just the past 2 days was the bombshell. What that report will say and when it will be released is not clear, and this is how they took O'Brien out. However, sources familiar with the matter tell me that the report will allege that O'Brien quoted a local nonprofit leader as to an equity fund being proposed in the state. The local nonprofit leader, in a quote relayed by Chair O'Brien to a member of CCC staff, said that the proposed equity fund would be aimed at helping black, brown, and yellow entrepreneurs seeking to enter the industry. Because O'Brien used the term yellow when relaying the quote, the original quote, I am told, used the term, a formal complaint was filed against the chair. My sources say the complaint was filed by another CCC commissioner who was not present at the time the quote was relayed to the staffer. On Friday of this week, while speaking on Boston Public Radio with hosts Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell confirmed that O'Brien will be provided that 11/7/23 administrative hearing and that Goldberg was being represented by the AG in O'Brien's civil lawsuit. I asked the question. However, behind the scenes, my sources are reporting further details that are not yet public. Last week, I reported for the first time publicly that former CCC Chair Steve Hoffman was forced to step down from his position in April of 2022 after placing his hand on the shoulder of a fellow commissioner who in turn filed a sexual harassment complaint. That, however, was an incomplete picture. It was Mr. Collins' assistant who made that complaint about Hoffman, say my sources. I am told, although the details are murky, that there are ongoing proceedings of some kind involving Hoffman and his departure from the agency. One firm detail alleged in O'Brien's complaint is that an unnamed executive assistant to Collins apparently bragged outside the agency about, quote, taking out Hoffman sometime after April of 2022. Per public records, Collins' executive assistant during the relevant time period was commission official Grace O'Day. O'Day, and she should not have left her LinkedIn public, I don't know why she did this, O'Day, in a self-described cryptic, albeit quite public, social media post from August of 2023, spoke of unidentified challenges surrounding the behavior of one person. Quote, it's particularly hard for me to remind myself right now of the fact that everything will ultimately work out and that I will only continue to suffer if I let the behavior of any one person allow me to abandon those beliefs, even temporarily, O'Day's post explained. Part of my driving ethos include throwing the full weight of my capabilities into any job I do, no matter how material, how menial or insignificant it may seem, belief in the idea that another person's behavior should not affect my ability to be professional, compassionate, or level-headed, that doing the right or fair or moral thing for the sake of standing on my principles will always work out, and that all people are generally good, despite sometimes being real problems. She used a word that starts with D. The post went on to say, A number of high-ranking agency staff engaged with the public post in question, and that, to some degree, is a microcosm of the entire problem here. This agency, in a trend that is reflected throughout state government, is hostile to transparency, slow to provide context on serious matters of public concern, and quick to attack those seeking answers, despite clear indications that staff know more than they are letting on. That, in turn, creates a hostile media apparatus forced to rely on anonymous sources, social media posts, and extensive knowledge of agency operations in order to piece together some semblance of truth for our readers. To that point, in the 1970s, as this nation grappled with the turmoil surrounding the Vietnam War, a lawyer for the Washington Post, William Glendon, stood before the highest court in the land and made the following argument in defense of providing the public access to sensitive wartime documents. Quote, I think perhaps the government may forget that the interests of the United States are the people's interests, and what you, the court, are weighing here is the people's right to know, began Glendon. And that may be an abstraction, he went on, but it's one that's kept this country and made it great for some 200 years. The Cannabis Control Commission would be well served to remember that they are not a wartime government department, nor an omnipotent paternalistic power delegated to pre-digest information kept from the public for months, if not years, on end. All agencies of government, in theory and in practice, yes, that was an intentional reference to Kant, are nothing more than an extension of the ebbs and flows of our increasingly distempered, if not alienated, popular will. And for the Cannabis Control Commission, as things stand, truthful answers may be the only panacea. As the Commission has begun to ban members of the press from sending inquiries to their communications team, myself being the primary example, I was unable to obtain a comment from the CCC as to this continuing series of allegations. All right. Murder by Maestro, if you missed the news this morning, Rachel Rollins has a connection to the former executive director of the Cannabis Control Commission, and Towel is on one. If you want to rise up and hate the damn commies and the damn Hamas, this is the place to be. All right? We don't like the damn commies, according to Databug, and we don't like people who support Hamas. We love America. We can love Denmark. We can love Holland. We can love the UK and Germany and France and Italy. But we love America and Canada. But we love America. Steph is the Prime Minister of Canada. Her boyfriend is the first mate, and Taterbug is now the assistant to the Canadian Prime Minister. In short, Murder by Maestro, you came in a little bit late. Refer to Steph as the Prime Minister of Canada and just go along with it. Now, I have to go back to the point, which was, I want to read this story, which is, I was just telling you about the story where I said Sinclair threatened to burn down the agency. Now, we can see that there's also allegations that, as if that series of events were not intense enough, news then followed about the shocking allegation revealed in recent weeks by currently suspended CCC Chair O'Brien in a lawsuit seeking reinstatement to her position. CCC, by the way, that's like literally in the news right now. I was reporting on it like 2 years ago. Trust me, every colleague in the news calls me when they have questions about this. I am the person who knows everything about this case, and now it ties into the federal leaking by Rollins. This is fucking incredible. I'm a little towel. CCC staffers, including former HR Chief Justin Schrader, former CEO, Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair, and former ED Sean Collins, says O'Brien worked with at least one CCC commissioner, Nerys Camargo, to take out O'Brien with a pretextual smear in retaliation for O'Brien's attempts to reform the agency internally. Now, more historical information is emerging from within the CCC that casts Sinclair's recent alleged behavior towards members of staff and the commissioner as but a series in a larger pattern of conduct, and seemingly lends further credence to O'Brien's allegations, including attempts by Sinclair to manipulate the CCC's internal hiring process, Sinclair breaking internal confidentiality during meetings, and conduct by Sinclair that sends staff into panic attacks. A look inside the CCC, a notoriously taciturn agency of state government, is rare indeed. But this interview, the first in a series of coverage over the coming weeks, took things to a new level. Quote, I made then Executive Director Sean Collins aware. I made Human Resources aware. I asked to file a formal complaint. I made Commissioner Concepcion aware. I made Commissioner Camargo aware, and I got no support, said the former high-ranking agency official. Section 1, the abuse. Note, this section is told in the style of a narrative, and all quotes are direct. Quote, "It was honestly heartbreaking and disappointing. It was my dream to work in the X department. It was a challenge for me to be pushed out of that position and to see my processor pushed out of their position, all because of one individual, Cedric, and the leadership who was enabling him. Quote, we had a 2-year plan for my department, marketing, communications, what we wanted outreach to look like. Cedric sandbagged us at every turn he could, and that's where the abuse started," the former CCC official told me. Specifically, the official said, quote, "Cedric said some things that made me uncomfortable. He said he was uncomfortable with working under specific people, and they were all women. I saw a lot of, quote, I saw a lot of misogyny against myself and X, gaslighting us, saying we didn't send things in or not aware it was a priority," the source continued. Quote, "The breaking point for me was a virtual one-on-one meeting with Cedric. He stated that I had not sent him any work for the past few months, but I had created months and months of timelines and documented all of my work for my department. Quote, he told me he never had received any of that work, that I wasn't organized, and that I wasn't prepared. He told me he wouldn't meet the deadlines because I hadn't sent him the work, but I had done so. Quote, I then had a panic attack in the meeting with Cedric, and he shut me down. I told him as much, and I told him I would need to speak with other members of leadership. Quote, I reached out to our HR at the time, who was Erica White, and then our ED, Sean Collins, because I wanted to talk about this. Quote, the next day I had another meeting with Cedric, and I told him the panic attack felt like a hostile environment, and it wasn't professional, and it was embarrassing. Quote, then Cedric told me that his wife was in the room, and she was in the meeting, and she could hear me having a panic attack. Quote, I told him it was entirely not okay for his wife to be in the same room as us when we're having meetings because the work we do is confidential. Quote, I then met with HR and Sean and told them what happened. Both told me they understood and wanted me to succeed, but they didn't do anything. They didn't help me, support me, or back me up. They didn't review the work in question or my documentation as to ensuring the X department would thrive over the next 3 years. Then, I needed to take a month of medical leave because of what was happening at work with Cedric. Constant gaslighting and manipulation and abuse from Cedric was commonplace. Even though the CCC knew my return date, when I tried to come back from medical leave, they made it impossible to do so. My accounts, my computer, etc. were not working, and after 4 days of stress, I gave up and moved on. When Nerys Camargo and Ava Concepcion came on as commissioners, I spoke with both of them, and I was really hoping they would help me. I knew they were both great advocates and organizers, but for me, they weren't there. Camargo wanted to teach me how to play the game, but this wasn't a game to me, and I didn't want to treat it that way. By the way, Camargo has a connection to Sinclair. Nerys Camargo is this relatively powerful player in Democratic politics. Just quit early as a commissioner of the CCC. And she knows a guy named Tito Jackson, who's a license applicant. How do I know she knows him? She kept recusing from his license votes without explaining why. That's sketch as fuck. Tito Jackson ran for mayor in 2014, and guess who was his communications chief? Cedric Sinclair. All right? Feds could bring down half the Democratic Party establishment if they want. How much? I don't even want to think about. Listen, every CCC contract that went to Tito that Nerys was involved with has to be reviewed. Every single one. Okay? The Lori Daybell sentencing is at 12. We are going to take it live. 30 minutes. But by the way, I'm telling you, it's so interconnected. It's all Democratic Party politics. It's so interconnected. And it's this very specific part of the Democratic Party. And it's like the power brokers, you know, the masters of the universe, in this state specifically. Meanwhile, I'm a little towel. Ava Concepcion had nothing for me. It was almost like she didn't believe me. She went to Cedric, and it felt like she resolved it directly with Cedric, and my complaint went nowhere. I did not feel like she was receptive to me at all. That single-handedly made me never want to talk to Ava Concepcion ever again. I don't think she wants to talk to me either, frankly. We both went to the same school. I don't think she wants, like, she way before me, but I don't think she wants to talk to me. That one line single-handedly made me never want to speak to her again. You know how disgusting that is? Those are people that you are entrusted to protect. They can't go anywhere. They have NDAs. They're working for the government. They only have you. And you squash it, you catch and kill it internally? Book him, Dano. Then it gets worse. It gets worse. I'm telling you, when I'm on something, I'm on it. I get so committed to it. I hate when vulnerable people get taken advantage of. Murder by Maestro, are you behaving? I think Murder by Maestro is behaving. As long as Murder by Maestro is behaving, everybody's fine. All right, here we go. Murder by Maestro, I'm sorry I didn't have time to look at your DMs. This was quite a morning. Towels on one. Taterbug said I could be on one, so I'm on one. The cover-up, part 2. Section 2. Call me Hunter S. Thompson towel. Call me Walt Whitman towel. Some of those lines in that last piece were really good. I forgot I wrote those. I was like Little Wayne when he got reminded about some of his lines. He was like, I wrote that? The guy was like, yeah. Wayne was like, oh my God. It's like Bob Dylan when he's like, sometimes when you write it, that's magic. I can't replicate that. I can't replicate the times they are a-changing. I can't replicate a hard rains are going to fall. He was a great poet. But he would say, I can't replicate it. I cannot just do it. That's how I feel when I read my words. I'm like, what the fuck, Grant? How did you fucking write that? What were you reading at the time that inspired you to use those phrases? That's incredible. I love it. Like, how did you do that? That I can't, and it's so me too. Like, you can tell when I have an editor that checks for consistency and stuff, but always like makes me double check and is always like on me about like spelling and things like that. But you can tell that's so raw. That's such my voice. Like when I'm writing like a post nowadays, I have so much else going on that I can't express my whole being in a piece. Back then, I used to put my everything into every piece. Like my whole brain went into every piece. And I look back at it and I'm like, that's magic. How did you do that? Where do those words come from? I want to be able to do that. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I did that. And that's why it's so natural for me to read it. Because I'm like, that's me. I'm a little towel. I wrote that. I can't believe I did that. Oh my God. And then I'm like, wait a minute. That just means I could do that. Oh, okay. I'll just do that all the time. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. Just, I don't know how to express it. Sometimes I want to use my muse. Sometimes I just want to be a little towel. It's the only way I know how to explain what it feels like to have this realization. I'm a little towel. Quote, the CCC. Now, this is where it parallels the O'Brien shit. All right? Quote, because with O'Brien, they did this. The CCC hired their own investigators to investigate themselves and ended up taking O'Brien out via that investigation. Okay, it should have been Collins and Sinclair and Mary Alice. No, leave Mary Alice there. Just make her enjoy all of this as it comes out. Make Mary Alice release the press release if somebody gets federally indicted. You don't understand how much vicarious enjoyment. You could call me Miss Havisham Towel on that day. Okay? Mary Alice having to, even a statement, even having to respond to the Globe with a no comment. Mary Alice having to respond, oh goodness, you don't understand. Just make her stay there forever. Give her $500,000 a year. Just make her stay there and have to respond to federal indictments about the CCC. Please, you don't understand. That's all I want from life. I just want to see Brian Tully get indicted for what he did with Lindsay Catani's phone and Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up. I want to see Kate Peter get federally indicted, too. For good measure. She's not a good person, in my opinion. Marty Kraft, I'm apathetic about. Jason Broyles, I want to see him get federally indicted. That would be nice. No, and the thing is, even if both of them cooperated, Tully and Kate and Broyles, I would still want him indicted. Even if they gave Tully up, I'd be like, fuck them. They're bad people, in my opinion. And who else do I want to see indicted? Just in my opinion. Listen, these are people that, in my opinion, I would like to see indicted. That doesn't mean they're going to be indicted. I just want to see them indicted. I think bad people should get indicted if they do bad things. Am I really off base here? I'm just a little towel. All right? But make Mary Alice write the press release, or at least respond to the comment. Please. Oh, please. You don't understand. That would be my Miss Havisham moment, okay? That I would be so happy. I would be a happy little towel. I'd be a happy little towel. Break me free from my prison. Break me free. Let me out into the world. I want to walk away from this mirror. Let me free. Let towel free. Free towel. Just like free Chloe Dog. I'm going to go run free in the fields with Chloe Dog and her little piggies, okay? Me, Chloe Dog, the little piggies, and some sheep. All right? We're all going to run in the fields. But yeah, I think I would like that. You know what I'm saying? Kate Peter. Yeah, Aiden. I think Aiden should get federally indicted, in my opinion. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind if Brian Tully got federally indicted. I wouldn't mind if John Fanning got federally indicted. Alan Jackson and Karen Reed, I kind of feel like they can get federally indicted, but I feel like they were just used by Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy, so they can cooperate, in my opinion. I don't really, I think Karen's, too much of a power player for her own good, but, I don't know. Let me talk to her for 4 hours. I bet I can figure out what's going on there. There's something going on there. It's not, there's more than meets the eye to that whole situation. I think she might have been intelligence, or her father was intelligence. Either way, there's more than meets the eye to that situation. I need 4 hours with her if I'm going to figure it out. Let's see, who else should get federally indicted? I think Morrissey could cooperate. I don't think he really needs to go down. What I heard generally, and I trust people in my circles, I heard generally from my sources that Michael Morrissey's fine and okay. It's just the people around him. So, I'm okay. I don't think it was him. I think it was more Tully. Frankly. I think it was more Tully. Who else well, there's some other people that I want to see federally indicted, but I can't comment on any of that right now. It's a very active situation, I suppose. I'm going to weigh this out a little bit. No, I don't think I want to talk about that. Not yet. And then there's one other element that makes me very pleased about all of this. Just very, very pleased. And I don't want to talk about that either. And you're not going to gaslight me into doing it. Okay, let's continue. The CCC supposedly hired counsel to investigate the complaints against Cedric. But that person, when they interviewed me, kept trying to tell me what I said wasn't what happened. That sounds like the CCC hiring counsel to suppress this complaint. Wonder who that counsel was. I wonder if they're going to get federally subpoenaed. I wonder if they already did. I don't know. I'm just, listen, I'm thinking out loud. I've been on this for 2.5 years. I get to have my moment in the sun. I'm taking my victory lap. You don't understand. I'm on one. Okay? So you're either going to be here for me being on one, or you're not. I'm not even reading the comments right now until we watch the sentencing and then play trivia later. Okay? I'm on one. Quote, it was the weirdest experience I had ever had. It was like the counsel was hired to defend the agency and not investigate the complaint. Wow. It's almost like when they did the opposite to O'Brien, it was to investigate the complaint and defend the agency against O'Brien and not the complaints against people in the agency. The former government official told me on Monday as to their attempts to hold Sinclair accountable. The questions were like, are you sure this is what happened? Because this is what Cedric said, and what you're saying didn't happen. They never followed up after that second interview ever again. In fact, did you get... hold on. My question is, did that counsel get state funds? Don't I have a right to know whether there was something up with my tax money? Now, listen, I'm just a citizen, a lonely citizen in Massachusetts, but I vote. I have representation in my government, and I want to know. I was thinking, do I technically... and I do. I even pay into the state on income that I already paid taxes on and now get back. So I paid double taxes. Well, no, not two at once. But I already paid taxes. And I pay taxes again. So I don't want to hear it. I have a vested interest in what money paid for that report, even if it's only like 7 cents. That's my 7 cents. In fact, the former staffer tells me they had to reach out to the CCC themselves in order to receive a written response to their formal complaint. That response, when it was eventually furnished, was terse and not forthcoming. The CCC never even provided me with the results of that investigation. Other than that, at my request, they told me that, quote, no policies were violated. Mind you, this man, Sinclair, was eventually suspended and then forced out. Only when Debbie Hilton Creek got there. Why? Because Debbie Hilton Creek is a boss. She should have more faith in herself. She's very smart. You just got to have confidence in yourself. That whole executive director shit was fucking crazy with Mr. Ahern. I think Mr. Ahern's all right, you know what I'm saying? Travis Ahern. I just think he got in the middle of a clusterfuck. And that whole thing with David Lakeman, that should be investigated by the Fed. Somebody should call David Lakeman. He's the one you want to talk to, in my opinion, if you're the Feds. He's the one who got fucked. He should have came in as the next executive director, but somebody sandbagged him. And I don't really understand why. I sense it was Ava Concepcion. I don't really understand. And I don't know why Debbie got involved with it, frankly. I'll never understand that. I think Debbie's a good person. Maybe because they were like, the politics of the CCC gets so weird. Debbie has like a muffin shop or something. I don't know Debbie Hilton Creek, but she has like a muffin shop, and they were starting to like go at her about the muffin shop, and I feel like that was a little bit of like blackmail. Like, if you don't go along with us on this, like picking the way, what they did was like a few months ago, maybe like 8 months ago, David Lakeman was supposed to come on as the executive director of the CCC, and he was a really good man. I think a lot of people wanted him for the position. But like they sandbagged him on the negotiations over salary after he was picked by the commissioners to be the executive director, the new executive director. Debbie Hilton Creek was the chief people officer who had been in the role of executive director on a temporary basis, interim basis, since Sean Collins left. And I'll tell you, they tried to sandbag Debbie in her interview for chief people officer as well. I'll tell you straight up, this agency was fucked 6 ways from Sunday. That when Debbie applied to be chief people officer, they royally fucked her. Okay, like she was the best candidate. She's former military, like 20. I think she was a Marine. I want to say she's definitely former military. She ran this giant organization with like military precision for like 20 years too. After she was military, she was very, very, very well qualified. So she goes for the interview, and I think what it was that Sinclair was doing the interviews or something, and Justin Schrader, who was the chief of HR, they wanted to slot him into the CPO role. He was already acting CPO. They wanted to make him chief people officer on a permanent basis. I think he was help covering up the stuff that went on with Sinclair and Sean. I don't really know. That's the vibe I got. When all this shit like went to hell, Schrader was the first one out of town. He bailed. He got suspended and resigned right away. Sinclair at least tried to fight it. But anyway, which tells me Schrader was just brought in sort of towards the end of this all. But so Schrader, I think they're the one they want to. He's the one they want to slot into the chief people officer position. Well, there's something weird because Debbie goes to do her interview, and they do the report of the interview. It's like commission staff interview the person, and then they report to the commissioners about the interview. Open meeting law or something. Or staff wanting to be subversive. And when they do the oral report about Debbie's interview, it's said to commissioners that Debbie said something disqualifying during the Zoom interview. And the commissioners, I know which commissioner asked this, I shall protect their privacy. One of the commissioners, who's still there, that's enough of a hint. I also want to say their gender. I think I've said who I've been told this person was. They didn't tell me, obviously, but it was Bruce Stebbins. Said to Cedric, or one of the people on the interview team, okay, Debbie said something disqualifying during her interview for chief people officer. Let me see it. I want to watch our policy as you record the interviews. I want to watch it. What did staff come back and say? We don't have the tape. The recording malfunctioned. But for the grace of God, and in this case, but for the grace of Bruce Stebbins, Debbie Hilton Creek would never have got that position because she would have been sandbagged. It was only because Bruce Stebbins came in and was like re-interview her that she got re-interviewed in a genuine, authentic way and got the position. Okay? When she got made executive director, I'll never forget the day, Nerys Camargo was clearly not told about that ahead of time, She wanted Cedric or Yao, the former head of chief of investigations and enforcement, Yao Jabiji. And I think the attorney, I've had a long-standing belief that day that Debbie Hilton Creek got appointed as executive director, Andrea Campbell called her appointee, who is Ava Concepcion, and said to her, enough with the bullshit, it's Debbie Hilton Creek. Because what I saw that day, and I watched Nerys Camargo get sandbagged, which I thought was great, I saw Ava Concepcion move a motion to make Debbie Hilton Creek executive director. I saw Kim Roy jump in and immediately second it, and then I saw Bruce Stebbins jump in and third it. There were only 4 commissioners there that day. O'Brien was suspended at the time. Camargo was like, well, you know, I was going to suggest Cedric or Yao, but then she realized what was happening, because she's smart politically, in my opinion, and was like, oh, they fucked me. And they did, and then they made Debbie Hilton Creek executive director. I thought that was the start of things really turning around at this agency, because I thought Debbie Hilton Creek would realize once she got in there, because she'd be able to talk to people, they tried to fuck her on the CPO thing, and so she'd be like, wow, this is some shit, like this runs deep. Now, what was her like first act when she got in there? She suspended Sinclair and Schrader. First day almost, when she became acting ED. And she suffered for it. I think that's why they got her in line, quote unquote. And then when they really didn't want David Lakeman for some reason. I can't figure out why they did not want David Lakeman, but that's what makes me be like, I think we should put David Lakeman in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Debbie, over the last year, Debbie Hilton Creek, she did a really good job, but I think she eventually succumbed to the powers that be within the commission, and it's because of the muffins. She must really love that muffin shop. I'll go to the muffin shop. I'll promote. I can't, like, she didn't ask me to promote it. I'll promote the damn muffin shop. Fuck the people who are going after the muffin shop. Fuck their couches. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them. So anyway, Debbie Hilton Creek was a really good reformer, and I think she would have been able to do it if not for this muffin shop. And I don't know why it came down to a muffin shop. I don't really understand why it came down to a muffin shop. She must love that damn muffin shop. Good for you. We all should have passions. I'm glad she likes muffins. Maybe they're really good muffins. I don't know. I've never been to a muffin shop. I don't plan on going anytime soon, but I don't think it should be used as leverage. The woman just likes muffins. Who cares if she likes muffins? All right, I like muffins. People like muffins. That shouldn't be used to influence the damn government. Fucking muffins. When I read them going after her and her muffins, I was like, you leave her muffins alone. You leave the muffins out of this. How dare you? You don't understand. I was really offended that they brought the muffins into it. It would be like bringing towels into a debate about towels. You're going to bring just these linens into the debate. You're going to bring muffins into this. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's how I felt about that. You leave that woman and her muffins the fuck alone. This is so absurd covering this agency. As last week, 2 weeks ago, they were talking about fucking Cape Cod potato chips for an hour and a half. I promise you, this is a ridiculous governmental body, and it oversees like $8 billion every 6 years in revenue. It's ridiculous. I promise you, it's as ridiculous as it sounds. What's not ridiculous is what happened to this victim. Survivor, we shall say. Of note, this former official's experience stands in stark contrast to the investigative approach outlined by O'Brien in court documents over recent weeks, an experience O'Brien claims was designed to insulate Sinclair and take out O'Brien. Quote, this has been an ongoing issue with Cedric since before 2020. Cedric's abuse hasn't just started, the former agency official told me. There were even instances where Cedric single-handedly prevented people from getting promoted, the official said. Interestingly, in early December, I reported that Hilton Creek, the CCC official who finally took action against Sinclair, was almost passed over for the position of chief people officer. That's true, in the summer of 2023. Oh, I'm a little towel. That effort to suppress Hilton Creek's application, say my sources, was done in an effort to hand the CPO position to Sinclair's ally, Justin Schrader, although the plan was thwarted by Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, according to those same sources. Hey, I'm a little towel. I have a good memory. Even more interestingly, at a public meeting on October 16, 2023, Camargo was the only commissioner to attempt to install Sinclair into the position of acting executive director, although Camargo eventually joined her 3 colleagues, Commissioner Stebbins, Kimberly Roy, and acting chair Concepcion, in voting to select Hilton Creek as the acting ED. Camargo appeared visibly surprised and taken aback when Hilton Creek was nominated and quickly unanimously endorsed by her 3 colleagues for the position of acting ED. In recent months, pressure on the commission has increased from all corners of the Commonwealth's government oversight apparatus. In September, state lawmakers called for a legislative oversight hearing into the CCC, citing a litany of concerns ranging from employee safety to O'Brien's suspension and its context to reported retaliation by the CCC against a journalist. And lawmakers literally included me in their letter. And earlier in December, you wouldn't imagine how upset Beacon Hill was that this government agency said that because I testified in front of the legislature, they were going to ban me from press conferences. I've never heard lawmakers openly cuss like that. They were like, they fucking did what? And then I got included in a legislative report. I'm like, that's me. I'm a little towel. Look at me in the legislative report being a little towel. You know, I'm a little towel. That's me in a legislative report. I'm a little towel. Not just me, my reporting, and the fact that I was targeted for petitioning the government for redress of my towel grievances. I'm a towel. Anyway, citing a litany of concerns ranging from employee safety to O'Brien's suspension and its context to reported retaliation by the CCC against a journalist. And earlier in December, I reported that staff of the agency are under investigation by the State Ethics Committee and the state's OIG, the Inspector General. The person who gave this interview was granted anonymity to discuss their experiences. Quote, Cedric has retaliated against me before. I don't want it to happen again, but I am ready to tell my story to make sure this behavior stops, they said, with a level of conviction reserved for only the bravest among us. As the commission has begun to ban members of the press from sending inquiries to their communications team, myself being the primary example, I was unable to obtain a comment from the CCC as to the serious series of allegations. Previously, the CCC denied the allegations directed at Sinclair and alleged I was racist for covering the story. Well, fuck you! How dare you, agency? You're not a towel. I'm a towel, though. And we are going to watch the Lori Daybell sentencing because I'm tired, and we'll do trivia after Lori Daybell. Bossy Texas Chick, if you are here, do you have a song for us that we can play before trivia after the Lori Daybell sentencing? I would like to do that. Hello, towel friends. I'm back in the chat. Okay, I'm here. I'm a towel. We're going to watch the Lori Daybell sentencing, and I would also like to see the Bossy Texas Chick song. I'm so sorry. I agree, Ruth. They worship Baphomet and all those other, whatever they, Baal and whatever the hell they call that devil. How dare you, devil? You stay away from me, devil. I don't believe in that stuff. All right. We're going to the law and crime coverage of the Lori Daybell sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm taking this at 12 o'clock, the top of the hour. My towel food is here. We are going to watch this sentencing together. Then we're going to play trivia afterwards as a way to decompress. This is the Lori Daybell sentencing hearing, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, the Lori Daybell sentencing hearing. We are waiting for it to begin. It is scheduled for 12 o'clock Eastern. We are going to take it live. We have the live coverage from Law and Crime. This is the court pool feed. As you can see, there's only a single court camera, so we have to take the pool feed, and that is what we will do. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning in. We had quite a morning talking about all sorts of complicated political discussions. We will now watch the Lori Daybell sentencing, and I'm going to look for Bossy Texas Chick's song for when we play trivia after the sentencing. Thank you very much for joining me. That was quite a morning. I am Grant Smith Ellis, and we are now going to turn to, as I mentioned, the Lori Daybell sentencing, scheduled to start in just 4 minutes. I believe this is not the first time Lori Daybell has been sentenced. I think this is the conspiracy charge. This was a horrifying case. This sentencing is the second, I believe, she's faced. The first was the actual, I believe it was deaths. It was a doomsday cult. And then this is the conspiracy case out of, Arizona. So there were multiple cases for Lori Daybell across a number of different counties, and we are going to be watching a number of different states, we are watching the second sentencing. I believe, please confirm if I'm wrong, it could be more. I believe this is the second sentencing for Lori Daybell. It could be like the fourth because this case has been going on across multiple jurisdictions, but I believe it is the second. As I mentioned, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Your towel comments are getting caught up. they buffer sometimes. I hold the comment feed from time to time to let them get caught up. And now it's getting buffered. So I'm going to see it's her third. Okay, thank you, Taterbug. The first was her kids, then Charles, and now Brandon. Thank you, Taterbug. It's her third sentencing. So we are watching Lori Daybell's third sentencing. It's scheduled to start in 3 minutes' time, 12 p.m. Eastern. Apparently, Vallow likes to side-eye Bossy Texas chick. Also, if we do have that trivia song, please drop a link. That's absolutely horrifying. Taterbug says Lori Daybell killed her kids, her ex-husband Charles, and this was an attempted murder of Brandon. All right, so it is not the guy. I thought it was the conspiracy case. It is the attempted murder of Brandon and Taterbug knows this case very well. She's a repeat, so she was a serial killer. This is disturbing, and this is another sentence. So we're going to watch the sentencing hearing. We're taking it at 12. And then we're going to play trivia after. So if you were tuning in because of the Daybell sentencing, that is what's about to start. We are 2 minutes from the commencement of that sentencing. I now want to watch this sentencing. I have not seen any of her sentencing. She sounds like a horrible person who killed a lot of people, like serial killer and her own children. Charles was so it is the conspiracy case. Got it. Her brother Alex, says Taterbug, is her co-conspirator. So we're going to take this sentencing live, and then we're going to play some trivia. And I am a towel. And I'm a little bit tired, but that's okay. I'm going to eat some towel food, and then we're going to watch this. This may be intense, but at least she's being held accountable. And as I mentioned, there's only a single pool feed, unlike some of our recent coverage where we have been able to get a couple different angles. We are at the mercy of the pool feed, and we will be sticking with the pool feed. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I talked a lot this morning. I had a lot to say. I agree with you, Bossy Texas chick. Oh, wow. So a lot of the channels are taking this. Court TV's taking, I'm just looking at the spread now on the feed. Court TV's taking it. East Idaho News is taking it. Wow, at least 3 different channels are taking it. I'm surprised that so many channels, I guess I'm not, but Law and Crime's taking it. Court TV's taking it. East Idaho News is taking it. Wonder if the AP is going to take it. Well, a lot of channels are picking it up. All right, so a lot of us are watching this. I feel comfortable staying with this for wall to wall. Every single channel is covering it, so we are going to cover it. And also, I would like to learn more about this case. Paula says when she sees a rainbow, she thinks of the judgment of God upon what was once a very awful worldwide cult that existed on Earth that thrived on the worship of the earth and the sky. Yeah, Paul, that's interesting. I mean, the pagans, I don't know. I think they got a little evil at one point, you know. Murder by Maestro says we should check Google Maps for the Waldorf School or Steiner School, and you'll see they're everywhere. Well, I went to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel once. That was scary. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. I appreciate you being with me. You are the best, Steph. Towel has not had a great week, a great month, but we're moving in a good direction, I hope. All right, folks, looks like the pool camera is steadying itself. I expect coverage to be starting up in the Lori Daybell trial, the sentencing. This is the conspiracy case with her brother related to the attempted murder of Brandon. We have a subject matter expert in the chat. It is Taterbug. All right, the camera's about to get ready. This is the first time I'll be watching a Daybell sentencing hearing. I'm going to take this wall to wall because every single channel is covering it, and I would like to learn about this a little bit. Thank you for your patience. It looks like they're just getting things into position. The court is expected into session right about now. Oh, I got the song. Thank you, Steph. As soon as we are done with the Daybell sentencing, I will be taking us to the towel song. It is from Bossy Texas Chick. But first, we're going to take this, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as it's ready, we're going to take it. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Taterbug's like, I'm an Taterbug, you are an expert in facts, my friend. Sorry, I burped. You are an expert in facts. Ladybug facts, Taterbug facts, case facts. But yes, it turns out this is 3 hours behind, so we're in Arizona. Thank you, Steph. We're going to watch it as soon as sentencing ends and we transition to trivia. This is Arizona, so it turns out it is actually 9 a.m. there, which explains why they are just getting started with the day. They are not immediately ready for court. Hello, Bunny. You got here just as the Lori Daybell conspiracy sentencing related to attempted murder begins in Arizona. So we are watching the pool feed. We're going to take the pool feed live. Other channels don't have any volume yet, but we're here and we are going to take the feed. Well, Taterbug, that's why you're such a trivia master. You have a lot of random knowledge just in your head. Also, I am a Taterbug. No, I'm not. I can't become a Taterbug. Taterbug is a Taterbug. I've said it before, ladies and gentlemen. Taterbug is a Taterbug. All right. So, the court is getting itself into session in Arizona. More and more people are tuning in to watch a image of the Great Seal of the state of Arizona. Personally, I've never been to Arizona. Oh, Taterbug, thank you. You make my brain smarter. Thank you, Bunny. I'm feeling a little better. I think 24 hours off was good. Whose father is a high satanic priest? This case? Murder by Maestro? That would not surprise me. This woman seems crazy. She killed children and other people. She's a serial killer. If her father was a high satanic priest, I would actually not be surprised at that at all. I don't know who Victoria Derbyshire is. This must be some kind of British thing. I'm not British. Taterbug is a Taterbug. Very good pun there. Bossy Texas Chick. It was the Hampstead case from London. I have not heard of it. I guess I'm somewhat familiar with it. I'm not really much of a towel. I am a towel, though. Okay. I would like the sentencing to begin so I can learn more about this case. As I mentioned, though, this is clearly not the only, I guess not that many people are watching the Great Seal of Idaho. About 10,000 people total are watching the Great Seal of the state of Idaho. So, if you're just kind of looking at the Great Seal of the state of Idaho and wondering what we're doing, the sentencing hearing should be starting right about now. I'm starting to hear the audio test, so stay with me. Okay. The court's about to come into session. Again, we're taking this in full. Taterbug's our resident expert if you have questions. I don't mean to impose this on Taterbug. Taterbug's a Taterbug, though, so ask Taterbug. All right, we're about to come into session, folks. I'll be here with you, but I'm eating lunch. Once sentencing is done, we'll be playing trivia. And, Friday trivia could go for hours, so if you're excited for trivia, if you like trivia, if you want to hear the trivia song, as soon as sentencing is over, we can do trivia. Okay? We'll do the Kohberger Ashley Banfield during watch along tomorrow or Monday, and then we'll get ready for the Murder by Maestro wishes it was Wendy Adelson's trial, the Donna Adelson trial coming up next month. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a little towel. We are indeed about ready to come into session. How I know this? Because the courtroom mic was just tested. I have the pool feed, and by listening to it, I can tell you we're about to come into session in the Lori Daybell sentencing in Arizona. Now, Taterbug, if you're just tuning in, is the resident expert, and for the next, I'm not sure how long this is going to go, for the next 20 minutes, an hour, whatever it may be, we will ask Taterbug questions about this complex case. Well, it's not really complex in the sense that we know who did it. It's just horrifying and involves some kind of cult. I'm not really sure what's going on with the whole cult thing. Personally, I think it's kind of scary. Oh, Murder by Maestro is talking about the Hampstead cover-up. Bunny, it's so sad, the Sandra Birchmore cover-up. And now you understand why so many people who get close to the Karen Reed investigators are like, oh, we don't want to talk about this. Okay, folks, the camera's getting ready. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. I don't control the camera. The camera's having some trouble right now. All right, the camera's really struggling right now. It's filming the wall. Okay. Okay, we understand. All right, come on now. That was a little bit disorientating. All right, I think we're about ready. Hold tight, folks. Murba Maestro, are you telling me that rockets are now satanic? Listen, if rockets are satanic, we're in trouble. Maybe we can watch a documentary on some of those cover-ups tomorrow during Watch Along. Let me put it on my towel list. The Franklin cover-up is one of the worst you've ever seen. But I want to learn more about this Hampstead cover-up. And then there was the Detro affair in Belgium. He was eating children. All right, Murba Maestro, we are not watching an interview where a man eats children. First of all, why is that footage out there? Shouldn't we arrest these people? Who took a video of a man eating children, and why is it part of a documentary? I'm not watching that. I don't care what the reason is. We are not watching a video of a man eating children. I'm sorry, that's not happening. There's no way we're going to do that. It's not happening. I don't understand who filmed that, why they filmed it, what the benefit was, who they were trying to help, but we're not doing that. I'm utterly baffled. I'm just utterly baffled. I don't understand. Maybe it's, an important historical preservation moment. I'm still utterly baffled. All right, so we are going to take the Daybell sentencing. It is scheduled to begin or commence any moment. It is the cult mom is how they describe it on every channel. The cult mom. And it's true. She was in a doomsday cult. It is. This is for Lori. I said Daybell. I'm sorry. I keep saying Daybell. It's Lori Vallow. It's because I saw the Ellow, and I was mispronouncing it as Daybell because I had an association with those letters. It is Vallow. Taterbug, do you want to know why I was getting so confused? I was getting this confused with the Chad and Lori Daybell trial. Isn't Lori Daybell also a defendant in a very screwed up case? All right, here we go, folks. Lori Daybell is arriving at court. We don't have any audio. Court audio should be coming on right about now. We're going to take the sentencing wall to wall. I got Lori Daybell and Lori Vallow confused. I'm pretty sure they both have the same first name. This is why I was getting so baffled because I thought this was in Idaho. It's in Arizona, and it is Lori Vallow, which is why I don't know anything about this case, and Taterbug is teaching me. All right. Should be beginning any second. This woman is clearly very disturbed. This is Lori Vallow, Arizona. Now, I want to say that there is a very similar... Lori Daybell is Lori Vallow. Oh, goodness. Now my mind is going to be totally off the wall. They're the same person. Oh, my goodness. Lori Daybell is Lori Vallow, so I do know about the case. Maybe she got divorced or something. Either way, okay, I know exactly what we're talking about then. I just didn't know she changed her name. Clearly, I've been paying attention to other things. That's wild. It's the same person. I know. I just figured that out. That's wild. All right. So we're taking this wall to wall. I actually do know more about this case than I thought. She just changed her name, and Taterbug's the resident expert. Apparently, a lot of people. Hello, Nancy. Hello. Lori was married to Charles Vallow when she murdered him and then married Chad Daybell, and they killed her kids and wife. Oh, God. What a sick person. What a sick person. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see she cares about what her hair looks like. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell, and they got married in Hawaii after her kids went missing. That's scary. Chad Daybell's in jail, isn't he? She likely had Joe Ryan killed. I don't know who Joe Ryan is. We will need some background on that, Julia G. And just so you know, there's no audio. You are not missing anything. There is no audio. Audio will be coming online as soon as the court approves it, but right now there is no audio. Okay, we know the audio works because I heard it earlier. Chad Daybell is on death row. Well, that's good. That seems, I think that's where she belongs. Oh, that's right. That's why I was reading about this. She was fighting with the judge all the time. Oh, goodness. She did not. That was not good for her during trial. Oh, Daybell. That's why. It's because Daybell's on death row at the prison that BK just went into. That's right. That is right. But yes, I remember now. I watched some of this trial a few weeks ago. She was so combative with the judge. She was representing herself, and the judge was like, "What are you doing?" And she writes like these long letters, like in motions from jail. It was a little weird. I read them. They didn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, she would be like somewhat proper form, but they were all handwritten. So I know this case. She's a little out there. To say she's a little out there is an understatement. She represented herself and like got in arguments with the judge. Well, I got you, LS. That makes sense. Hello, LS, my dear friend. That makes sense. She does have very puffy hair, very coiffed hair. But yes, this is expected to start any second now, obviously. We are going to take it in full. We're just waiting for it to start up. The court is basically in session. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm turning it over now.
Good morning. This is the time set for sentencing in CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. Is the state ready to proceed?
Trina Kay, on behalf of the state is ready to proceed.
Is the defendant ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Daybell, it's the judgment of the court that in CR 2021-001704, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on July 11 of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to your stipulation and agreement on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense. The offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct that you engaged in, it caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. The offense also involved the presence of an accomplice. It is also the judgment of the court in CR 2022-001242, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on October 2nd of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to the stipulation and agreement that you made on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense and the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. It's ordered entering judgment of guilt for each count in each case. Accordingly, the court will make additional findings regarding additional aggravating factors later in these proceedings. I've reviewed the pre-sentence report as well as the state's sentencing memorandum. Is the state ready to present its side?
Yes, Your Honor. First, we would like to have some of the next of kin and victims speak, starting with the 2021 matter. We would like to first call a couple of the people who are speaking virtually. Larry Woodcock should be on, no? All right. While we wait to get him, is Bobby Vallow on? All right. We're also saying that's not on. Susan Vallow? Have we allowed people in? Yeah, we did send.
I just spoke with them. They're hopping on now.
Oh,
All right.
they're hopping on
Colby
right now.
Ryan, I think, is the only one.
All right. Well, with that, Your Honor, so we'll start with the virtual. So since Colby is on right now, if we could have Colby Ryan speak first.
All right. Mr. Ryan, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Colby Ryan. I'm the son of Charles Vallow, the brother of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. I'm here to tell you what I've lost. Not only are my father, sister, and brother gone, but so is my mother. Starting 6 years ago, the horror began. During the middle of my workday, I was alerted that my father had passed away from a heart attack. I spent the whole day at work in shock. I spoke to my mother and felt that I needed to come and stop by after my shift. After a long conversation, she hesitantly agreed. When I arrived at her house, I found out that what she had told me previously about the heart attack was not the case. My father had been shot and killed in what was labeled self-defense. I saw how my sister fell into my stomach with her emotions and sobbed. My brother JJ was asleep. Afterwards, I came home to my wife, and our young baby sat on the floor and completely broke down. My life would never be the same. My sister was caught up in the middle of this hell. She was only 16 years old. My little brother was barely 7. Within a few weeks, life continued to move quickly. My little brother, in just one day, had his father ripped away from him, and so did my sister. No matter how tough Tylee tried to be, she was scared, and I know she was scarred. She held a burden that no teenager should ever have to endure. My father, Charles Vallow, cared for his family. He took care of our family, and he made sure we had a good life. He was a very generous man, and would give you the shirt off of his back. Here's the reality. In January 2019, I was told by my mother, Lori Vallow, that my father had been unfaithful to her for years. I was distraught by this news, and Lori's actions sold the story. I naively believed her and thought that my father betrayed my family. Little did I know it was my mother having the affair all along. She accused others of what she was doing herself. I regretfully decided to stop speaking to my father. On July 11th, 2019, I would be flooded by the reality that my choice not to speak to him would be a lifelong sorrow. What I lost on July 11, 2019 was a father who was trying to help me in life, and a man who wanted to see his grandchild, and someone who wanted to give guidance and love. I lost a father. This affected me in more ways than anyone could ever know. I have to live with the regret of not speaking to him before he was murdered in cold blood. This did not only affect me. My little brother, JJ Vallow, was only 7 years old, and he had autism and had his life picked apart and never explained. One day he saw his father coming to him to pick him up at the house, and then never saw him again. My sister Tylee carried too much responsibility and was put in positions no child should ever have to be in. Part of that responsibility was being told to retrieve Lori's purse inside the house, possibly witnessing her father's body. Here's the reality. Neither Tylee nor JJ had time to even process or grieve. My mother, Lori Vallow, moved them out of state, and only a couple of weeks later, little did we know that my little sister, Tylee, only had 60 days before she would meet the same fate. My little sister must have been so scared, confused, anxious, and broken, and angry in every emotion you could think of. My little brother JJ would only have 74 days before he met the same fate. He must have been confused, worried, sad, and frustrated without the ability to fully comprehend his feelings. I know I'm here to tell you the effect that this has had on me. In simple terms, each one of my family members was taken from us all in one swoop. My father was gone in an instant, and later my sister and brother disappeared until they were later found in Lori Vallow's new husband's backyard. This has affected me personally. I had to do something I've never done, and that was fight to stay alive after the pain. There are no words for what I've experienced, and I had to choose to fight and to stay alive for my children and for my wife. Now I'd like to address Lori Vallow. She claims to be Jesus's favorite. She claims to lead a spiritual life, and she claims that she loves everybody and she also claims to have seen Jesus and visited with him. When did Jesus allow us to commit adultery? When did Jesus change the commandment of thou shalt not kill? When did Jesus allow us to steal money from our dead children? When did Jesus tell us to lie our way through life? It must be a very sad life to smile your way through all the pain you've caused. Rather than being able to acknowledge the pain that she has caused, she would rather say that Charles, Tylee, and JJ's death were a family tragedy and not her evil doing. And I will say this, if you want to see darkness, look at the murdering cult that claims God has commissioned their mission to kill my family and others. Quite frankly, I believe that Lori Vallow herself is the family tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. I believe Larry is now online. We can have him speak next.
Larry Woodcock, if you'd like to unmute, go ahead, sir. What would you like to tell me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. And thank the court for allowing me to be present. I truly wish I was there to look the murderers in the eyes. I'm unable to. I will say this. Murderers, you're nothing. You're a murderer. You're a narcissist, psychopath, delusional murderer. I can't tell you the harm that you have caused to our family, but I will tell you this. I know where you're going to be till you die. You're going to be in an 8x6 cell. You're going to have a steel cot. You're going to have a 12x8 desk and a stainless steel toilet. You will have 23 hours a day in there. I hope you spend the rest of your life, 23 hours a day, regretting your choices, because that's all it was, murderers. It was your choices. You made them. You and your husband, if that's what you want to call him. For what? You murdered Charles, the best thing that was ever in your life, for your delusional, narcissistic way. I will never speak your name again, murderers. You will never get anything out of me again in your life. You are nothing. You are nothing. You killed Tylee. Did you enjoy it? Look at me, Lori. Did you enjoy it? Did you dance around the fire like you sent the videos to Chad of you dancing around in your room for him? Did you enjoy it? And then the most precious thing, a 7-year-old autistic, unbelievably God's present to Kay and I, to Todd. Look at Todd. Turn around and look at him, Lori, because that's the last time you're ever going to hear my name out of your mouth. Look at Todd. Have you said you're sorry? You wrapped JJ's hands in tape. You wrapped his arms in tape. you covered his eyes, and you buried him in 8 inches of ground. Murderous! May God have mercy on your soul, because that's the only thing in life. And don't count on God where you're going. You're nothing, murderous. I can't stand you. I always said, from out of some place you never saw came a sound you never heard. Well, I will not say that anymore. I want you to see and hear everything that's going to happen in your life. I want you to live it 23 hours a day. I despise you. You murdered JJ. You murdered Tammy. I'll always believe you murdered Alex. You're a murderer mistress, murderer. You're worthless. I can't believe 6.5 years of putting up with you. You are not worth it. The 4 murders that you're accused of are only ones that they can prove. Laura, you tried to kill me. I left your house in Hawaii. You tried to kill me going back home. But guess what? I beat you. I'm able to sit here and laugh at you and watch you go to prison. There's others you tried to kill. God bless JJ. God bless Tylee. And most of all, God bless our family. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak my final piece to her.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Woodcock.
Your Honor, Susan will be up next.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Susan, one of Charles's older sisters. I'm here to share the emotional impact of Charles's tragic sister's death for me. Charles and I had just started renewing our relationship with each other. One day in 2019 at Kay's house, Charles said to me, "Come see, sis." So I went to see what he wanted. He said, "I'm going to give you a car." And I just about passed out. I told him, I said, "I love you, Charles." He said, "I love you too, sis." And we hugged. And these were the last words we ever spoke to each other. Needless to say, because of your selfish, deliberate, and horrifying actions, it's never happened. My brother's love, kindness, and generous nature knew no bounds. He wore his heart on his sleeve. You took all that away from us. July 12, 2019 changed my life forever. It still hurts to reflect on the day I was told my brother had been taken from the world the day before. You didn't even have the decency to bother with letting our family know of Charles's death until the day after by means of a vague text from one of Charles's sons. My brother's death was a deliberate act of evil and self-seeking financial gain. Your greed has caused so much pain. To this day, how could you do such an evil and intentional harm and take my brother's life for money, lust, and power? The pain you caused in having to relive this nightmare, all because you didn't want Charles anymore. He didn't die from cancer or an accident. He was young and had a beautiful life left to live. You took that away. You planned and calculated his death. There isn't a day that goes by I haven't thought of this tragedy which you caused. I will never have another birthday, holiday, or other celebrations in life with my brother. Charles was victimized at the hands of you, Lori, and your accomplices. To do this to Charles, to receive money is sickening. I am disgusted and truly appalled by your evil, selfish, and reprehensible actions. You will miss out on wearing nice clothes, driving what was once your Range Rover, thick, juicy steaks, barbecues, and no more quiet, no more freedom, only rules. I have forgiven you, Lord. When Jesus calls me home, I don't want any of this on my soul. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure that Bobby's been able to get on, Your Honor, so I believe next Todd Trahan will be speaking.
Sir, you want to come up to this podium right here? You're Todd Trahan?
Yes, sir.
And what would you like to tell me, sir?
I'm asked to address Lori, if I can.
Go ahead.
Lori, Uncle Charles was a man of God, love. He knew God because he loved everybody around him. I trusted y'all with my family, the only son I had, because I couldn't give him the life that y'all could give him. I gave him up for y'all to raise him. I deal with the regret. I've dealt with I've dealt with the torment of making that choice. I'm here today to forgive you. I know what it's like to be in prison. I was in prison when y'all got the rights to my son. I know what it's like. Once you get done with this court and you go sit in that cell, you got to relive everything that you did. I hope for you that you understand the truth of what God did on the cross, because God died not only for me, he died for the unlovable. People that the world thinks shouldn't, they judge. I hope you understand the truth before you die. You still have a chance. You don't have to live evil the rest of your life. You can turn from that. You ask God to come into your life and show you his love, and it'll transform you. I want to thank the court for letting me get up here and say these things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next should be Kresha Trahan.
Kresha,
Yes.
what would you like to say?
All right, let's see. My name is Kresha K. Trahan, and I stand before this court today as a voice for the shattered remains of my family, a family that has been ruthlessly decimated. Not only were lives stolen, but also our peace, our trust, and the very fabric of what a family should be. Charles, my uncle, and my mother Kay's beloved brother, was so much more than just a relative. He was a cornerstone of our family. I remember his infectious laugh, his corny jokes, his unwavering optimism, and his genuine care for everyone around him. He had a way of making everyone feel seen and valued. I gotta catch my breath. One of my fondest memories is how he was always there for my mother, his sister, Kay. Their bond was incredibly strong and they supported each other through everything. He was the kind of man who would drop anything to help someone in need. The news of his death in July 2019 shattered me. And it sent shockwaves through our entire family. It was sudden and incomprehensible. My mother, Kay Vallow Woodcock, his sister was also devastated. The pain of losing her brother was immense, and it was a wound that has never fully healed. It's hard to see your own mother go through these kind of things because it's something you can't fix. For me, it felt like a light had gone out in the world. We relied on his steady presence and his ability to bring people together. The initial grief was compounded by the horrific circumstances surrounding his death. To learn that his own wife was involved in his demise was a betrayal of the deepest kind. It added a layer of anger and disbelief to our sorrow. The questions of why and how haunted us, turning our grief into a constant ache of injustice. We now know the chilling extent of the premeditation. Records on Chad Daybell's Gmail account show searches for Ned Snyder, 1996, Death, Louisiana, and bodies possessed after original occupant dies, as early as January 28, 2019. This was before Charles was ever referred to as Ned Snyder. This revealed a calculated descent into her delusion. Charles was fighting for his life and for his children's future long before his death. On February 20th, 2019, Charles called Banner Life to change his beneficiary to my mother, Kay, specifically for his special needs son, and to place a PIN code on his account. He was clearly concerned about someone accessing his account. Just 6 days later, on February 26, 2019, he called again to finalize the change, but couldn't provide a password he had never set. That's how distraught he was. He had never set the password. I mean, he had set the password and forgot that he had set the password. Growing angry as he suspected fraudulent access. From March 19th to March 21st, 2019, even while Charles was alive and still married, his wife and Chad Daybell traveled from Idaho to Arizona together, as evidenced by tickets in her iCloud account. On March 21st, 2019, she was back at the 4 Points Sheraton in Mesa using their Wi-Fi, all while plotting and believing in twisted narratives. Her so-called spiritual beliefs were nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse for murder, justification for murder. The names used for Charles, Ned Schneider, Iplos, Keplos, we don't know, were born from Chad Daybell's internet searches. Zalema's cellular phone records paint a disturbing picture of the generated belief system, with discussions about Chad's so-called gifts to cast out dark spirits, remove swords, and place spiritual armor. This was all a grotesque fabrication designed to justify heinous crimes. There was talk of healing quicker and reversing age, for Christ's sake. Oh, wow. while actively plotting the deaths of innocent people that trusted her. Perhaps the most heartbreaking detail is the decision Charles made to try and make his marriage work. He truly believed in reconciliation, and he really loved Lori, his wife. He took his wife back into his life, and in a text to his attorney, Taylor, he wrote, quote, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins," unquote. These were the words of a man clinging to hope, a hope that ultimately led him to his death. Tylee, my step-cousin, was a bright and blossoming young woman full of life and potential. Even though our family connection was through marriage, she was our family connection. She was always considered one of us. I remember her vibrant energy and her protective nature towards JJ. It reminds me of how I am with my brother Todd. She had dreams of traveling the world and truly living life. She possessed a unique spirit and a kindness that radiated from her. When Tylee disappeared, the initial worry quickly turned into agonizing fear. We desperately hoped for her safe return, clinging to any shred of possibility. The eventual news of her murder was soul-crushing. A stark and brutal end to a life that had barely begun. The pain of knowing her potential was extinguished so violently, it's unbearable. We mourn the experiences she will never have, the milestones she will never reach, and the person she would have become. The world is undeniably darker without Tylee's light. And then JJ, my nephew, my only nephew, was a sweet and innocent little boy who brought immeasurable joy to our family. Joshua Jackson Vallow was born Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born to my brother Todd Trahan and his longtime girlfriend Mandy Leger in Lake Charles, Louisiana on May 25th, 2012. He was 10 weeks premature and he had drugs in his system. I remember pacing the halls of the labor and delivery floor to see what his prognosis was, and I remember praying and reaching out to friends on social media to ask them to pray too. I remember him having tubes and wires coming out of his tiny little body to help him reach stable balance. My nephew smashed my own doubts and fought so hard to come into this world. And it's no surprise to me to learn how he fought for his life to stay in this world. When his mother, his uncle, and his mother's side piece preyed on a 7-year-old autistic boy and snuffed him out. Think about that. Later burying him in a shallow grave in the backyard of her future husband's property. As an autistic child, he had unique challenges, but also unique gifts. His infectious giggle, his love for dinosaurs and planes, and his need for a routine or memories we will forever cherish. I saw a video where he would line up his plushie toys and he would play the drums for his audience. It was so cute. Okay, sorry. My mouth is so dry. I'll never, or how he sang on my parents' 56-passenger bus and then was joined by his papa Larry to sing to one another. I'm also blessed to have captured this interaction on film that day. I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him? Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life. She was always told she was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body. She convinced herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was convinced that she was Lolly. But the reality is that Lolly was lost. The hard truth is that sometimes infants die, and there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better. Sometimes babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that, and so instead she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body. She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but the memory of it lives in her cells, and she can't ignore because those feelings come for her, and they find her in the quiet moments she wishes would go away. I know what okay, sorry. I'm gonna skip. That was, I'm crediting Megan for that. Here's the final plea for justice. The actions of the defendant have systematically dismantled families, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable grief and trauma. My family, especially my mother and my brother, have endured unspeakable pain because of these actions. We lost a brother, a son, and a nephew. And the lingering fear and sorrow inflicted are a constant heavy burden. I implore this court to impose the maximum sentence possible. The defendant deserves to spend the rest of her life incarcerated, held accountable for every life stolen, every heart broken, and every family destroyed. Her calculated cruelty has earned her nothing less than the hardest consequences. Let justice finally be served for Charles, Tylee, and JJ, and I can't forget Tammy. My uncle Charles's last words to his attorney about taking his wife back were, "What can I say, Taylor?"
Thank you.
Next will be Kay Woodcock.
Go ahead and go up to the podium.
Oh, okay. Can I sit up there? Gotta be here? Okay. I want you to do. Shut up. It's the one. It's the one in JJ. Just be on this one. Is this her Stevens? This is whose? This is yours. Never heard. Okay. Anyway, it's okay. Okay. Hey, I'll need a water if you can have it.
Your Honor, I stand before you today to honor Charles, my big brother. This courtroom is where Charles finally receives the justice he fought for and never saw in life. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Charles was more than my brother. He was the backbone of our family. He was steady, loyal, and endlessly generous. He was the kind of man who showed up for everyone without ever asking for anything in return. When you walked into the room with Charles, you felt safe, you felt valued, and that's what makes this all so unbearable, because the very person who should have cherished him the most, his own wife, betrayed him in the cruelest, most calculated way imaginable. Charles was a protector by nature, the man who would give you the shirt off his back and then ask what else he could do to help. He loved fiercely, laughed easily, and built his life around the simple but powerful values of family, faith, and hard work. It feels right that this trial comes after those for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy because he was a true Southern gentleman. I know he would have told us to take care of them first. Lori. First, let me say this. Charles is not your husband. I can't do that. You have to address the court. Okay. Sorry. Charles is not your husband. Your disgusting co-monster, Chad, is. The Miss Texas pageant, Wheel of Fortune, extra on Modern Family, July 31st, 2023. What do they all have in common? They're all days that failed to make you famous or idolized. Infamous? Yes, but never famous, never idolized. You spent your entire life chasing cameras, applause, and validation like oxygen, but here you are, exposed, convicted, stripped of the lies you wrapped yourself in. All your interviews, all your attempts to manipulate, triangulate, and control the narrative, even the one released just last night, have failed. The world sees what I saw in 2019 when you abandoned Charles, Colby, Tylee, and JJ to chase that grotesque shadow of a man, Chad Daybell. You call yourself a mother, a wife, a woman of God. You are none of these things. You are a liar, a fraud, and a murderer. Did you think you could charm your way out of this? Do you believe people can't see through the lies? Do you honestly think that you are smarter, holier, or more special than everyone else? You are not. You are an ordinary, plain, run-of-the-mill, middle-aged woman. You keep saying to anyone who will listen that no one understands because they weren't there. So tell me, Lori, what don't we understand? Was it you who shot Charles? Is that why you kept asking during the trial about testing your hands for gunshot residue? Was that your grotesque way of gloating? You murdered Charles. You confessed to the conspiracy. Do you think we all missed that? You took his phone and played a childish game of keep away and then tried to sell the world that this was a good reason for Alex or you to shoot him. And every single one of us sitting in this courtroom saw right through it. That day started a domino effect, except you tipped the first domino and you kept those dominoes falling until everyone was dead. Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, and the wake of devastation you left for Colby, for our entire families, and for an entire community who watched your evil unfold. You asked me during the trial where I was when Charles was murdered. You asked almost every witness if they were there, or if they saw with their eyes or heard with their ears you and Alex conspiring to murder my brother. No, we weren't, but you're right. As much as I hate to utter those words, and if you are to be believed, neither were you. How dare you desecrate the memory of Charles and your children the way you did their bodies? How dare you blame them for your crimes? We all know what happened, Lori. There is no denying it. We've sat in courtrooms, seen the evidence, seen the wreckage you caused. We have listened to the truth tellers. Nothing is taken out of context. Your land of make-believe is just transparent. The facts and the science don't play games. They tell the truth, how many times Charles was shot, at what angles, and how long he'd been dead before 911 was called. The 47 minutes. Because you were busy trying to manufacture an alibi. Science doesn't lie, you do. Detectives, prosecutors, jurors, advocates, the men and women who had to bear witness to this horror, please stand. Chuck Considas, Eric Wheeler, Ron Ball, Ray Hermosillo. They are from Rexburg, Idaho, and they were key in bringing justice to you. Thank you, guys. These individuals bear the weight of directly confronting your actions. They took that burden home to their spouses, children, and sleepless nights. They endured tragedy. You didn't just take our loved ones, you sparked a tragedy that now affects countless families. They understand, they were there, and they worked tirelessly to bring you to justice. Chandler PD never believed your bullshit. They didn't charge you immediately because they were busy untangling your web of deception. So you can continue making claims that no one understands because we weren't there. But make no mistake, we stand perfectly. We understand premeditation. We understand conspiracy. We understand fraud, insurance policies, and false alibis. We understand how long bodies lay in the ground while you danced, vacationed, and manipulated for attention. We understand the cost, emotional, financial, spiritual, that all of us have paid to clean up the wreckage of your delusion. Therapy, lost work, trauma, panic attacks, courtrooms and funerals, ashes and empty chairs. You are so selfish, so pathologically self-centered that you can't even see the shockwaves you created in every life around you. Webster's dictionary defines tragedy as a disastrous event. What happened to my family is precisely that, a series of disastrous events, each one engineered by you. You and Chad built a religion of narcissism, two people drunk on the fantasy of being special, chosen, above the law, above humanity itself. You labeled people as dark to justify murder. You wrapped evil in scripture and called it faith. You and Chad murdered your children and spouses and then hid behind a veil of lies. You are not exalted. You are not translated. You are a manipulator, a parasite, and a coward. You have no remorse. Your deflection is disgusting. Your interviews are manipulative. Your faith is counterfeit. You still talk as if you're somehow misunderstood. No, wrong. You're fully understood. We see who you are, a manipulator, a liar, and a destroyer. And the worst thing is, Charles loved you. He protected you, and you repaid him with betrayal and bullets. You left him dead on the floor and then went shopping for flip-flops and a new life with your apocalyptic con man. You tried to erase him, stealing his phone, twisting the narrative, and lying to anyone who would listen. But the truth doesn't lie, Lori, and now the truth has destroyed you. Lori, you have noticed this courtroom is full. It's not because people admire you. It's not because they see instrument in God's hands. It's because you're a sideshow freak, a murderous carnival act. People come to gawk at the monster who thinks she's divine. They don't come to honor you. They come to witness the wreckage of your delusion and to see justice crush it. You've always wanted an audience, but this audience isn't here to adore you. They are here to watch you fall, to watch you stripped of the spotlight you crave, to see your false crown ripped away. You are not a goddess. You are not chosen. You are not powerful. You just thought you could play God and win. The only legacy you leave is this. You will be remembered not as an instrument of God, but as a pitiful, cautionary tale of evil and narcissism. Your life will end behind concrete and steel while the world outside remembers JJ's smile, Tylee's strength, Charles's kindness, and Tammy's light. You will be forgotten, except as the sideshow act you've made of yourself, a monster who wanted to be worshipped, but who will only ever be pitied. But the legacy of Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy is here in this courtroom, a new type of family built on love. Colby and his family, Tammy's family, the men and women who battled evil, all of us united, because as Charles said, love always wins. Finally, I want to say this. You once claimed that no one could judge you because they weren't there. Today, everyone is here. The court is here, justice is here, and now judgment has arrived. May this sentence be as permanent as the graves you filled.
Okay.
Hi, Judge Boreski. My name is JJ Vallow. I can't be here today to read this letter because I am dead. I was murdered by the defendant, Lori Daybell, or as I used to call her, Mom. See, there are a whole lot of tragedies that have happened to my family, and all of them are the result of my mom's actions. See, my daddy was the first of the dominoes to fall. The day he was murdered, everything good in my world started to crumble. Actually, that's not true. It started before then. It started when she met her co-conspirator, Chad. She abandoned me for 72 days in early 2019. My daddy, Charles, was there for every bit of it. He tried so hard to keep me on my schedule. See, I have autism, and that isn't a bad thing. It just means that I needed extra attention and routines because my brain and my body had more energy than you could ever imagine. To help you understand, it might help to tell you about myself. I went to a really cool school and special school called Lawrence Academy. It's Lawrence Institute for Education. And I loved it. I loved my teachers and my classmates. They understood me so well, and I just thrived there. I was able to go to that school because my dad worked so hard and provided me a special education because I am a special boy. I had a best four-legged friend ever, Bailey, my service dog. Bailey went everywhere with me and kept me calm and safe. I loved Bailey so much, but Lori got rid of Bailey after my dad was murdered, but before she murdered me and Tylee. See, my world crumbled without my dad. Without him to protect me, everything changed. She took me out of my school and told my teachers that my dad committed suicide. She told them on my last day of school. She told me too. I cried all day and just kept saying, my dad's not dead, my dad's not dead, with tears rolling down my face. And I missed my dad. Now I had lost Bailey, my school, and now my dad wasn't just on a business trip anymore. He was dead. Then within the next few days, it got worse. We moved. All of a sudden, I was at Colby's, my big brother's work, telling him goodbye. I couldn't go play with my cousins at Brandon's house anymore. Braxy and Bridie were taken away too. My aunts, uncles, brothers, grandparents, teachers, friends at school, my mama and papa, and Ashlyn, and everything that I knew was gone. All because my dad couldn't protect me anymore. He was my best friend. I love my dad more than I can ever explain. Lori caused the next tragedy in my family too, the next domino to fall. There was one thing I had left, was my big sister Tylee. She murdered her too. She murdered her on September 8th of 2019, just 59 days after my dad was murdered. Days after she ripped my world apart and took me away from everyone and everything that made me feel safe and secure. Then on September 23rd, 2019, she murdered me. Lori took my dad away. She took away the best man, the protector of me and Tylee. I am dead because she killed him. He never would have let her hurt me, and I know he died protecting me. He took 6 years for me to be able to have a voice, to be here to say what the death of my dad did to me. I am not a domino that fell in her life. I am Joshua Jackson Vallow. I am the son of Charles Vallow. I should be 13 years old now, but I'm forever 7. The impact of my father's death was my murder. And Judge, it is 13 years today that JJ's adoption was finalized, and they moved him immediately right away to Hawaii. And I hope you remember that. I trusted you!
Next is Jerry Vallow.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Jerry Vallow. Charles was my big brother. And wasn't but a few weeks ago, I was sitting out in my garage with the door open. It was raining a little bit, listening to the fireworks in the distance. And all I could think about was everything I've lost and why. And I kept making excuses not to write a statement. But the truth is, there are no words big enough for the impact this has had, and yet here I am. I am a veteran. I served honorably for this country and everything it's supposed to stand for: freedom, independence, and justice. I knew good men that went to war. Some of them came home badly broken. Some came home and couldn't live with the weight of what they carried and ended their lives. Some didn't come home at all. Those men fought for something real, a country with laws that protect the innocent and punish the guilty. That's why I'm here to speak for Charles, my big brother, one of the innocents, because I still believe in that. And Lori shit on all of it. She doesn't deserve to breathe the air those men fought for. She doesn't deserve to sit and play victim when she is the reason we're all here. When I came home from my service overseas, Charles invited me to live with him. He offered a home and support until I adjusted to civilian life again. That's just who he was: giving, loving, supportive, caring. And he was funny, social, and everyone he met became his friends. You couldn't help but be drawn to him. You loved him. He wasn't just my big brother, he was my best friend. We grew up together on the bayous and rivers in South Louisiana, spending countless days and nights camping, fishing, hunting, exploring, and just being kids. We had so much fun. We learned to survive, trust each other, and become men. I miss him every day. He was a devoted father, a teacher, someone who guided and loved his kids with every fiber of his being. All 5 of his children meant the world to him, and he spent his last months fighting for Tylee and JJ because he was a protector. He was a son, a father, a brother, an uncle, a good man. He didn't deserve to die, and he sure as hell didn't deserve to be vilified by the woman that killed him. I keep asking why. Why? Is it about $1 million? He wasn't just a dollar sign to fund Lori's sick game of make-believe. She tried to cash in on his life, and when that didn't work, she brutally murdered her kids for money, and she tried to kill Brandon when he started looking like the next available dollar sign. His murder impacted not only me, but my entire family. She tried to tear us apart, but she couldn't because we're pretty strong, resilient people. It didn't stop with Charles's death. JJ, Tylee, Tammy all murdered, and Brandon almost lost his life. Innocent lives were stolen, and we all feel the deep pain and loss, and it hurts and will for years to come. Lori is responsible for all of this. This isn't a family tragedy that occurred randomly. It was a deliberate act of evil. This has never been a mission from God. She isn't an instrument in God's hands. She was sleeping with Chad Daybell behind Charles's back while planning his murder. You know what kind of instrument kills a father in cold blood, buries 2 kids in a pet cemetery, and lies through her teeth while doing it? Called a weapon. And God doesn't use weapons against innocence. She wasn't doing God's work. She was selfish, cruel, and calculated. God didn't send her to commit murder. She used his name to justify evil. That's not God's work. That's blasphemy, plain and simple. She used God's name like a weapon, lied in his name, killed in his name, and now she wants to stand in court and she claims she's doing the Lord's work. She's not some misunderstood woman. She's not some grief-stricken mother. She's not a victim of this story. She wrote her own disgusting make-believe story, and she wrote it in blood. She didn't cry for Charles. She didn't mourn JJ or Tylee, no matter what she says. She erased them. And she didn't give a damn about Tammy. So when she sits there and pretends this is some kind of tragic twist of fate, like she didn't like the fuse, remember that. She didn't just kill Charles. She stole him from everyone who loved him, from his boys, from our family, from me. She didn't just break the law. She pissed all over it and tried to claim righteousness. She started this. She caused this. She wasn't caught in some domino effect. She pushed the first one and kept pushing till there was none left standing. She twisted everything, God, family, and loves. And if she thinks she can twist justice too, don't let her. Don't let her twist away from what she did. She murdered my brother, Charles. Give her what she's earned.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, next we have Brandon Boudreaux's family and Brandon who'd like to speak on behalf of their case.
Okay.
I think we are starting with Teresa and Carlson Boudreaux. It's Brandon's parents.
Thank Thank you. On October 2nd, 2019, due to Lori Daybell's evil actions, our family lost a measure of innocence and security. Lori Daybell's cruel criminal behavior, combined with the inhumane actions of those who conspired with her, nearly killed Brandon. Had they been successful, the world would have lost a remarkable, kind, loyal man. As his parents, we would have lost a remarkable son. His children, our grandchildren, would have lost their stabilizing father. Our children, his siblings, would have lost an amazing brother who helps guide our family through his selfless example. Brandon's genuine love and kindness is evident in his interactions with his family and friends. He truly cares for those around him, and his actions speak louder than words. We thank God every day that evil didn't succeed. As a family, we have mourned with all who have been affected by Lori's inexcusable acts. Lori Daybell and her evil co-conspirators devastated so many families. Her selfishness is responsible for innocent lives lost, taken from this world without any justification whatsoever. She is the author of heartache and sadness. Today, Lori will face the consequences for her part in hurting so many innocent people. The sentence she is given can't undo the damage and pain she has inflicted upon us, but it's important that she be held accountable for her crimes. We would ask the court to keep Lori confined in prison, away from all of us and the rest of society for the rest of her life. As she serves her sentence here on earth, we will continue to stand together and support each other. We will choose to remember those who have gone from us because of her actions with love. As for me and my family, we will continue to heal together. We won't let Lori or her evil acts define how we see the world or our future. We have endured difficult times. During this period of time, we have feared for our physical safety. We've struggled with a myriad of emotions. The stress of being targeted and threatened takes a toll. There isn't a place in our society for Lori or her co-conspirators. Prison is where Lori belongs and where she should stay until she dies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brock Boudreau, Brandon's brother.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot and that we get to be here today to talk about my brother who's still living, and he's the only one that was fortunate enough to have that. My name is Brock Boudreau, and I'm the younger brother of the victim, Brandon Boudreau. I'm writing on behalf of my wife and myself, and I'm here today to talk about the toll that this heinous crime has taken on our lives as well as the lives of our family. From the moment I found out my brother was having marital issues, I was there for him, trying to help. He was abandoned by his then wife, Melanie, in Utah, with his children at the end of June 2019, and forced to fly back to Arizona. I offered to help him and flew back to Arizona. When we arrived back at his home, we were both surprised to find his wife already home, having driven back to Utah after abandoning them all there. During that night, I helped the children get to bed and allowed my brother and his wife to try and talk and figure things out. Overhearing their conversations, I realized just how deeply involved Lori, Alex, and Chad were in the failure of my brother's marriage. The next morning, I was talking with Brandon, and he told me how happy he was that I was there because Melanie had called her Uncle Alex the night before. And Brandon had mentioned how he was really scared of Alex and that he was capable of killing someone that had tried before. At the time, I thought my brother was being a bit dramatic. But only a week later, I received the news that Alex had done just that, and he murdered Charles. This was the point where we started beginning to fear for our family's safety. A few months later, the thing my brother had feared the most happened. Alex had attempted to take his life on the orders of Lori. In that moment, our lives changed forever. We could no longer trust that we were safe. We always wondered if someone was coming for Brandon, not knowing just how far these people were willing to go. We were robbed of our sense of safety because of this. We all felt that we needed to get video cameras around our houses, obtain firearms to protect ourselves, and always be watching over our shoulders. As hard as it was for us as his family, I could see how hard it was for Brandon. He was forced to go into hiding, trying to keep his children and himself safe. The toll this took on him was immense. My once fun, energetic, optimistic brother was now a nervous, sad, distraught shell of a man. Our once fun phone calls about future life plans had turned into updates about the case that was proceeding. June 2019 was the beginning of so much sadness in our family's lives. As the story unfolded and things became more public, our family name, being so unique, started to be recognized and associated with the ongoing trials and investigations. I'm a practicing dentist in the state of Arizona, and now I constantly fear of people Googling my last name. Having things pop up about the case rather than information about me or my practice. I would like to think that this has not affected people deciding whether to come and see me or not, but I'm sure it has. Our lives have now become entangled with a story none of us wanted to be a part of. We are forced to have hard conversations with our young children, trying to explain why someone would want to kill their uncle. This has forced us all to watch as Brandon has had to share custody of his children with a woman we all know was involved in his attempted murder. It has forced us to sit back and watch as our name has been publicly defamed and slandered by that same woman. Somehow, she still walks free, but I hope someday she gets the justice she deserves as well. For now, all we ask is that you recognize the pain and suffering that has come from the actions of all the people involved and give a sentence that is fitting. Thank you.
Next is Desiree Smoot, Brandon's sister.
My name is Desiree Smoot, and I am one of Brandon Boudreaux's older sisters. Sorry. It is extremely hard for me to explain just how much my brother means to me and how much the decision of Lori Daybell and others to conspire to shoot him on October 2nd, 2019 has impacted my life and my family's life. Nothing prepares you to hear your dad tell you that someone tried to shoot and kill your brother and that they missed him by inches. The shock, anger, helplessness, and fear you feel is unimaginable. Our lives were completely changed after that day. I saw my brother in person a few days after the attempted shooting, and I will never forget that moment. I can still see him today. His face was so full of fear and shock. He couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. He feared for his life and for his children. As an older sister, there's nothing you want more than to protect your brother, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take away his fear and pain. I couldn't fix this. I can still hear my brother's voice as he broke down on the phone. He cried to me, asking how he was supposed to explain this to his children when they were older. How was he supposed to tell them that someone who was supposed to love him tried to take his life? The heartache in his voice broke me. I knew that this was a reality that he was going to have to face at some point. The trauma for him and his kids will never be completely over. The following months after the attempted shooting of Brandon, my husband and I lived in constant worry and fear as we tried to help support Brandon and my nieces and nephews. During this time, my husband was called by my dad and asked to rush over to their house because there were people there that we were really scared of. I remember being terrified for my brother, my nieces and nephews, my parents, and my husband. During that time, we also lived in fear that someone could possibly show up at our house. We had my brother and my nieces and nephews at our house quite often, and we had to be so vigilant in being aware of our surroundings because we didn't know if people were going to show up, people that were trying to hurt my brother. The stress and fear greatly impacted my husband and I as we tried to appear normal for our own kids and for my nieces and nephews because we didn't want them to be worried. Our work lives were impacted as we tried to balance our jobs with the stress and fear we were experiencing. I have never known fear like what we experienced for those few months after the shooting. Eventually, my brother was so scared he decided he needed to take his kids and go into hiding because he didn't feel safe. My mom, my sister, and I decided we would split up the time and each go and support Brandon and help with the kids. I took off a week of work and left my own family to try and offer a little bit of love and safety to my nieces and nephews whose lives had been completely changed because of others' choices. Brandon and I worked hard to try and keep everything normal for his kids while both of us were scared and worried. We didn't want the kids to feel our fear, but we were scared. The amount of stress this balance put on us was extremely hard. We both could feel it. I could see the stress and anxiety on my brother. He was trying so hard to support his kids while he trying to find a way to keep them safe. Family means everything to me, and I am extremely protective of mine. I have felt so angry and helpless because I haven't been able to fix this for my brother and my beautiful nieces and nephews. My heart aches for the realities my nieces and nephews will have to face as they get older and realize what happened to their dad and how all of this impacted their lives and will continue to impact their lives. It is not fair, and I hate it. I have to talk to my own kids about the fact that someone tried to hurt their uncle, someone they love greatly. These are not things any parent wants to have to discuss with their kids. How do you explain this evil act? How do you explain to them that their cousins who they love so much will forever be impacted by this? For the past 6 years, our family has rallied together during this nightmare. And we have become stronger. We have uplifted each other and supported each other. We have prayed for someone to take accountability, to show a little bit of remorse for the pain and heartache they have caused to Brandon, his children, our family, and all the families affected. We have not gotten that. That is really hard for me to accept. I pray every day to be able to forgive people who have caused so much heartache and pain to the people I love. I am grateful for the justice Brandon found in June. I am grateful for the people who worked for that. Today I am asking the court to take into consideration how much these acts have impacted my brother and his kids, how much it impacted all of our family and all the other families. Please help Brandon find a little peace as he strives to put his life back together and keep his family safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Danae Boudreau, Brandon's other sister.
Hi, my name is Danae Boudreau, and I'm the youngest sister of Brandon. I've always been thankful for the beautiful family that I was raised in. My parents raised us in a home filled with love, laughter, and a belief in our Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm lucky to have meaningful relationships with all 5 of my older siblings. As they have been married and had kids, I had the opportunity to find more room in my heart for their spouses and children. Some of my favorite humans in the entire world call me Aunt Nay. I share this to help better demonstrate just how hard it was for me to hear that my older brother had been shot at in October of 2019. Being my oldest brother, I've always looked at him as a protector in a safe space. Hearing the evidence that was presented in this case reminded me just how close I came to losing him that day. As terrified as I was to lose my brother, I could not imagine how devastating it would have been to my nieces and nephews had they lost their dad that day. The greatest impact I feared was what would have happened to those children if something had happened to my brother. Over the coming months, that fear and anxiety for his and their safety was a constant in my life. Being one of the few adults he felt safe leaving his kids with, I spent many hours taking care of my nieces and nephews. I purchased plane tickets and used personal days at work to be able to travel and help care for the kids. I was a kindergarten teacher at the time, and I spent time reading with my niece who was in kindergarten that year. I held my brother's kids close and I comforted them during times of uncertainty. I have an unwavering belief in doing anything in my power to protect innocent children. In the aftermath of the attempted murder of my brother, I watched my entire family rally to do just that for my nieces and nephews, protect them. We set aside our own fears and worries to make sure that those 4 children were surrounded with love and security. I forged a special bond with my nieces and nephews, one that I still carry today. Had something happened to my brother that day, this bond would most likely not exist. I've carried fear, anxiety, anger, and sadness in my heart as a result of what happened to my brother. There have been times I've feared for my own safety as I've helped to keep those children safe. Out of respect for my brother and his family, I have stayed silent all these years as we've placed our trust in the justice system to hold all of those responsible accountable for what they did. I cannot begin to imagine what my life would look like today without my older brother and his family. I thank God that while we have been through hell, we didn't have to face that horrific loss. Accountability is essential to human growth. The impact of this act of violence on my personal life, as well as that of my entire extended family, has been significant. Thank you for the opportunity to share the thoughts and feelings that I have carried for so many years.
Thank you.
Next is Jenny Boudreau, Brandon's wife.
My name is Jenny Boudreau, and I am Brandon Boudreau's wife. First and foremost, I want to thank all those that have spent countless hours in bringing justice to not only Brandon, but to Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. Today, I stand here today as a voice for the pain and lasting trauma caused by the attempted murder of my husband, Brandon Boudreau, on October 2nd, 2019, a day that none of us will forget. That morning, Brandon was driving near his newly rented home in Gilbert, Arizona, when a bullet fired by Alex Cox under the direction and planning of Lori, Vallow, Daybell, and other co-conspirators, missed his head by merely inches. Just inches. One moment, one shot. A moment that should have taken his life, but didn't. And yet, that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine. When I met Brandon, I saw a man with one of the biggest hearts I have ever known. But it was a heart that had been bruised deeply and wounded by betrayal from those he trusted most. To be hunted by people who were supposed to love and protect him, his own family, left scars that go far beyond physical danger. It robbed him of a sense of safety. It shattered his ability to fully trust. It forced him to live in fear. For months, Brandon was living in hiding, moving from place to place, always looking over his shoulder. The people who wanted him dead still were out there, and he knew they were not finished. After the horrifying news of the murders of Charles and Tammy, and especially Tylee and JJ, children he loved and he knew, Brandon had countless sleepless nights. The fear became constant. I will never forget the night when Alex and another showed up at his family home searching for his children and Brandon. The fear I heard in Brandon's voice was like nothing I had ever heard. He believed that he and his children could be killed. This was his new reality. These crimes weren't just about money or power or twisted religious beliefs. They were also about destroying families, destroying lives. Lori and her co-conspirators tried to take away a father from his children. This is a man who reads scriptures with them, tucks them to bed at night, plays games with them, supports their dreams, encourages them, and loves them with all of his heart unconditionally. He would do anything for his children. Had that bullet not missed, these beautiful children, now my beloved bonus children, would have grown up without a father's guidance, his protection, and his love. No child should ever be denied that. Brandon was deeply traumatized, and yet he continued to show up for his children, for truth and for justice, even on the first day of our honeymoon, which was meant to be joyful and sacred. I watched my new husband weep in a car after having to identify the remains of a boy he once loved and tried to protect. That boy was JJ, a cousin of Brandon's former wife, the son of the very woman who tried to orchestrate Brandon's murder. That weight, that moment is still and always will be heavy in our lives. He has survivor's guilt. He sometimes wondered why he survived and the others did not. He would say, I would switch places with Charles, with JJ, with Tylee, and even Tammy so that they could live. This is the kind of person Brandon is. He would do anything for the people he loves. Brandon carries emotional scars of attempted murder, betrayal, and loss every day, and yet he remains kind. He remains faithful, and he remains a father that his children are proud of. Today, I am proud to stand beside him as his wife, his best friend, and a witness of his resilience and his courage. The truth has finally come to light, and although it has taken many years to get here, I pray that justice will be served properly. Evil tried to take away, tried to silence Brandon, but it failed. He is still here. He is still standing, and because of that, so are we. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last will be Brandon Boudreau.
After Brandon speaks, we'll need to give the court reporter a short break, so I'm just letting everyone know.
We will play towel trivia after this, friends.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read my sister wrote a letter. She couldn't be here. I'm going to read her letter, and I'll...
That's for Donnell?
Yeah, for Donnell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Donnell Hackey. I'm the oldest sister to Brandon Boudreau. 6 years ago, our world was rocked in ways none of us could have predicted. I am not unfamiliar with the criminal justice system. I worked within it for over 10 years, but it had never touched my life personally until it did 6 years ago. I watched as my brother Brandon had his entire life ripped apart with absolutely no warning. I watched him try to pick up the pieces of a life and family he had built and to try to bandage the broken hearts of his children with oh so many questions, while also navigating his own personal sorrow and heartbreak. I held him and cried with him and offered what little advice I could with all the love my big sister heart could give him. Then just a few months later, while I was 7 months pregnant with my third child
and returning home from a doctor visit. I had my husband sit me down on the couch and ever so gently let me know that my brother had just been shot at. You see, my dad hadn't called me. He called my husband to tell him so that he could carefully and gently tell me what had happened. My world, as I knew it, was shattered. All of a sudden, I was living in a paranoid, anxiety-filled, fear-driven nightmare. As details emerged and my brother gained more information and knowledge, he reached out to see if he could bring his children to hide at our home for a while. There was no hesitation. We took them all in. But those few weeks were filled with terror. We stayed indoors with the blinds shut and the door securely locked. We did our best to entertain 6 children, ours and his, and keep them happy and as unaware of the situation as possible, while also monitoring our streets for any signs of those responsible for this. I no longer felt safe in my home. Leaving meant constantly checking behind and around me, making sure no one was following or watching us. We were on alert 24/7. Our entire family helped shuffle my incredible brother and his kids around, doing our best to ensure that they felt safe and were being loved and taken care of. This went on for months. Once those responsible were caught, we felt some relief. However, more details continued to merge, and my brother's life continued to get thrown for loops. Our family has come out of this closer, stronger, and more unified. We have held our tongues, never having spoken our truths, so as to allow the judicial system to do what it is designed to do, bring some justice to all of the victims. The big sister and me wanted nothing more than to take care of my little brother and his sweet children. I wanted nothing more than to fix everything and make it right. I obviously couldn't do that. I watched as my brother experienced the most horrible things and do so with grace, love, and humbleness that I don't know I would have had. I am grateful for the example he has been to me. I pray that our family can continue to heal and move on and hold strong to each other as we try to close this chapter. So many lives were impacted by such selfish choices. I'm forever grateful that my brother was spared that day. And I know that for me, I will never be able to go back to being blissfully unaware of the horrific choices people can make for the most unimportant and selfish reasons. Thank you for your time, Danielle Hackey. Your Honor, thank you for giving me my time today and for listening to all these people who are my family now and who have gone through this with me. On October 2nd, Lori Daybell, someone I considered family, conspired with others to shoot at me. An act that not only endangered my life, but it threatened to destroy the sacred family unit that I cherish for my children. Had this heinous crime succeeded, my children would have been left to face a lifetime of grief, robbed of the love, stability, and spiritual guidance I provide as their father. The betrayal by someone connected to my family has left me battling overwhelming emotions over the years. I felt fear, paranoia. I lived with constant vigilance, loneliness, regret, sadness, depression, anger, heartache, and embarrassment. All while striving to remain a beacon for my children. I didn't want them to see. The word family in Latin was used as a word for servant, familia. How beautiful to think of those who are family as those who we serve or who serve us freely without the thought of reward. I try to live this truth every day, serving my children with selfless dedication, nurturing their dreams, teaching them resilience, and providing a foundation of love. Lori Daybell's actions sought to tear me from the sacred role, leaving my children without the father who serves them with unwavering devotion. Trust is something that is intangible. It can almost, excuse me. It can almost be measured in interactions with others by the speed and comfort with which we speak. We can see this inside our families. When it's present, it creates beautiful, safe spaces where human beings can grow and feel loved. As a father, I strive to cultivate this trust, fostering a haven where my children feel secure to grow and express themselves. Had I been killed, this trust would have been shattered, leaving my children vulnerable to fear, uncertainty, and struggling to rebuild the safety that they deserve. I believe the family unit is ordained of God, and as such, it can be the most safe and sacred space we have in this life. I was raised in such a unit by parents who created this for me. And my life's greatest desire is that one day my children will look back and say that I created that for them. This divine calling gives me a drive to provide a nurturing and sacred environment for my children, mirroring the love I received. The choices that were made on October 2nd by Lori and others attempted to end my life. They threatened to rob my children of this God-ordained sanctuary, denying them the legacy and safety of love I strive to build. Research underscores devastating impact of losing a father in early childhood. 20 to 30% of bereaved children develop clinical depression or anxiety, grappling with abandonment. It can hinder their ability to form healthy relationships. My children would have faced these scars and many more. Their sense of security would have been destroyed. The violent act orchestrated by Lori would have taken this. Additionally, children who lose a parent experience academic setbacks, social withdrawal. Studies show that such children face socioeconomic challenges as adults, threatening the stable future I work tirelessly to provide. Besides my children, I have extended family for whom this conspiracy's toll I will never truly know. There's no measurement system for our grief, for our stress, for their pain and their trauma. They carry a burden that was no responsibility of their own. They're good people, all of them. But they showed up. They understood what family meant. They postponed work. They postponed life. They postponed fun. They even put out their own children and their own spouses. I had to ask them and their families to keep me safe and put them in jeopardy. I was scared to stay with them for months after they shot at me and kept trying to find me. I was continually pursued. When I asked my new wife to marry me, I had to do so, knowing the burden I brought to our marriage. A life filled with unwanted attention, trauma, from a conspiracy I knew nothing about until it was almost too late. This burden will never go away, but we will learn to deal with it. We can never go back. We can't fix these things. There's no way to make right all the injustice and suffering that we've endured. So my greatest hope is that we can protect others from facing it. I hope those who participated can be removed from a place where they can have a chance to hurt anyone ever again in the future. No one deserves to live a life of fear and trauma. I have friends who stood up and put their lives on hold to help me and my children. I don't know how to convey to you the fear they must have felt to just be involved with me or around me. As others conspired and continued to come looking for me, I can't imagine the impact it had on them after the fact or during, and some of them had to distance themselves to keep their family safe. Finally, this overwhelming toll and conspiracy has had so much effect on those who are called upon to uphold our laws, and to those that I employed to try to protect my family. I would include attorneys, law enforcement, juries, yourself, your staff, all the people who have to deal with this. We've spent countless hours and precious resources from our community's taxes, mine and my family's personal finances, striving to prove exactly what happened, and most importantly, to keep children safe. All of this could have gone to more productive and beneficial things to help others, but it had to be diverted because of selfishness and self-centered conspirations. Your Honor, I'm a believer in forgiveness, and I believe it can be relieving for people to let go of the feelings that I've been describing, to give them away to their Savior, so that there's more room for good feelings and things that can come in this life. I try to practice this. I'm not perfect at it, but I have found relief in it. But I do not believe that this means that we can trust those who commit crimes to continue to have freedom that they had before. I choose to forgive Lori for myself so that I can be able to be a better father to those children I described. Be a better husband for my new wife. A better son and brother to these wonderful people who came. And a better neighbor and friend to those people who were there for me when I needed it most. But I have never seen any remorse or acknowledgement from Lori or any of her conspirators. Only denial, shaming, and accusation. I would never feel safe if she has freedom. I will always fear her for what she would try to do, again, to hurt my family. The trauma of this attack has already shaken my children's sense of safety. It's forced me to fight through pain, and it's forced me to work to restore trust for them in this life that we live. Lori's conspiracy was an assault on the essence of familia or selfless love. It's an assault on trust, and it's an assault on the divine sanctity of what a family is and what I grew up in. I would urge you to recognize this harm, this act that was intended to inflict pain upon myself, my family, my children, who deserve to grow up in a sacred, safe space. And I would ask you to protect us. As I let go of those angry feelings and all of those things, I would ask you to protect us, keep us safe, keep these people who deserve it safe. And I just ask that and thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short recess of about 10 minutes. You may wish to remain in the courtroom in your seats, but if you do need to use the restroom, you might want to do that at this time.
Folks, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am going to stay with the feed, but the court is on recess. And I'm going to take a look at a press conference earlier with President Donald Trump. He made some remarks about release of potential Epstein files. So I'm going to see this press conference, and then we're going to play some towel trivia, okay? So it's a short... Oh, okay, he did a full press conference, all right, when he was leaving for Scotland. Just want to hear what the president had to say on his way over to Scotland. We're going to keep an eye on the Lori Daybell sentencing, but I just want to take this press conference from the president as it has made some waves as well.
Those young people, they just said too much winning. Too much winning, sir, they know it. And it is a lot of winning. We had the best 6 months ever. We're now heading to Scotland. I'm meeting with the Prime Minister of UK. Some of you are going, I guess, and a lot of you aren't. Are you going? Huh? Well, you got to get moving. That's a good one. That's going to be a good one. So we have great numbers we just announced. I don't have to go over it because you've seen them, but we have great economic numbers. The deal with Japan is amazing. You give us $550 billion, and we have totally open access into Japan. Those numbers are great. I mean, the kids actually just said very, very cute, actually. I walked up, they said, sir, there's too much winning. They picked up on a little routine, you know. Go ahead.
Mr. President, can I ask you about the DOJ lawsuit that you filed yesterday against New York City Mayor Adams? In the lawsuit, they named the CBP officer that was officer who was shot. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's DOJ going against New York, but we're going against a lot of other places too. We want to bring safety to our cities, but that's going to be a pretty routine filing with other cities too. As you know, we've started numerous lawsuits with other cities. We want to bring safety. We've got to get the criminals out, and we're doing it in record numbers.
I just want to apologize, by the way, for the helicopter noise. I think it's so the press can't ask rude questions, but just so you know, it's President Trump standing next to a helicopter. We're taking the press conference because he said, apparently the president said something about releasing some of the Epstein files. So, and Bill Clinton also got brought up, and like President Trump went at him. So I want to listen. Please forgive the helicopter noise. I think is what President Trump does, so the media can't be rude. But I don't actually know. It's just a helicopter. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. I wish we could hear the president more directly, but this is how it is.
Yeah, guys, Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die, and it's very, very bad. And it got to be to a point where...
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, Hamas is they're willing to do that, but he's making a threat there, being like, okay, you didn't negotiate, I'm going to get you. So I'm going to analyze what the president's saying a little bit as well. I don't know if you're just tuning in, but Towel likes President Trump. That doesn't mean, and listen, you will see people in this chat who love President Trump that don't agree with President Trump on everything, and it is okay. No one's going to say you have to agree with any politician on anything. But there's actually a lot here, and I'm going to analyze. I didn't realize he gave a press conference. It's hurting my ear to listen to the helicopter, but I'm going to analyze it for you.
You're going to have to finish the job. They really, they asked the thing. Don't forget, we got a lot of hostages out. So now we're down to the final hostages, and they know what happens after you get the final hostages. And basically, because of that, they really didn't want to make a deal. I saw that. So they pulled out, and they're going to have to fight, and they're going to have to clean it up. You're going to have to get rid of it.
What are you hoping Todd Blanche gets out of his meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I don't know about the meeting. I know it's taking place, and he's a fantastic man. He's a great attorney, and people should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the fact that...
Pause here. By the way, President Trump is going to talk more about Epstein. I'm starting to wonder if President Trump was one of the first people to rat Epstein out, because President Trump apparently kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because Epstein was being weird towards some of President Trump's employees. And if you know anything about President Trump, you'll know you shouldn't mess with his employees because he's very protective. It's like a family for him. So I think he might have cooperated with the prosecution of Epstein in Florida in the early 2000s, maybe like 2004, 2010, somewhere in there.
Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about. And they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering
Easy.
will you do any business deals with the UK?
Yeah, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister right now. We're going to be over there in about 6 hours. We're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. We're going to be talking about the trade deal that we made and maybe even improve it.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, sir?
I saw homeless people sleeping right outside the gates of the White House. Are you concerned about that?
I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Near the Treasury.
Right across the
What I do want to say is that Todd is a great... His friends that are hedge fund guys, they're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Do you maintain you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday?
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people. Where did you see the people laying outside? Exactly?
Right across the street from Lafayette Park, sir, towards 15.
We'll take care of it.
Are you hoping to meet with President Trump for bringing hostages home? What are the alternative methods to bring hostages home?
Well, we got a lot of them out, and it's I've always said those last 10 or 20 are going to be the toughest, because Hamas knows what happens when they don't have any bargaining chip. And they really broke a deal. They broke a deal, and you're going to have to do what you have to do right now. It's a terrible thing. And I always knew that. I said, when you get down to the last one, they're not going to be able to make a deal.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if she's
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out.
Why has the dollar fallen so much, and are you concerned about that?
By the way, the previous administration was 100% against giving clemency to Maxwell, which means maybe Maxwell has given. Now remember, President Trump knows what Todd Blanche was told yesterday, the deputy AG who did the interview with Maxwell. So if he's being like, I haven't thought about it, what he's really saying, because the policy used to be no, what he's really saying is maybe. And again, if she can give up some really bad people, maybe. But listen, Maxwell referred to some of these victims as slaves. So it's not like wheeling and dealing with her is necessarily the greatest idea. She was a bad person. But, it depends who she can give up, I guess.
Well, I'm a person that likes a strong dollar. But
the next question is, what does President Trump feel about the weakness of the dollar?
A weak dollar makes you a hell of a lot more money. Hate to tell you. I don't know if you study it, but I study it. And if you look at the yen...
I went to Penn and worked, so I know this.
You understand?
Absolutely.
Oh, you did go to Penn?
I went to work, yes,
well,
sir.
that means you're a smarter guy than I even thought, and I know you're smart. So when we have a strong dollar, one thing happens. It sounds good. But you don't do any tourism. You can't sell tractors. You can't sell trucks. You can't sell anything. It is good for inflation. That's about it. And we have no inflation. We've wiped out inflation. But it's an interesting question. So I will never say I like a low currency, but you remember the battles I had with the yuan, with China and with Japan, Japan being the yen. They always wanted a weak currency. They're trying to get a weak currency now. Now, it doesn't sound good, but you make a hell of a lot more money with a weaker dollar. Not a weak dollar, but a weaker dollar than you do with a strong dollar. And the first people that are going to notice it are the manufacturers of trucks and various other things. Like, look at Caterpillar, how well they're doing now. When you have a strong dollar, you can't sell anything. It's only good for inflation, and it's good psychologically. It makes you feel good. But with that being said, I love strong dollars, but you make your money with a currency. And I had so many different fights with President Xi, between Japan and China. All they want to do is have a weak currency. They're always fighting for a weak currency. And that's how they really dominated over the years. So when I see it down there, I don't lose sleep over it, let's put it that way. In fact, sometimes I go to sleep very happy. You understand. Do you agree with me?
I agree with a lot of what you said, Mr. President. Do you think it makes any easier to impose your tariff with that lower dollar? Because
I think it makes it easier even for tariffs, yeah. And it makes the tariffs worth much more. And it's easier to pay off debt. And it's easier to get a low interest rate, too. There are a lot of good things. It's hard to explain to people the headline, Trump wants a weak dollar. It's not a weak dollar. You take a look at the history of China over the last 20 years. All they do is fight for a weak currency. Look at Japan when they were really doing well. They had a very weak currency. So, to me, I just say, thank you very much. It is what it is.
President, what's your comment on ceasefire? Have you given up on a Gaza ceasefire?
Well, the Gaza situation, and I said this was going to happen when you get down to your last 10 or 20. We got a lot of hostages out. We took them out in numbers that nobody believed, a lot of them. And I said, when you get down to 10 or 20, I don't think Hamas is going to make a deal because that means they have no protection. And basically, that's what happened. Hamas didn't want to make a deal.
Have you seen that photo?
I think what's going to happen is they're going to be hunted down.
Secondary sanctions sooner on Russia. Are you closer today to secondary sanctions?
I want to hear yes in response to this question. It's very important. I like that. Taterbug. You know, the more I watch President Trump, the more I like President Trump. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, Grant, you've been saying you love President Trump for a while. Well, yes, but I don't have time to listen. I love President Trump, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't have time to listen to every President Trump speech, and I'm sure he would understand this. Like, I have to do my work. So I'm watching the stuff that I'm watching, and I have to, focus on that. I don't actually get to listen to him talk. I see the media make fun of him, and I don't really like that because I know listen, if Grampy Towel likes you, then Towel automatically likes you. But listen, President Trump, okay, so that last answer, the last two answers were really good. One, he's right. If you look at the Nippon in the 90s, in the 2000s, the reason Japan was able to kind of fight through that tumultuous period of the dot-com boom was because, and especially with their aging population and their large you should look at the number of old people compared to young people in Japan. Okay, it's a big problem. They don't have a lot of kids. It's a cultural thing, especially right now. He's right. They devalued their currency, and it was very similar to the pound sterling in at the end of when they were initially thinking about joining the Eurozone. They did the same thing, and President Trump's pointing out that, and he's not saying it because he doesn't want to cause panic, but when you have an economic contraction, you don't really have a lot of options. One option is devaluing your currency because it makes it easier to facilitate the flow of trade. Like he was saying, money is cheaper, debt is easier to pay off. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that was a fine answer. I liked that answer. The second answer about Gaza was fine. He's a little bit in between a rock and a hard place, President Trump, on the Gaza issue, because I don't exactly think he loves Bibi Netanyahu using this as cover. I think he knows Bibi's politically in trouble domestically. But at the same time, I don't think President Trump clearly thinks Hamas are terrorists, and they are. So President Trump is kind of saying, we will go in there if we need to. I want to hear yes to this question.
At that whole situation, it could be that we'll have
on Russia. Are you closer today to secondary sanctions?
We're looking at that whole situation. It could be that we'll have to put secondary sanctions on them.
Sooner than 50 days?
Maybe, yeah.
Do you think it's counterproductive?
Who are you with? Who are you with?
Scripps News.
Oh, good.
Counterproductive to France, for France to say that they would recognize the Palestinian state. Macron said that yesterday.
Look, he's a different kind of a guy. He's okay. He's a team player, pretty much. But here's the good news: what he says doesn't matter. It's not going to change it. Well, he made a statement, France, Macron. His statement doesn't carry any weight. He's a very good guy. I like him, but that statement doesn't carry weight.
So how important is a trade deal with the EU?
I would say that we have a 50-50 chance, maybe less than that, but a 50-50 chance of making a deal with the EU. And it'll be a deal where they have to buy down their tariffs, because they're right now at 30%. And they'll have to buy them down, maybe, or they could leave them the way they are. But they want to make a deal very badly. I would have said we have a 25% chance with Japan, and they kept coming back, and we made a deal, and the deal is, don't forget, Japan's putting up $550 billion. It's a lot of money. And also paying tariffs. The biggest part of the Japan deal, and maybe we get this with EU, maybe we don't, is that we have the right to go in and trade. We have the right. They've totally opened Japan to just to the U.S. That's, to me, the biggest part of the deal.
What level tariff really
nuclear disarmament. You said repeatedly you would like to see further nuclear arms reductions between the United States and
like
Russia.
to see that.
But the New START treaty is expiring in about 6 months, and it cannot be legally extended.
That's a problem. That's a problem for the world.
The new one.
It's a problem for the world. You know, we have restrictions, and they have restrictions, as you know, on nuclear. That's not an agreement you want expiring. We're starting to work on that, but that is a big problem for the world. When you take this at Jerome Powell, I think we had a very good meeting. Forgetting about the building, that's out of control and all that. But I think we had a very good meeting on interest rates. And he said to me, now I don't know if the country is doing well. He said, congratulations, the country is doing really well. And I got that to mean that I think he's going to start recommending lower rates.
Because of that conversation?
How do you think that the Supreme
The country really is doing well.
Mr. President, how do you think that
record business?
Did you speak to Netanyahu?
Thank you, Mr. President. How do you think that the Supreme Court's ruling that benefited you on presidential immunity would apply to former President Barack Obama and what you're accusing him of doing?
It probably helps him a lot. Probably helps him a lot, the immunity ruling. But it doesn't help the people around him at all. But it probably helps him a lot. Well, he's done criminal acts, there's no question about it. But he has immunity, and it probably helps him a lot.
Trade agreement you're looking to sign too.
He owes me big. Obama owes me big.
What are the details in the UK trade agreement you're hoping to fine tune with the Prime Minister
This week we want to talk about certain aspects which is going to be good for both countries. More fine-tuning, and also we're going to do a little celebrating together because, you know, we got along very well. UK's been trying to make a deal with us for like 12 years and haven't been able to do it. We got it done. He's doing a very good job, good Prime Minister, good guy. We really get along very well. So we're going to meet at Turnberry and we're going to meet at Aberdeen. So two beautiful places.
Is there wiggle room in steel and aluminum if they were to budge on digital services tax?
Say it.
Is there any wiggle room on steel and aluminum in exchange for any budge on digital services?
Not a lot, because if I do it for one, I have to do it for all. So on that, steel and aluminum, not a lot.
Mr. President, did you speak to Netanyahu about aid drops?
Sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. President, did you speak to Netanyahu about allowing aid drops in Gaza from Arab countries?
Yeah, I speak to him, but I can't tell you what I spoke to him about. But it was sort of disappointing, although I told you. I told you, when you get down to those last 20 hostages, you get down to that last 10 or 20, it's going to be very hard for Hamas to make a deal because they lose their shield, they lose their cover. We got a lot of them out, a lot of them. We took a lot of bodies out, too. You know, so many of the parents said, please get my son's body back. And we're able to do that. We got a lot of people out, live and people that are not alive. But it was very important to the parents to get their son back, even though they knew their son was dead.
Are you going to be able to get the Open Championship back to Turnberry?
I think they will do that, yeah. They want, Turnberry is rated the #1 course in the world. I think they'll do that, yeah.
And are you going to talk to anybody
No,
about
I'm not going to. It's not about that. I'm going to see it for the first time in years. You were there the last time we went. That's pretty good, right? No, it's the best resort in the world, I think, at Turnberry, and it's one of the greatest courses in the world. We're going to see it. We're going to have, I believe, dinner at Turnberry with the Prime Minister. Then we're going to go to the oil capital of Europe, which is Aberdeen, and we're going to have lunches there. We're going to have a good time. I think the Prime Minister and I get along very well.
And you're going to see the Scottish leader too, right? Swinney, John Swinney?
I am.
What's that about?
Well, we have a lot of things in Scotland. I have a lot of love. My brother was born in Scotland, and he's a good man. The Scottish leader is a good man, so I look forward to meeting him. That's all set up, right?
Paris Day is exactly 1 week from today, August the 1st. What do you expect between now and next Friday as it relates to your deadline?
When you say tariff, not Paris.
Paris.
Tariff. I think you said Paris Day.
No, Paris Day.
Well, most of the deals are finished right now. They're finished because we're just going to charge a certain tariff. A lower tariff that I could get. I don't want to hurt country. But we're going to send a letter out sometime during the week. And it's basically going to say you're going to pay 10%, you're going to pay 15%, you're going to pay maybe less. I don't know. But Australia was great. They opened up beef yesterday for the first time ever. And they did it. We didn't know about it. We asked them to do it, and all of a sudden we got a word that they wanted. So obviously they're looking to do something. But Australia. So August 1st is going to come, and we will have most of our deals finished, if not all. We haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada. I think Canada could be one where they'll just pay tariffs, not really a negotiation. We're working very diligently with Europe, the EU, which covers a lot of territory, a lot of countries, and that's the big one right now. We have the confines of a deal with China. We haven't really. We don't have a deal with Canada. We haven't been focused on it.
Mr. President, when you send out those letters, do you believe that will bring some certainty to the financial markets? Because then they will know.
No. When those letters go out, they're a page and a half. That means they have a deal. It's done. They pay that tariff, and that is a contract essentially. And they can come into the country. They're going to pay a tariff. I'm going to keep it minimal. I'm going to keep it. I'm not looking to hurt countries. I could do that too, but I'm not looking to do that. But when that letter goes out, that's a deal. And we'll be sending maybe close to 200 of those letters out. Don't forget, we have a lot of countries. So we're going to be sending out almost 200 of those letters. But once those letters go out, there we have a deal. Now, we sent one to Japan, we sent one to EU, and they came back and negotiated a deal. I think EU has got a pretty good chance of making a deal.
With all of that revenue coming in, Mr. President.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
Our country was a dead country. It was a dead country 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And don't you feel it?
Mr. President, with all of that revenue coming in tens of billions of dollars, do you think there's the possibility of a rebate to the American public in terms of all of that money?
We're thinking about that, actually. We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that.
You hear what he's saying, right? They're thinking about doing a tax rebate. I mean, that would be nice. It's kind of like a stimulus check. They'd prefer you spend it like paying down your credit card debt and stuff like that, But that's what he's saying.
It might be very nice. Being blocked by a lot of people. People don't know this, and we didn't certainly get any acknowledgement or thank you, but we contributed $60 million to food and supplies and everything else. We hope the money gets there.
Yeah, but the problem is that it was distributed through this organization that was kind of tied into Israel, and it caused more tension than help. It wasn't it should have gone to UNRWA, but they shut UNRWA down, so nobody trusts the new food distribution place, and it became chaos.
Because, that money gets taken, the food gets taken. We're going to do more, but we gave a lot of money. We gave a majority of the money, and The sad part is that no other country other than us gives anything.
Have you spoken to Michael Walkley about running for that North Carolina?
I have,
Senate seat,
yeah.
And will he run?
Okay, so he's right, but the nuance is, if you want to shut down UNRWA, then you have to build a coalition to replace UNRWA. You can't just send in, like, the CIA. That's not going to work. Hamas knows what the CIA is. You need an international coalition if you really want to distribute aid. And that's not what we did, so nobody supported it.
I think he will.
So teacher shortages, so what can be done to get...
Are you from North Carolina?
My father lives there.
He'll be a good candidate.
What can be done to bring more teachers, more educators into the classroom to alleviate the teacher shortage across the country?
We're doing that, and we're doing it strongly. What we're doing is moving education back to the states. The states will run education. When they do it, you're going to have the best education in the world. We'll have 35 or 40 states where it will be as good as Sweden, Norway, Denmark, the top 5 or 6 countries.
How do you attract the top talent, the top teachers to get into the classroom?
We're going to get them. We already have them. When we go back to the states with education, you're going to see a big difference.
All right, so listen. What are you going to do with the education department's budget? If you distribute it to attract teachers in the states, that's great. But you can't just say, okay, use your state revenue to fund the schools. That's not going to work. We're going to get worse quality teachers. So I'm all about decentralizing education. It's fundamentally been decentralized since the beginning. But you need to put that money, we need to federally subsidize the school system. If we don't do that, we are literally going to collapse education. It's not like only 10% of the students are going to be able to go to private schools, so you can't collapse the public school system. It literally sustains the entire undercurrent of our nation. Even if you're just training people for vocations, like vocational schools, like we need way more industrial employees. We need like way more highly trained tech workers, and the only way we're going to be able to do that is like it's an investment. It's not like it's not communism. We are investing in producing workers that over a lifetime will generate capital for the country. So I don't know. We have to restructure education. Certainly, we cannot be using the horseman model from the 1880s or whatever it is. But no, just decentralizing without funding it will collapse the education system, and we can't because we won't be able to compete. It's an individual thing. Our education system is what sustains our economic production and allows us to compete. We're falling behind on the population curve, so we need highly skilled workers or very well trained industrial workers, or we're not going to be able to compete. Like we have to do that. That's what the school system is. I'm sorry, not everyone is going to become a politician. Most people are industrial workers. So we need industrial workers, highly trained tech workers, or we're going to collapse.
Is that on the table?
Todd Blanche is a great gentleman. He's a great man. He's a great lawyer. He's got a great heart. But he's over there now. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I certainly can't talk about partners.
Can you trust what she's telling him? She's a convicted trafficker who's eager to get out of prison.
Well, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through things like this before. But you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, should that be part of the question?
Oh. So he wasn't saying he's going to... Well, okay. Listen, he might have just committed himself to something there he wasn't really intending to do. And that's all we were listening to that for, by the way. I just wanted to hear the point where he was... Because all these news outlets are flashing that he said he's going to release a list. He just committed himself to giving the media a list. So, okay, good. Give the media a list. Now, let's play Towel Trivia. Thank you very much for sticking around. We are going to watch, I think, Ashley Banfield's interview a little bit later. But as you can see, they all these different networks like took that quote to mean that he's going to release something. I mean, he is going to release something, okay? He is. But, like, I don't know. I think he just committed himself to something that he wasn't really anticipating, which is he's now going to have to release a list of people who he knows to have been close to Epstein. Great. I mean, I think he wants to do it, but I don't think he meant to commit himself to it. But, okay, you committed yourself to it. All right, so my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. You waited. I'm going to reward your patience. It is time for Towel Trivia. And I got a new Towel Trivia game, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this Towel Trivia game. It's a new version of Towel Trivia. Now, if you've never played Towel Trivia, oh goodness, that's a little too zoomed in. Don't worry, I'm here to fix the plan. If you've never played Towel Trivia before, it's a lot of fun. All right, here's how it works. We're going to answer questions. We're trying a new format today, so no questions. No promises. We're going to answer questions. There's going to be a question up on the screen. You're going to get 4 choices. If you get it right, if I get it right, and you are the first one in chat to get it right, you get a point. If you get it right after the first person, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, however, and you are the first one to get it right, then you get 2 points. If I get it wrong and you get it right after the first person, you get a point. Now, there's no... Someone's like, Graham, why do you pick categories you know a lot about? Well, occasionally, we do a double bonus round. Now, a double bonus round is where I pick a category I know a lot about. If I get the question right in that category, regular scoring rules apply. If I get the question wrong and you get it right first, you get 4 points. If I get it wrong and you get it correct after that point, you get 2 points. See how that is a double bonus round? We don't play them every round. And they have to be a category I know a lot about, or it wouldn't be fun. I'm not giving you double bonus points just for knowing about hodgepodge things. You got to know about things I know about to get the double bonus points. You are a genius, Taterbug. I say, Taterbug, there's a reason you are the Assistant Prime Minister of Canada. Now listen. If you're wondering, Grant, did you send Taterbug to Canada to annex Canada? No. Taterbug, they're on to us. Taterbug, don't tell Steph about the plan to annex Canada. She'll tell the Prime Minister. Wait a minute, Steph is the Prime Minister. Oh, no. I've got myself into quite a corner here. Steph, we are going to annex Canada. No desserts. Yeah, I won't be eating any desserts. Let's do Seinfeld as the first question. Who wants as the first category? It's 10 questions, ladies and gentlemen. 10 questions, 5 minutes. We are going to do Seinfeld as the first trivia category. I know Allie and Rue are Rue just started running around in circles because he was like, oh my goodness, that's my favorite show of all time. Oh my goodness, it's raining. Good thing I'm inside. All right, we're hanging out for the afternoon. It's a rainy Towel Friday. We're playing trivia. We love Towel Trivia. I'm glad we waited a little bit to play. There were a lot of people watching earlier. We can't do trivia with more than like 40 to 50 people. It gets ridiculously unwieldy. All right, so here we go. Let me get the scoreboard. All right, let me get the scoreboard. I have the scoreboard. The current champion, ladies and gentlemen, is Steph. Steph Towel is current champion. Steph is Towel. Steph has 28 points and was champion of last round, although technically Towel got 28 points as well, and therefore I'm the current champion, along with Steph. Allie Towel was second with 22. Elizabeth Towel rounded out the podium of last round with 17.5. Seinfeld is the Towel. Allie Towel, it's thundering and raining. Make sure you protect Rue from the lightning. All right, here we go. Seinfeld shenanigans is the first category. Now, you know the rule. We read the question. You get time to answer it. Hopefully this doesn't go from question to question, or I'm going to have to record responses very quickly. What brand of contraceptive did Elaine hoard on the TV show Seinfeld? Is it the Today Sponge, the Morning After Sponge, the Tomorrow Sponge, or the Daily Sponge? I'm going to wait about 10. I have no idea. It is a sponge. I mean, I know. I think it's the Daily Sponge. I'm going the Daily Sponge. Nope, that was wrong. Oh, no, it doesn't give us the right answer. Hold on. I'm going to have to actually look up the right answer. Hold on. What brand of sponge did Elaine use Seinfeld? So I'm going to look up the right answer. I'm going to look it up. It is the Today Sponge. So it's number 1. Number 1 is the right answer, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1 is the right answer. This isn't the greatest version of the game because I have to get it right for it to show the right answer, but the answer is number 1. That is all right. I don't either. Where is Steph Towel? Steph Towel might be working. It is number 1. So no one got any points this round. I don't exactly love this. You know what? Let's go back to our old round. We need a game that shows us the correct answer. But Allie Towel was so excited. Yeah, we're going back to our regular game. Sorry, Allie Towel. I agree. I don't like it. We would have tried it if it showed the right answer, but we're not dealing with that nonsense. We're just doing Seinfeld as a category on our regular game. Steph Towel has... Oh, my goodness. It's Steph Towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are running around like little towels. The first category of the day, because we're not dealing with that nonsense on the other game where it doesn't show us the right answer. Ladies and gentlemen, the first category of the day is Seinfeld. We're restarting. That was a false start. Here we go. Seinfeld, first question. Here we go. Which character often explains, not that there's anything wrong with that, George Costanza, Jerry Seinfeld, Kramer, Elaine Bennis? Which character often exclaims, not that there's anything wrong with that? I'm going Jerry. It was Jerry Seinfeld, ladies and gentlemen. Towel gets a point. Thank you, Harvard Guard. Steph Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason they call her the trivia champion. Steph Towel gets a full point. Elliot Rowe get half a point. And we know people will join in. Oh, Noel Towel, you jump. Oh, Noel Towel got half a point. Noel Towel is a Noel Towel. Hello, Noel Towel. It's so good to see you. Have you ever considered that I have a fluffy bunny Noel Towel? Bunny Towel had to go to work, but do you see my fluffy bunny towel? This is Noel Towel. I was thinking of you. This is the bunny towel. He just wants to say hello. He is Peep Towel. He just wants to say hello to Noel. You do? All right. The bunny says he loves you very much, Noel, and Steph, he also says hello, and hello, Allie and Rue and Nancy. Rue is not afraid of thunder. Is Rue afraid of the bunny? Hi, you are a towel, Noel. All right, excellent job. That wasn't the easiest question, ladies and gentlemen. You had to have watched Seinfeld. Allie Towel loves Seinfeld. Next question. What is the name of the coffee shop frequently visited by the characters? Monk's Cafe, Central Perk, the Peach Pit, Mel's Diner. Is it Monk's Cafe, Central Perk, the Peach Pit, Mel's Diner? It's either Monk's or Mel's. Show me Diner. No, it was Monk's Cafe. I knew it. Noel Towel, ladies and gentlemen, gets 2 full points. Noel Towel was the only one to know it so far. No, Steph also picks up a full point. Nancy from the 508 gets on the board with a full point. Towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen, our favorite part of the day. Best way to unwind. Great job, Nancy Towel. That was a relatively hard one as well. Seinfeld is a tough category. Next question. Noel did a great job there. Which character famously worked as a close talker? George Costanza, Newman, Kramer, Larry David. Which character famously worked as a close talker? George Costanza, Newman, Kramer, Larry David. Larry David. Show me George Costanza. It was Larry David. I think Elliot Rue Towel also got a half point on got a full point on that last one. No, it was not Newman, Steph. No, truth over bias is here. They are Super Towel. Oh, a lot of people guessing Newman. Paula Towel picks up the 2 points. A lot of 2 points falling on the board this round. Good job, Paula Towel. One of the only people to know. Excuse me. Let me make sure it was Paula Towel. No, sorry, Paula Towel. It was not you. It was not you. You guessed the same one as me. It was 4. Noel Towel gets another 2 points. Yes, I have corrected myself. Noel Towel and Allie Towel and Bro get a point. Noel Towel is on the top of the leaderboard by a lot right now. He is, Allie. He plays a role on the show. He does have I think he does have a role on the show at one point. Yep, Paula, don't worry, I corrected. It was actually Noel Towell who got another 2 points. Noel was the first one to get number 4. That was a hard one. All of these are hard. Like, I remember Larry David doing a cameo, but it was very short. Next question. What job did George try to fake at the beginning of the series? Architect, real estate agent, telemarketer, journalist. Which job did George try to fake at the beginning of the series? Architect, real estate agent, telemarketer, journalist. I think I know this one. Architect. Damn it. I thought he did fake being an architect. Oh, Noel, that's what I thought as well. I think it was his, he did it later in the series. They tricked us. That is interesting, actually, Paula. Paula was the only one to get this one so far. Paula Towell's not only on the board, but grabs 2 points. Allie and Rue grab another point. They tricked us. That was a trick question. Great guess, Paula Towell. That was a trick. Yeah, it was, Noel. They tricked us. They tricked us. I feel cheated. Indeed, Allie, that's true. I feel like you're right, Paula. Or and then he became an architect later and had to fake it. He also worked for the Yankees. We're all just getting blown away on this category. Next question. Oh, goodness, the rain is here. Which character is known for the catchphrase, yada, yada, yada? Is it George Costanza, Newman, Elaine Bennis, Sue Ellen Mischke? Which character is known for the catchphrase, yada, yada, yada? George Costanza, Newman, Elaine Bennis, Sue Ellen Mischke. Show me Elaine. Oh, wow, I got screwed. Sue Ellen introduces it, and then Elaine appropriates it, I guess. We all got screwed. All of us. Noel Towell. Listen, Noel is going to break the all-time point record. Steph, we're screwed. Noel Towell is just on it. Hello, Claudia. Good guess, but it was not Elaine. I think Elaine stole it from this character. Paula Towell gets another point in the rain. Allie Towell and Rue get another point. Listen, that was actually a relatively good Seinfeld teaser. Me too. No, Noel. Elaine definitely uses it, but it must have started with Sue Ellen. I like it. I like it. Allie, this is worthy of those people who watch Seinfeld, I'll tell you. Next question. Which unique occupation does Jerry's father, Frank, have? Is he a podiatrist, a comedian, a car salesman, or a marble rye baker? Which unique occupation does Jerry's father, Frank, have? Podiatrist, comedian, car salesman, marble rye baker. I've only known that he retired. I don't know was he a baker? I don't know. Yep, he was a marble. All I remember is when they went to Florida. I just guessed. Sorry, no double points this time. Truth over bias picks up the full point. Who else picking up points, ladies and gentlemen? Who else? There are points to be had. Paula and Claudia each pick up half point. Great job, Claudia Towell, getting on the board. All right, who else? Who else? Paula, Claudia, and Nancy. Nancy also getting half point. All right, that was a tough round, little towels. Now, while I add up your points, which isn't going to take very... Oh, my goodness. You're going to hear the cracks of thunder. All right, everyone find a towel, buddy. It is about to pour. The skies are opening, ladies and gentlemen. Little towels, the skies are opening. We're going to listen to the Bossy Texas Chick song while we're in between rounds. All right, who's ready for the song? Steph loves the song. Ladies and gentlemen, the skies have opened where I am. The skies have opened. All right, we have a new theme song. It is from Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. They are a Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Everyone ready for the theme song? Everyone ready for the intermission? I'm excited. Let's listen to it. We love Bossy Texas Chicken Bella.
Well, I stumbled on this channel one day. Grant Smith Ellis show from around Boston way. He smokes cigars and towel is his sign. He smokes cigars and towel is his sign. He cusses when excited, but he's never out of line. 'Cause we're towels, soaking up the truth. Norfolk County corruption, yep, he's got the proof. Well, sorta. Doesn't matter if it's raining outside. Grant's towel umbrella will always keep us dry. Now towel trivia has become my favorite game, where stale old news meets the current burning flame. Court trials and conspiracies, old and new. Our community is fun, but we love to learn too. 'Cause we're towels, soaking up the truth. From CIA to FBI, he's got the proof. Well, not exactly. Even when it's raining, no one can deny Grant's towel umbrella will always keep us dry. He brings so much joy to our YouTube stream. He's the smartest little towel we have ever seen, solving every story just like Sherlock Holmes. He makes other hosts look like garden gnomes. I'm a towel, you're a towel, and we're soaking up the truth. From Watergate to Russia, he's got the proof. Okay, nitty knot. We're towels, with our pride so strong, hanging with Grant Smith Ellis all the day long. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. Hope you have nowhere else to go. Found a place for news, goodwill, and fun, where things never look bleak, because Grant always brings the sun. The tide always brings the sun.
Oh, I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, how can you not love a song about Towel Channel? We had a fun song. That was a fun song. I now have your scores, ladies and gentlemen. I now have your scores. In first place for today, ladies and gentlemen, you may know her as Noelle Towel. Now, Noelle Towel is a super towel. And you may be saying to yourself, how well is Noelle Towel doing? Well, we're getting blown away, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand? We don't stand a chance. Noelle Towel is winning 6.5 points. We're all screwed. Steph, we're screwed. We don't even stand a chance. We're losing our crown. Noelle Towel has 6.5 points in first place after round one. Now, remember, you can join in at any time. Sometimes we do double bonus rounds. You can get up to 4 points for a single question. In second place, it's Allie. Oh, no, Paula has flipped the table. Oh, no, Paula has just flipped the table. Everyone run. The table has been flipped. In second place, it's Allie Towel with 3.5 points. Allie and Brew are enjoying the nice summer storm, as is Paula. And Paula Towel, conveniently and serendipitously enough, is tied with Allie and Brew in second place, 3.5 points. In third place, we have Towel and Steph. They were tied. We were tied for the crown yesterday, 2 days ago. We're tied for third today, 2 points apiece. It's Towel and Steph Towel. In fourth place, Nancy Towel, 4.5 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towel, fighting for the leaderboard. In fifth place, Truth Over Bias with a point. Great job. In sixth place, Claudia Towel joined halfway through, still picked up half a point in the position of honor. All right, now, what should our next category be? All right, Noelle Towel, you are in the lead. What is our next category? Whatever Noelle Towel says as her next comment is the category. Man hands. All right, Noelle, you want the category to be man hands? I'm down with it. What would you like whatever, you want the category to be breaking the lobster? I don't even know what that means. I'm so confused. Whatever Noelle Towel says is her next comment is the category. Bubble, you're not Noelle Towel. Whatever Noelle Towel says is her next comment. I don't know what man hands is. No, we can't do that. The category can't be no with a bunch of laughing emojis. It's a Seinfeld episode. Okay, I mean, Noelle Towel, I like how you think. How about gardenias? I don't know anything about gardenias. Whatever Noelle Towel says next as the actual category suggestion will be the category. I hope it's something hilarious, like towels. Seafood dishes. Well, hold on, Paula. I will put that on the list. But whatever Noelle Towel says next, we could play more than a few rounds. Whatever Noelle Towel says next is a category. No, okay, Italian food. I can tell you're hungry, Paula. I am a little hungry as well. I have some Cheez-Its. We're going to wait for Noelle Towel to just throw out ridiculous laws that are real. You got it. Ridiculous laws that are real. I don't know what it's going to think of the word ridiculous that actually exist in the U.S. All right, ridiculous laws that actually exist in the U.S. This is a great category. Now, we're also going to get Italian dishes and seafood dishes as potential categories. But first, ridiculous laws that actually exist in the U.S. And I can tell Noelle is very excited. I am Vanna White Towel. Thanks very much for joining us. I'm also apparently Alex Trebek Towel. It is a good one, Steph. I agree. All right, let's see how Noelle did. Ridiculous laws that actually exist in the U.S. The bot's going to be like, what? Which state's law prohibits a man from being seen in public within a certain distance of a woman he is not related to? Florida, Texas, California, Ohio. Oh, God. I don't know. I have no idea how to answer this question. Show me Texas. Of course, it's fucking Florida. Nope, listen, apparently the Islamists have taken over Florida. What have you done down there? What are you all doing down there in Florida? Paula Towel gets the 2 points. Listen, Paula, I don't know what they're all doing down there in Florida, but I'm a little baffled. I am just baffled. Ruth gets a point. Ruth Towel, I also don't know what they're doing down there in Florida. All right, I'm just baffled by it. Allie and Rue, what? I don't even want to know why you are aware of this law. Have you been using it against people? Does Rue just walk around and be like, I'm a Rue Towel. I saw you standing next to that woman you're not related to. I'd like to do stings for enforcement of that law. I saw that man. He was walking on the sidewalk, and he was within 10 feet of that woman. I ran their genetic records. They're not related. Arrest that man. Not the woman. Arrest that man. Rude told us. Rude. Wait, Paula Towel, I thought you said number one. You got it right, Paula Towel. It's number one. No, Paula Towel, I don't know what you meant to answer, but you somehow put number one in the chat and then number four, so you got it right. You're going to have to take credit for this one, Paula Towel. You technically got it right. You may have meant to put Ohio, but you put Florida first. You got it right. All right, next question on this rainy Towel Friday. Paula Towel's like, I didn't mean to get it right, but all right then, I'll take it. Next question. Which state is it illegal to hunt camels? Oregon, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona. First of all, where did you get camels from? Which state is it illegal to hunt camels? Oregon, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona. Who has been hunting camels? All right, clearly they do this in Nevada. Damn it, it's Arizona. I should have known Lori Daybell was behind this. Freaking Lori Daybell. Steph, how did you know that Lori Daybell has also hunted camels? First of all, why are there camels in Arizona? All right, I would just like to know why there are camels in Arizona. Paula Towell also gets a point. No one has explained to me why there are camels in Arizona. All right? No, listen, I don't understand. I'm baffled. Claudia Ruth and Allie Towell all get a point. Claudia Ruth and Allie Towell apparently know about the camels in Arizona. This is news to me. All right? I just found out yesterday that there are kangaroos in Alabama. Do you know what happened when we found out that there was kangaroos in Alabama? I nearly lost my mind. Well, I understand that there's a desert in Arizona. I understand that marsupials can live in Alabama. What I don't understand is why there are camels in Arizona and kangaroos in Alabama. I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. All right, maybe it was just me who thought kangaroos live in Australia, and what is this other animal? Camels live in Africa and the Middle East. Maybe I was just naive. Who knew? You know what? I grew up my whole life, and I had no idea kangaroos were around in Alabama. Truth over bias, Towel. Did you get that one right? Where are you, Truth over bias? Yes, you did, my friend. You didn't get the double points, but you get a point. Thank you for catching me. That's why I read people's names out. All right, Paula. Hang on. Paula, no shooting camels, please. What are you, Indiana Jones? She has a camel gun. All right, Allie, can Rue Towel protect me from the kangaroos? I'm a little worried now they're going to come up to Massachusetts. In which state is it illegal to ride a horse quickly at night without a helmet? What? New Jersey, Oregon, Texas, Colorado. Listen. Clearly, this is a big problem in New Jersey. Show me New Jersey. Yes, I knew it. I knew it was you New Jersey people driving around at night on horses without helmets. Fucking New Jersey. You all got it wrong. 1 second. Hello, I'm a towel. Sorry for that slight interruption. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the screen. All right, which one of you got New Jersey? I'm looking back at the screen. It is Allie and Rue. Allie and Rue knew about, just like Little Towel, knew about the horses in New Jersey. Now, listen. I'm telling you, I apologize for the mute. I just had, I was being a Little Towel. Now, listen. I told you that people in New Jersey at night ride around on horses without helmets. Now, you didn't believe me, but I told you. Okay? I told you. Now, Paula, I think we're talking like at least 4 roads to the hoghead, 4 whatever Grandpa Simpson uses as a unit of measure. All right, that was a ridiculous question. I'm back with you. I'm a little towel. Now listen. Now, Noel, if you are ever in New Jersey with your horse, make sure you wear a helmet at night, okay? This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. This is just what I'm told. All right? Next question. That was a great question. Only me and Allie and Rue got it right. Where is it illegal to wear boots that are in the shape of animal paws? Utah, Alabama, California, Idaho. Where is it illegal to wear boots that are in the shape of animal paws? Utah, Alabama, California, or Idaho? I feel like that's a liberal. California. No, it was Alabama. Listen, they're protecting the kangaroos. Steph, how did you know that? They're clearly protecting the kangaroos from crime scene impersonators who try to frame them. All right? They are protecting the kangaroos. You cannot go around with kangaroo shoes on to pretend you're a kangaroo. All right? Damn it, Alabama. Noel, I know how you're feeling. All right, Allie and Rue, at this point, I'm not sure you knew that. I think you just, you two just, I think you have a little Google device there. I think only Steph knew that because she's a kangaroo preservationist. Steph, your humility is getting the best of you. We all know that you are a kangaroo preservationist and helped the state of Alabama write a law so that people can't impersonate them in crime scenes. Just take credit for it. We know what you did, Steph. Sweet home Alabama with my kangaroo. We know, Allie. We know. Next question. Which state mandates that bicycles must be ridden in a certain manner on public roads? Do what you say. Even Allie got this one wrong. Rue's just baffled. Steph, teach us your ways, my friend. I'll stay here. I'll be with you. Come on now. It should catch. Come on, little towel. Come on. I'm back. Are we back? So remember, it is literally thunderstorming around me, which means, as all of you know, the internet should be back. It should be catching for you any second now. Give it just a second, and there we go. I heard California's nice. Now listen, I cannot guarantee especially with the storm we just got hit with, that my internet's going to stay up. I literally heard it's sunny again, but I heard it come through so hard that I'm pretty sure some trees fell over because I heard some stuff outside. So I will do my best to keep the internet up, but I am not responsible for what just came through. That was a momentous thunderstorm in the middle of the day. Oh, we're back. All right, who didn't? All right, Steph, you get a point. All right, we're back. So everyone get your answers in for this one. Everyone get your answers in. Ruth Lang, I think, was the first one to get the answer in, folks. And again, it's nobody's fault. That was just the internet buffering. Steph Towel got a full point. I am going through and tracking your points. Don't worry. Noel Towel gets a full point. Everybody just gets a full point. It's fine if you cheated on this one. Blame the internet. Blame Canada and the internet. Blame Canada. Steph's going to feel terrible. All right, another point. All right, we're back. We are back. Everybody's buffered up. Yep. And again, listen, if the stream ever goes down and I say a few minutes before, and if I don't come back at any point, if I say, oh, there's a really bad storm and the stream goes down, it's probably because the internet or a power line went down. But it seems to be okay. It was a quick storm and sunny again. But yeah, when it came through, I heard stuff falling outside because I looked out at my window and I saw branches falling in my yard. So that was pretty violent, that storm there, and the internet then went down for a minute. All right, it's back up though. We're here. I'm a little towel. All right, everybody get recentered. We're going to play a few rounds. I know you all asked for this. I want to close up by about 3:30 or 3:45, and then we'll do our towel watch along tomorrow. I hope you don't mind that I'm closing up a little bit early. The more sleep Towel gets over the next few days, the more ready I'm going to be for this next few weeks, which is going to be incredible. All right? It's going to be unlike anything you've ever seen in your entire life. If you're watching these victims' impact statements and thinking, it's time, I want to hear this in Massachusetts. I want to hear the people who have been silenced for so long be given a voice. I want to see Grant cry. We're almost there. Look at that. I slipped in a little bit of some hope to your Friday. And Towel, you're here at just the right moment. It's okay if you have to leave. I'm just so happy you're here for a minute. And you came just after a violent storm came through Towel's area. Everything seems to be okay, but some trees went down. The internet went down, and now we're here again. All right. Everybody back? Everybody centered? We're ready for our next question. Oh, that was the last question of the round. All right. 2 or 3 more rounds today. I have your updated standings. Now listen. Listen, we have 2 people who are so good at this game, but I also want to tell you, Noel Towel and Paula Towel, listen, Towel's having his worst round of all time, all right? I think my mind's just somewhere else, all right? You all are going to take the stage today and be Super Towels. Here's our standings. Look at this, Noel Towel. You're fighting hard, but you're up against 2 of, like, the smartest people we have, all right? So for round 17, we have Steph Towel in first place. All right, man. Steph Towel in first place with 9 points. Allie Towel in second place with 8.5 points. Noel Towel and Paula Towel tied for third, 7.5 points. Look at that podium. What a powerhouse of a podium. Steph Towel in first. Allie Towel right behind with Rue in second. Noel and Paula Towel chasing on their heels, tied for third. In fourth place, serendipitously enough, it is Ruth Towel, not Rue Towel, Ruth Towel, 4 points. In fifth place, Truth Over Bias Towel, third place, tied with Towel, Little Towel, 3 points apiece. We're doing good, Truth Over Bias Towel. In sixth place, we have a 2-way tie, position of honor, Nancy Towel and Claudia Towel, 1.5 points each. I'm the decoy, and you're not a decoy. You are a lovable Super Towel. And you don't like the damn commies. We don't like the commies. See, everybody doesn't. You missed our President Trump press conference earlier. We watched it. It was pretty fun, Ange. All right. We have 2 more categories to go. Do we want to do seafood dishes or Italian food next? You only have 2 choices on this poll. All right. Seafood dishes or Italian food dishes next. All right. Hold on. You get to vote. Next. Towel trivia category. Okay, are we going to do seafood dishes or Italian dishes? All right, I think you know which one Towel wants to do. I don't like the chicken of the sea. I like the Italian of the land. What is going to win out? Oh, Italian dishes is very much in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Italian dishes is holding strong, nearly a 2-to-1 advantage. The final, no, Italian dishes is just only winning more. Allie Towel, you're going to get screwed. Rock, paper, scissors, towel. The landed Italians. Yes, the landed Italian gentry. Paula, we could be part of the landed gentry. The winner is Italian dishes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Italian food dishes is the Italians do like the seafood. That's true. They also like meat and potatoes. No, I guess more pasta than potatoes and meatballs. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Penultimate category of the day. We're stopping at around 3:30, maybe earlier, because Towel wants the afternoon off. Here we go, little towels. Italian food dishes. Let's begin. What is the Italian dish made of raw fish called? Capriccio, ravioli, gnocchi, panna cotta. Capriccio, ravioli, gnocchi, or panna cotta. Show me Capriccio. It was Capriccio, ladies and gentlemen. Capriccio. Towel got it. Towel's towel. Oh, everybody got it. Oh, no, we're all Italian. Is everybody Italian here? Who was the first to get it? Paula Towel, then Truth Over Bias Towel. Everyone's Italian. This is excellent news. Steph, I'm so glad that you are Italian. Is Noel Towel Italian? Noel and Ruth are both Italian. Allie, I thought you were Italian. What's going on here? What is going on, Allie Towel? Rue, you got to take Allie Towel to Italy. And half a point for Claudia, and half a point for Nancy Towel. I'm so glad you liked them, Noel. I thought that was raw beef. Me too, Allie. But I knew it was raw, so I just went with it. Next question. Steph is goading. Next question. What Italian dish features rice cooked with broth until creamy? Frittata, risotto, lasagna. It was risotto. I'm a towel. No double points in this round for anybody. I'm stealing all your double points. Steph was the first one to get it. Steph knows her risotto. Steph loves risotto. Oh, we have some buffering. Hold on. I'll pause if it buffers. Don't worry. Paula Towel, don't worry. I will have added up all your points by the time the buffering ends. Paula, if you buffered, don't worry. I got Steph with the full point, Paula Towel with the half point, and Truth Over Bias Towel with the half point. And then I got Noelle and Ruth with half point each. But this is definitely a sign that we are going to end around 3:30 because the internet keeps going up and down. Noelle, hold on, who did I get? I got Noelle Towel with half point. Then I got Ruth and Claudia Towel with half a point. And Claudia Towel, there's Claudia Towel. And then Allie and Bro get half point. And then Nancy gets half a point. And then Ange is just having a great Friday. I go with paper, Ange. Paper. Ange is going to speak in code. Next question. Ange, this is your time to shine. Which dish features layers of pasta and cheese baked together? Is it frittata, bruschetta, risotto, or lasagna? Now, come on. Even non-Italians know that clearly, if you're going to layer pasta and cheese and bake it, it's lasagna, ladies and gentlemen. It's lasagna. Come on now. Noelle Towel got the full point. Everyone give Noelle Towel a round of applause. Noelle Towel loves her lasagna. Paula Towel got half a point. Truth Over Bias Towel got half a point. Nancy from the 508 Towel got half a point. Steph got half a point. Where's Steph Towel? Steph retains her lead, but Noelle Towel's climbing. Who else? Ruth Lang got half a point. And Claudia got half a point. And Allie and Bo got half a point, but they're only tied with Noelle and Paula. Lasagna is delicious. Don't worry, we are only playing 18 more minutes of towel trivia, so you all will be eating your dinners soon enough. I hope people are going to eat Italian food. Everyone's clearly hungry. Did you know? Can I just say it is a great Friday? Can we just all? I know we had a tough day earlier, but we're playing towel trivia. It is a great Towel Friday. I just want to say God bless all of you. I have so much hope for the future. It is a great Towel Friday. Yep, Garfield does love lasagna, and I bet Rue loves Garfield. Transitive property, Rue loves lasagna. Next question. Towel's clearly in a mood. I'm playing a game within a game to challenge myself. What is the name of the Italian dish made with thinly sliced raw beef? What is the name of the Italian dish made with thinly sliced raw beef? Is it pasta primavera, polenta, caprese, carpaccio? Is it pasta primavera, polenta, caprese, or carpaccio? Show me caprese. It's carpaccio. I thought that was raw. Oh, I guess it's both. Wow, that was a trick question. I got screwed. Paula Towel gets 2 points. Paula Towel gets 2 points. Steph gets a full point. Who else? Who else gonna get a full point? Ruth, Allie, Claudia, and Noelle get a full point. Can you tell them in Friday mode? Ruth, Allie, Claudia, and Noelle. So Ruth. Oh, I gotta get Ruth. Towel. Ange, are you... Ange, this is... You're making... Ange is playing her own game, I see. I'm gonna get it, Ange. It's gonna be hard, but I'm gonna track your points. Next question. What is the name of the flatbread traditionally topped with various ingredients and baked? What is the name of the flatbread traditionally topped with various ingredients and baked? Is it bruschetta, ciabatta, focaccia, Focaccia or pizza? What? Bruschetta. It's pizza? I got fucked. Oh, it screwed us all. It screwed us all. We don't even know what pizza is. All right, we're all really dumb. Ange got it. It's a trick. It's a trick, ladies and gentlemen. Allie and Ruth. So Ange technically got it, but she's playing a game within a game. So we're going to give it to Allie Towel, and then we're going to give Ange a point. All right, we'll give it to Ange. We're giving Ange. Ange, it's so hard to track what your responses are because I only remember Towel. All right, so Ange Towel got it right. If Ange Towel says towel, it's 4. I forget the rest of her code. This is going to get hard. I only know when she gets number 4 right. Next, Harvard Yard. I love your spirit, my friend. You get bonus points for guessing. Harvard Yard 17 quadrillion bonus points for being a super lovable towel. All right, very good. Next question. What type of pasta originates from the region of Campania and Calabria, known for its unique shape? Is it penne, orchette, tagliate, or fusilli? I don't know how to spell the third one. I have no idea. I don't know which one of those have... Show me fusilli. It's orchette. I'm an idiot. Okay, so paper is number 2. All right, so rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. I got that, Ange. Rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. The only person who got this right was Ruth. Everyone bow down to Ruth. Ruth is an expert. Ruth gets 2 points. Ruth gets 2 points. Ruth is the smartest towel in the history of the United States. Ruth Towel and Claudia Towel, too. Claudia Towel, you may also cook Italian dishes. You get a point. Allie and Bro, all right, you're now Italian again. I'm not sure what to do with you. You got another full point. Rock, paper. So, no, you got that one wrong, Ange. I'm so sorry. You're valiant in your effort, as are you, Noel, but it is orchette. All right, who's ready to see the updated scores? It's a battle. It is a battle, and I am not winning. I'm just a measly little towel. Look at that battle. Look at the new first place champion. Her name is Allie. His name is Rue, and they also have a house bunny. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the scores. All right, take a look at your scores. Harvard Yard has so many bonus points towels. Bonus towel points. I have to expand the scoreboard. All right, expanding the scoreboard. There we go. That is your scoreboard. I'm a towel. Congratulations to heading into our last round, which will be a double bonus round. I will be picking the category. Heading into our last round, we have Allie Towel in first place. And Rue, they are lovable. That was the last question this round. That's correct. We're heading into our final round, ladies and gentlemen. We have Allie Towel with 12.5 towel points. She's an Allie Towel. We have Steph Towel in second place, half a point behind, right behind the forerunner, Allie and Rue Towel, with 12 points. In third place, rounding out the top 10 on the podium, heading into the last round. She has been having a great round. She is a super towel. Her name is Noelle. She's doing excellent. Oh, no. Noelle, I'm so sorry. Noelle, I jumped the gun. Hold on. Noelle is close to the podium. Noelle Towel is having a great round, but woe is me. Third place, Paula Towels is having a great round. Paula Towel on the podium as well, I believe for one of the first times. 11.5 points. Right outside the podium. Literally competing, could jump up on the podium for the first time, still having a great round. Noelle Towel, 10.5. How did I miss that sorting? I don't know that 11 is higher than 10. I need to work on my towel math skills. In fifth place, fighting for a podium place as well, you know them as Ruth Towel. They were one of the only people to get one of the hard questions right related to pasta. They're Ruth Towel, 8.5 points in fifth place. In sixth place, it's Serendipitous, ladies and gentlemen. You know him as Little Towel. Not having his best round, but he's fighting hard. I know, Noelle. How dare me. I need to learn towel math. In sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, he is a Little Towel. He has 6 points, and he's endearing. In 7th place, Claudia Towell climbing up the ranks, ladies and gentlemen. Claudia Towell climbing up the ranks. 5 points in 7th place. Oh, there's the sirens. I knew a tree fell over. In 8th place, ladies and gentlemen, Truth Over Bias, 4.5 points. Excellent job, Truth Over Bias. In 9th place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Towell and Ange Towell, using her coded wonderful answers, send her to Bletchley Park, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Towell and Ange Towell. And in 10th place, filling out the position of honor in all of our hearts, it is Havard Towell. 17 billion bonus points for being a super lovable towel. There you go. The last round of the day is a double bonus round, ladies and gentlemen. It's a double bonus round. We'll play more towel trivia during Watch Along tomorrow, but I want to take the afternoon off. It's a double bonus round. Who's ready? Now, you know how double bonus rounds work. It's a very simple process, okay? What we do is I bring up a category that I know a lot about, and if you do well and I do bad, you can get a lot of points. All right. It's not over yet. We have one round to go. Here we go. Everyone buckle down. Who is going to head into Friday and our towel watch along tomorrow on Saturday? The towel champ. We know it might be Allie and Rue. Rue's always wanted to wear a little crown. Rue is a princess. It could be Steph Towel. Steph is also the Prime Minister of Canada, technically some kind of royal princess. She just found out she's British the other day. It was a very big existential moment for her. It could also be Noelle Towel. It could also be Ruth Towel, ladies and gentlemen. It could also be Paula Towel. Who is going to end up in position 1? Apparently, Allie watches a lot of cooking shows because Rue demands very specific culinary productions. All right, the final towel category. How shall we do this? What am I feel? How shall I challenge you all today? How about this? The reporting of journalist Grant Smith Ellis about the Massachusetts CCC. All right, how about this? Journalist Grant Smith, I don't know if it's going to be able to do this. Coverage of the All right, here we go. We're going to try a category about towel. I'm not positive it's going to understand what this means, all right? If it does, it's going to be great. If it doesn't, it's going to be ridiculous, all right? But if we get it wrong, we go about our business, all right? We're little towels, all right? So the category is the journalist Grant Smith Ellis's Cannabis Control Commission coverage. I have no idea if this is going to work, okay? I make no representations or warranties. If this does work, it's going to be glorious. If it doesn't, I'm just going to be like, okay, well, it tried. You know, it's a little bot. I have no idea if it actually knows how to find my reporting about this. If it does, I'm going to be a little creeped out. So the category for the first time ever on Towel Trivia is me and my reporting about the Cannabis Control Commission. Were you paying attention during the first part of the show? You might get rewarded right now. I have no idea if it's going to be able to do this. I do not know. We'll just do another category if it doesn't work. But if it works, it's going to be great. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First question. Who is known for covering Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission news? Anderson Cooper, Wolf Blitzer, Rachel Maddow, or Grant Smith Ellis? If any of you get this wrong, you have to leave. I'm kidding. I'm an answer on the trivia. It's me. I'm a little devil. Oh, who got it wrong? Nobody got it wrong. Paula got it right first. No, listen. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. It knew. It knew, ladies and gentlemen. It knew. Oh, I'm having the best day. Oh, it knew about me. Oh, Trivial Pursuit knew about Little Downfall. Alright. Every single person who answered in the chat got it right, so you're all getting half a point. There isn't anyone who got it wrong. Every single person who is in the chat got it right, so I'm going through each of you and making sure you get your half a point, or if you were the first one, a full point. There isn't anyone who's going to be missed. Congratulations to everyone who got that right. That was hilarious. Ange got it right. Harvard Cartel gets on the board. That is so great that those were the options. And you saw the future. Listen, that was only question one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it all through all 6 of these without breaking out laughing. Apparently, Paula says that I'm famous. I'm Trivial Pursuit famous. Christina Towell wanted to get that half point, and my word, she did. Hey, Christina Towell, you are a wonderful towel. I know, I feel like I'm among legends on that list. All right, here we go. Next question. Who's ready for this one? I'm a little scared to see where this is going. Oh, all right. So it's the same question over and over. Which journalist has extensively reported on the CCC's activities? Now, you're going to get a bunch of points here. Is it Grant Smith Ellis, Glenn Greenwald, Jeffrey Toobin, or Chris Hayes? I'm just going to select myself for every single answer. I'm going to like all of them too. I'm having a day. I am the answer to every question. It's just a question of who can see my name up there first. Steph got the full point. Paula Towell gets half a point. This is great. No Health Towel gets half a point. Just free points for everybody. Everyone's going, if everybody gets 3 points, well, I hope nobody gets any of them wrong. Nancy Towell gets half a point. Ruth and Truth Over Bias Towell get half a point. Alright, so it only knows how to ask one question, but it's a hilarious question. Claudia Towell gets half a point. Allie and Christina Towell both get half a point. The questions we all wanted. Murder by Maestro, listen, we didn't do this. We did this to see if the bot could generate questions about my CCC reporting because we spent 2.5 hours on it today. It cannot. It can only generate the same question over and over again, which is hilarious, but we're still giving out points. I am the answer to every question. We're having a fun time. You don't understand, Murder by Maestro. David Meir. No Alley Towel. Next question. Alright, let's try again. Come on. Show me something different. Come on. Oh, no! Which journalist provided in-depth analysis of the Massachusetts CCC's regulatory changes? Grant Smith Ellis, Jeremy Thompson, Michael Green, or Sarah Davis? It's me. I'm the answer again. You don't understand. This is so great. Steph knew what to do. Paula and Noel. Nancy, Ruth, and Claudia get half a point. I can't keep it together. Truth Over Bias, Christina and Allie Towell. Don't understand. I should say, President, don't say a towel. No, please let us go. I want to be the answer to all 6. Oh, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, this was supposed, it was really supposed to be a test of the bot, but I'm having a great time. Mini ball. Alright, next question. Whose reporting highlighted the impact of CCC's decisions on local cannabis businesses? Emily Fisher, Grant Smith Ellis, Laura Roberts, or David Adams? I don't know. I think it might be David Adams. No, show me Grant Smith Ellis. Steph. I can't. No, Steph got it first again, and then Paula. No, Helen Ruth. You don't understand. Oh, Claudia and Truth Over Bias. I'm going to laugh so hard I'm going to collapse. Nancy and Christina. Anne's just giving up on answering. Oh, Anne's is using paper and then towel to show number 2. Oh, goodness. No. Allie and Brew get half a point. Yeah, but you can't answer until you see the names on the board. And Nancy's getting good at this. Oh, I'm having the time of my life. Alright, few more minutes of this. Few more questions. 2 more to go. Here we go. Show me the 6 vector. The hex vector. Which journalist was recognized for investigative reports on the intricacies of regulatory enforcement by a state cannabis commission? Grant Smith Ellis, Jane Meyer, Seymour Hirsch, or Christine Onmunpour? That was me. I got the board. I never talk about it, but that was me. I'm a little towel. Yay! Oh, I have a deficit. I got your point. Don't worry, Ange. I got your deficit added. Steph grabbed the full point. Steph's internet. Paula Towel can have a point. Noel, you are a Grant Smith Ellis expert. Claudia gets half a point. I can't. Nancy Towel gets half a point. Ruth and Christina Towel get half a point. Oh, goodness. Truth Over Bias Towel. Thank you for your confidence in Towel. I thought you were going to go with Cy Hirsch. Ange Towel gets another half a point. Rock Towel. Allie and Harvard Yard both get half a point. This is the greatest thing I've ever done in my entire life. I'm having the time of my life. Thank you for this, friends. I'm screwed if the answer is in Grant Smith Ellis. Yes, Hirsch. Seymour Hirsch was a really good reporter. He did a lot of CIA reporting, Watergate, Bay of Pigs, Kennedy assassination. Great work, great reporter. Oh, goodness. All right, are we going to go for the hex vector? We need it. We need it one more time. It's all we want to see. All the people in the Towel universe, they want to see just one thing. The Towel hex vector. Show me the Towel hex vector. Who delivered comprehensive coverage on state-level cannabis commission policy debates and their socioeconomic implications? Is it Bob Woodward, Grant Smith Ellis, Rachel Maddow, or David Remnick? All right, clearly it's Bob Woodward. You know what I'm saying? I just can't, I'm just a towel. He's a Bob Woodward. It's towel! I did it. Steph got a full point. Noel Towel almost got the full point, but grabbed half a point. Paula and Claudia grab half a point. Everyone is officially a Graham Smith Ellis expert. Truth over Bias and Allie Towel both get half a point, as does Ange Towel. Truth over Bias and Allie Towel. That was a great category, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no, Noel Towel. Well, don't worry, my dear friend. You will take solace. You will take shelter. You will watch a very nice movie if you need to. You reach out to Little Towel if you need me. And I am honored to present to you. Nancy, you did really well that round. You jumped way up the scoreboard, but Ange Towel was just a little ahead. Now, we have lots of winners today, ladies and gentlemen, but our big winner, until we see each other tomorrow for Towel Watch-Along, I have your information, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we have a buffer. I am hearing reports of a buffer because of the storm. I'm going to hold. Oh, might be you, Paula. My stream's not buffering. Just let me know. I'm not seeing any buffering. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Our leader, ladies and gentlemen. Our leader, my friends. Oh, it is buffering. Hold on, it might buffer. It might buffer. We're having some buffering. We're going to wait it through. I'm not going to. All right, here we go. Oh, Allie Towel, don't worry. Your day will come, my friend. You and Rue will soon rule Canada. Don't tell Steph Towel. In first place, now that the buffering seems to be slowly fixing. Here we go. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, you know her as half Canadian, half British, half German, all Super Towel, and she's also the Prime Minister of Canada. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, if you're Canadian. Steph Towel, the Canadian hero, the Bret Hart of Towel Trivia, is in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Steph Towel. She is the Bret Hart of Towel Trivia, known worldwide as the Bret Hart of Towel Trivia. She is a Canadian hero. She'll be in the paper. She'll be interviewed across TSN. Just watch it happen. Steph Towel is also the Prime Minister of Canada, according to the rules of Towel Nation. Allie Towel, do not give up. You are on the podium, my friend. We will play tomorrow, and you will show Steph what us Americans can do. For now, we only need to make sure Steph doesn't invade Detroit again. The last time she did that, it was not pretty. It caused all sorts of problems. But in second place, you know them as Allie and Rue Towel. Rue Towel likes the rain. Allie Towel probably doesn't like the rain as much, but she's an Allie Towel. In second place, 15.5 points. An excellent job on this Super Towel Friday. On the podium, Allie and Rue Towel and their house bunny. We the bunnies. Look, say hello. Rue, look at the little bunny. Rue, the bunny wants to say hi, Rue. He's a little bunny. Okay, he's a little bunny. He's hippity hoppity. See the little bunny, Rue? Oh, no. See him now, Rue? Okay, see him? He's a little bunny. See? I'm a little bunny. I'm a little bunny. He says, good job, Rue and Allie. And Steph. And everyone else. And Paula. He's a bunny. All right, very good. He would like to let you all know he's a bunny. Now, in third place, ladies and gentlemen, only half a point behind the superstars, Allie and Rue Towel. Paula Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job there in the last category. Everyone did an excellent job in the last category. You are all towel experts, clearly. Paula Towel, rounding out the podium for today, 15 points. Now, Noel Towel, don't you get down, my friend. You put up an excellent towel fight. You have the heart of a champion, and you will make the towel podium yet. I have faith in you, Noel Towel. Today you came in fourth place. You were within striking distance if we played more rounds, if it wasn't raining and my internet wasn't going up and down. Noel Towel, fourth position, 13.5 points. You did your very best, Noel Towel. You inspired me. You did an excellent job. You beat Towel. You can consider yourself the champion over Towel today. 13.5 points for Noel Towel. Excellent job, Noel Towel. In 5th place, you know him as Little Towel. His worst position of all time. His worst position of all time. He is proud to have it. He's number 5 Towel. He's Little Towel. He's Towel. I'm Towel. I got 12 points. I did okay. I could have done better. One of the categories was about me. Hello, del Detective de Juan. Yo entiendo español un poco y creo que las personas que hablan español son muy importantes por todo el mundo. Y también yo sé que las personas que entienden español son muy importantes en los Estados Unidos porque es un idioma español muy importante. Y hay muchas personas aquí que necesitan hablar español con con su familia o con tus amigos o creo que sí. Claro, entiendo español. In short, ladies and gentlemen, it is great to have you with us, El Detective de Juan. We are thrilled and bienvenidos. Also, yo soy una toalla. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, in 6th place, it is Ruth Towel. Ruth Towel, ladies and gentlemen, is in 6th place. Ruth Towel has 11 points. And if you're wondering, did that man on the TV just start speaking Spanish? Yes, I sometimes speak Spanish. I'm a towel. Ruth Towel, on the other hand, may not speak Spanish, but she has 11 points. Great job, Ruth Towel. In 7th place, ladies and gentlemen, a well-fought battle by Claudia Towel. Just holding on. Oh, thank you, Noel Towel. I don't know if you're complimenting my Spanish, but I did well. In 7th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have Claudia Towel with 8 points. Excellent job, Claudia. You are a super smart towel. Yes, you are, and you are a winner in all of our hearts. Great job, Claudia Towel. 7th place, 8 points. In 8th position, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Truth Over Bias Towel. Great job, Truth Over Bias. Excellent job, Farhad. 7.5 points. 8th place position in the top 10. In 9th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one, the only, code-speaking Bletchley Park Towel. Her name is Ange Towel. She's Super Towel. 6 points in the top 10, and you are number 1 in all of our hearts. Great job, Ange Towel, 6 points. Ange Towel, of course, is Super Towel. Now, right behind Ange Towel, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, Nancy Towel. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. You fought hard, you and Ange. You made it right into the top 10. You did so with aplomb. You are erudite and cogent towels. Nancy Towel rounds out the top 10 with 5.5 points. In 11th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the greatest reporter towels in existence. Her name is Christina Towel. She has multiple kitty towels. She's adorable. They're adorable. Christina Towel, 2.5 points in 11th place. In her favorite position, ladies and gentlemen, the position of honor, in her favorite position at the bottom, it is Harvard Yard, the position of honor. 1 point, but 17 billion bonus points for being a super lovable towel, which is true. Towel loves you, Harvard Yard. Super Towel hugs to you. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Look at that, Harvard Yard, rounding out the position of honor. We have more towel trivia categories for tomorrow, including seafood dishes. I'm looking forward to it. Tomorrow's watch along will start in the afternoon. You know we got Sherlock Holmes on tap. We might be able to watch other shows. I'll take a look at the list. I'm having a good time. We're going to look forward to it. We'll also watch the Ashley Banfield interview with Mr. Consalves. For right now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. Thank you so much for spending your Friday with me. That was an intense morning session. That was an intense afternoon, the sentencing hearing. And we also played some towel trivia. So I hope we left on a positive note. Is the FBI just trolling KR and her attorneys? FBI Boston. Oh, yes, I saw that. There's an FBI attorney. We should talk more about this, but Truth Over Bias makes puts up a great post, which is the FBI talking about how a lawyer was convicted for false statements, And it's just such a good example of like these like weird, they're not weird, but they're kind of like passive aggressive posts. Not passive aggressive, they're direct posts that the FBI makes like kind of about the Karen Reed case or the leaks, but not really, you know what I'm saying? It's very impressive. Now, take a look at this, okay? Here's what Truth Over Bias shared, and I'll zoom in. So this is what the FBI Boston literally just posted. It was just earlier today. I did see it. Jonathan Einhorn, a Connecticut attorney who made false statements to Donald W. Wyatt detention facility officers while visiting with clients, has entered into a deferred prosecution agreement and has agreed to surrender his license to practice law. Einhorn passed papers to an inmate that were contaminated with synthetic cannabinoids, so K2. So, yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. Truth over bias, my dear friend. That is a very good point. But yes, Towel friends, this is a public information service. That was a beautiful Friday. Towel loves you very much. The point of this public information service is to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. Did you know next week Towel might need your help, but we're not there yet? This week, if you want to support this public information service, the best thing you can do, drop a like, subscribe to the stream. If you want to help Lindsay Gattani, ladies and gentlemen, did you know you can help support her legal fundraiser? That's a great way to do a small act of service in a world defined by so much self-interest and greed. That donation link that I just posted in the chat, that'll help Lindsay directly. Feel free to support Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Also, this is a public information service which is designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook to engender, coach, and public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. And we love the community that is here, especially Little Towel. To support Little Towel. To support Little Towel, you can use any of those links, but be aware next week I may actually have to come and we might have to do a fundraiser for Towel. We'll talk about it. It has to do with tuition. It's chaos. I don't want to think about it now. Let's think about it next week. I think I'll try to figure out a solution, and Towel loves you all. Secondly, let me read through the chat. Hello. No, you didn't upset anyone, Ange. I want to send you to Bletchley Park. Andrew, it was great to see you, my friend. You are a love super towel. Steph, you are a super towel. Thank you for spending time with us today. You are wonderful. And I'm humbled to be called your super towel friend. Harvard Yard, hugs to you. You are a wonderful friend. Look at all you being so kind to each other. Noel Towel, you have a great weekend. You reach out to me if you need me, Noel Towel. It's grantsmithellis@gmail.com. You just let me know. I check my email pretty routinely. I saw the email from different towels today, and we're going to talk this weekend. I'm looking forward to it, and I will reach out to Steph and Harvard Yard Towel soon. Who else? Who else did I see? Allie90211 and Rue, you are a super towel. Thank you for being with us today, both of you. Paula Towel, it was great to see you. El Detective de Juan, you come back anytime. I don't think that, if it is a real profile, that's cool, but it's not, you come back anytime. We'll just keep an eye. We always welcome new friends. Who else do we got? Nancy from the 508. It was great to see you, my dear friend. You did so well during trivia today. Grateful for you. Claudia, it was great to see you as well. Christina Towel and Claudia Towel were doing excellent in Towel Trivia today. God bless you, both you friends. Murder by Maestro popped in and was utterly baffled. We love trolling Murder by Maestro. It's hilarious. He is a binumerical speaking super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless so many of you. And also, I want to send a super towel thanks to Paula. Thank you so much, Paula, for supporting Towel Stream. Thank you so much to Tanya. Tanya left some wonderful comments earlier. Thank you to Tanya for your support. Nurse Kim is funny, as is Dave Cullinane. Tanya Vincent also said, there's something here because why does Rollins keep simping for Turtle still? Was a comment for her in Vanity Fair recently. Comment from her and also on her social media feed. They've known each other for a while, Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins. And Sail Away Jojo, thank you so much for supporting Towel Channel. You are super towel. Oh, Towel loved you all very much, and you know how we like to end the stream. Same way every day. If you learned something today, if you benefited from the stream, if you found camaraderie here, found friendship here, you know there's a way you can pay it forward. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service, ladies and gentlemen, rooted in unconditional love and compassion. You can look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. There should not be one veteran in the United States of America that is homeless against their will. They want to go live in the woods, that's fine, we're not going to stop them. There should not be a single veteran in the United States of America that is homeless against their will, and you can donate to veterans to help prevent that. You could donate to animal shelters run by veterans. You know what I'm saying? You like animals, you like veterans, support them both at the same time. You could donate to animal shelters in general. That's a great way to help animals. You may also consider donating to the Big Issue if you're in the UK. That's a great way to directly support homeless populations. But it could be something, ladies and gentlemen, as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and in that way, I believe those small acts of service can ripple outward, ladies and gentlemen, and we can bring about a new realpolitik, not based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but instead based on the principles of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion. I believe it's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I know I'm not going to give up, and in that way we'll bring about the age of Aquarius, a new digital epoch with the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel, proclaiming unconditional love and compassion as the new central ethos of the day. I believe it, ladies and gentlemen, because of all of you. Towel friends on the X, you know you got a few minutes at the beginning of the day extra, so I'm going to spend some time with the Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. God bless you. Thank you for spending some time with me. Be well on your Friday. We'll see each other tomorrow for Towel Watch Along. You know how excited I get for Towel Watch Along streams. I love Sherlock Holmes, so we're going to continue with our Sherlock Holmes Watch Along. Maybe we'll watch a Sherlock Holmes movie. I'm not sure. Keep an eye out, my dear friends. All right, God bless you, Towel friends on the X. I will see you tomorrow, Saturday, July 26th. Until then, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Join us on the YouTube, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis if you ever want to play trivia or chat. Until then, be well, my friends. Towel loves you. Towel friends on the YouTube, we had quite a day. We had quite a week. I'm so grateful for you all. I don't, the ups, the downs, the good moments are better because you're around. The tough moments are easier because we have each other, and that means something. I want to be able to stand with my friends in moments of triumph, and I want to be with them through the tough moments unconditionally, and in the moments in between, I just want to be able to look them in the eye. And that means something to me. And I will live up to those principles come hell or high water, my dear friends. I wish I could say more, but I can't. What I will say, though, is I love you all dearly, and this community keeps me going. I hope and I know some of you have found meaning here, and I will continue to honor those sacred bonds that I think are so special in such a paradoxical, quizzical, modern digital world. There's something special about retaining those bonds of humanity and community, and I think that means something. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you all so dearly. Have a great rest of your Friday, friends. God bless you. Be well. Reach out to me if you need me. XDM's the fastest, but email works as well. Until we see each other tomorrow. Love you, Towel friends. Can't wait to watch some Sherlock Holmes tomorrow. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Be well.